Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met His Other Selves. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Jack flipped through his notes, feeling satisfied with what he found. He thought it would be enjoyable for everyone and then left. Hagakure expressed her excitement about seeing Midoriya in a different universe, while Mina agreed, noting that the possibilities were endless. Kirishima shushed them as the universe began, and Mina quietly apologized. Uraraka pointed out Todoroki's appearance, and Deku greeted him with a morning salutation. However, when Todoroki glanced at Deku, he lost control of his powers, engulfed in flames. Bakugo was taken aback, exclaiming that half and half was a girl in this universe, leaving Todoroki shocked. Deku and Uraraka called out to him, concerned. Later, during lunch, Momo noticed Todoroki was lost in thought, picking at his food. She asked if everything was all right, to which Todoroki responded that he had something on his mind. Momo offered to help by talking about it. Todoroki explained that he had lost control of his powers that morning, recalling how it had happened before during training sessions with Midoriya and Bakugo. Uraraka commented on how much Todoroki had spoken, surprising everyone. Kirishima speculated that Todoroki might have a crush on Deku, while Bakugo thought it was better than Ida. Todoroki admitted he felt a strange sensation around Midoriya, his heart racing. Momo suggested that it sounded like he had a crush on Midoriya, leaving Todoroki confused. Eri asked Mirio what a crush was, and he suggested that this version of Deku might explain it. Mina suddenly appeared, exclaiming that Todoroki had a crush, which Momo confirmed. Todoroki, still puzzled, asked what a crush was, causing the theater to fall silent. Momo, Mina, and Hagakure exchanged worried glances, realizing he was serious. Mina initiated a plan to help Todoroki, while Momo questioned its necessity. Aoyama joined in, asking about the target, and Mina explained that their resident ice queen needed assistance. Kirishima agreed, and Todoroki reiterated his confusion about what a crush was. Tsuyu revealed she already knew, surprising everyone. Deku, feeling left out, asked what was happening, and Uraraka was shocked to see him and Ida both confused. When Deku asked how they could help, Uraraka nervously stammered that everything was fine. Mina quickly fabricated a story about practicing new combo moves for when they became pros, which Ida supported. They all agreed that working on combos would be beneficial, and the idea of inviting Class 1B excited Hagakure. As they discussed, Todoroki called out to Deku, asking if he knew what a crush was. Deku was taken aback, unsure if Todoroki was joking. When Todoroki insisted he wasn't, Deku explained that a crush involved romantic feelings, where someone was always on your mind, and being around them made everything else fade away. Uraraka laughed, noting that Deku still talked a lot in this universe. Eri concluded that Todoroki indeed had a crush, and Todoroki acknowledged it. As the bell rang, he mentioned he needed to thank Midoriya for his help in understanding his feelings. Kirishima teased that Deku should have a girlfriend if he knew so much about romance, causing Uraraka to blush. Deku felt overwhelmed, internally screaming as he processed everything. Jack returned, humorously noting that Deku seemed to be malfunctioning. Siro commented on Deku's unusual behavior since lunch, while Kaminari expressed concern. Kirishima explained that Todoroki had inadvertently revealed her feelings for Midoriya, leading to Deku feeling friend-zoned. Uraraka remarked that being in the friend zone was never a good thing. Kaminari asked how they knew about Todoroki's feelings, and Kirishima revealed it was Mina who had shared the information. The three boys then decided they would help Deku. Deku felt conflicted, doubting he had a chance with Todoroki. Kirishima called out to him, and Uraraka praised the boys for helping. Kirishima insisted he would always assist anyone in need, while Jiro questioned how Kaminari could contribute. Kaminari playfully hugged Jiro, blushing as he quickly looked away. Deku was surprised to see his friends gathered around him. They explained they had been trying to get his attention, and he acknowledged he had been lost in thought again. Kirishima asked what they needed, ready to help. Deku was surprised when Kaminari mentioned the situation between him and Todoroki. Kaminari, the class's resident Casanova, claimed to have heard about it. Jiro quickly dismissed Kaminari's assertion, insisting it was a blatant lie. Kaminari argued that while it might be true in one universe, it wasn't in theirs. He continued, stating that he already had someone in mind, unlike Deku. Deku was taken aback by this revelation. Kaminari announced that they had decided to help him win over his Ice Queen. When Deku asked how they knew about this, Kirishima replied that Ashido had informed them. Deku acknowledged this with a simple, "Oh." He expressed his gratitude for their willingness to help but insisted he was fine as long as she was happy. Kaminari, however, insisted that Deku needed to have more confidence. He rallied the others, declaring they would boost Deku's self-esteem. Kirishima and Siro saluted in agreement, and Kaminari shouted for them to move out. Deku, feeling overwhelmed, called for them to wait. Aizawa, observing the chaos, muttered that he didn't get paid enough for this. Uraraka chimed in, confirming that he indeed didn't. Mina, frustrated, questioned what had compelled Todoroki to act the way he did. Hagakure pointed out that it was partly their fault for distracting him. Mina acknowledged her frustration but felt it was too much to handle. Todoroki, confused, wondered if he had done something wrong. Momo clarified that he had been a bit too direct, especially considering it was Deku they were talking about. Todoroki admitted he had never had good examples of love growing up, so he had made assumptions. The girls rallied around Todoroki, declaring they must protect him. Bakugo, perplexed, questioned what that meant and what Todoroki needed protection from. All Might suggested it might be from a bad date with Deku. Bakugo dismissed the idea, telling them to forget he said anything. Mina reassured Todoroki that they had his back and he would have a date with Deku before he knew it. Uraraka asked if Mido was a cute nickname for Deku, to which Mina proudly claimed it was her creation. Todoroki thanked them for their support, and Mina rallied the girls to begin brainstorming. Todoroki was curious about the whiteboard and other materials they had gathered. Mina brushed it off as unimportant and asked if anyone had ideas. Uraraka suggested a date to the new hero exhibition since Deku loved everything related to heroes. Tsuyu added the idea of seeing the new All Might movie. Bakugo was surprised to learn there was a movie about All Might. Jack explained that the comics had expanded beyond a single story, leading to a film adaptation that captured significant arcs. He enthusiastically described the thrilling moments from the comics, including All Might's incredible feats. Deku, however, didn't recall those events being in the comics. Jack clarified that he had a collection of comic book arcs based on the movies, which featured a modern version of All Might. He noted that classic All Might had powers that could destroy entire solar systems with a sneeze, which was probably for the best. Jiro suggested asking the guys for help, and Mina confirmed she had already asked Kirishima. Mina was confident Kirishima would bring the others along. She then asked if anything had come to Todoroki's mind, but he had already left, prompting Mina to express her frustration. Momo speculated that Todoroki had gone to seek advice from someone better than Kirishima. Outside Bakugo's room, Todoroki knocked and asked for advice. Bakugo was dismissive, telling him to leave. However, when a chunk of ice appeared unexpectedly, Bakugo's anger flared. Todoroki explained he needed advice on how to ask Midoriya on a date. Bakugo, uninterested in their relationship, reluctantly agreed to give him a few minutes. After some back and forth, Bakugo warned Todoroki that he had likely friend-zoned Deku and would have to deal with his attitude until he fixed it. Todoroki realized this was not good, and Bakugo, frustrated, advised him to be direct about his feelings, avoiding any cheesy romantic cliches. Todoroki acknowledged Bakugo's surprisingly mature advice, and Bakugo told him to hurry up as time was running out. As Todoroki prepared to leave, he asked Bakugo one last question about whether he stood a chance with Midoriya, even after everything that had happened. Todoroki noticed Bakugo's blank expression and remarked that he was acting foolishly. Uraraka chimed in, questioning if Bakugo had momentarily lost his mind. Bakugo, with his usual intensity, denied it vehemently. Todoroki attempted to excuse himself, but Bakugo interrupted, expressing his frustration. He pointed out how obvious it was that Deku had feelings for Todoroki, suggesting that even if Todoroki committed a terrible act, Deku would still care for him. Bakugo continued, highlighting Todoroki's strengths and urging him not to underestimate himself. Grateful for the encouragement, Todoroki thanked Bakugo, who then shouted for him to leave. Once Todoroki departed, Bakugo sighed in relief, only to be interrupted by Kirishima bursting in. Kirishima greeted Bakugo enthusiastically, but Bakugo was less than pleased and demanded to know what Kirishima wanted. Kirishima explained that the rest of their group was trying to help Midoriya and Todoroki get together and invited Bakugo to join them. Bakugo flatly refused, expressing his disdain for the idea. Kirishima pointed out that Bakugo's earlier conversation with Todoroki contradicted his current stance. Bakugo retorted that he didn't care about Deku enough in this universe. Kirishima insisted that if only Bakugo would show more interest, things might be different. Bakugo, agitated, challenged Kirishima, but Mr. Aziawa intervened, warning Bakugo to calm down or face consequences. Kirishima pleaded for Bakugo's help, but Bakugo was reluctant, confused by the bright ideas swirling around him. After some back and forth, Bakugo begrudgingly agreed to help, warning Kirishima that if it turned out to be a waste of time, he would be furious. Meanwhile, Deku was in a panic, confessing his feelings for Todoroki, much to the confusion of Kaminari. Embarrassed, Deku admitted he had rehearsed his confession using a makeshift dummy. His friends laughed at the awkwardness of the situation, and Shiro encouraged Deku not to listen to the teasing. Kirishima returned with Bakugo, prompting Deku to nervously greet him. Kirishima proudly announced Bakugo's arrival, while Shiro was shocked at how they managed to get Bakugo involved. Kirishima suggested that Deku pretend Bakugo was Todoroki and confess his feelings. Bakugo, annoyed, created a small explosion, which Deku had anticipated. Kirishima insisted on trying again with the dummy, but Bakugo was not interested. As Bakugo prepared to leave, Kirishima begged him to stay, promising that Deku would only get one chance to express himself. Deku took a deep breath and began to speak to Todoroki, expressing admiration for his strength and beauty. He stumbled over his words, feeling intimidated yet determined to share his feelings. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Shiro watched, eager to see how it would unfold. Just as Deku was about to confess, he glanced at Bakugo and felt a wave of fear, leading him to nervously backtrack. Bakugo, frustrated, yelled at Deku, expressing his disbelief at the situation. The others watched, some amused, as the tension escalated. Present Mike suggested they intervene, but Aizawa wanted to prepare himself first. In another scene, Ojiro and Hagakure discussed their friends, with Ojiro recalling a previous encounter where Todoroki sought dating advice. Hagakure was curious about the details, and Ojiro shared his suggestions for places Todoroki could take Midoriya. As they chatted, Mina approached the boys, noticing their exhausted expressions. They explained how Bakugo's involvement had derailed their original plan to help Deku build confidence. Kaminari revealed he had recorded the chaos, and Mina was intrigued, though she had expected a different outcome. The group reflected on the unexpected turn of events, realizing that sometimes plans don't go as intended, especially with personalities like Bakugo and Deku involved. Mina expressed her concern for Todoroki, saying that romantic drama was the last thing he needed at that moment. Todoroki, curious, asked if romantic drama was bad. Mina promised to explain later but was suddenly struck by a realization and called out to him. At the same time, Kaminari and Kirishima shouted his name in their own unique ways. Todoroki acknowledged them with a casual greeting. Mina then asked where he had been and how long he had been standing there. Todoroki replied that he had been around for about 5 minutes. Mina, relieved, hugged him tightly, expressing her worry. Todoroki apologized, explaining that he had been following Jiro's advice, but he should have communicated better. Mina interrupted, surprised by the mention of Jiro's advice. Todoroki confirmed that he thought it was a good idea and suggested they ask the others. Mina chided him for not saying anything sooner, indicating they could have helped. Kaminari chimed in, teasingly reminding Todoroki of how they had helped Midoriya. Todoroki, curious, asked how much they had seen of the earlier events. Kaminari was taken aback, and Todoroki mentioned that they had been quite loud. He then added that the dummy made of him was rather cute. Deku, surprised, questioned if he was serious. Todoroki affirmed that he was, noting it was a girl version of himself. Jack mentioned a sequel called Todoroki the Girl 2, where they would meet families, piquing everyone's interest. Siro jokingly suggested that the dummy wasn't the only thing she found cute, prompting Kirishima to lightly smack him. Todoroki then requested help with something, and Mina assured him that she would assist, but he needed to communicate next time. Mina insisted they couldn't stop now and needed to see what happened next, clinging tightly to Jack's suit. Jack offered to share the details if she wanted to know. Mina eagerly agreed, leaning in closer. The girls attempted to help Todoroki with clothes but struggled. Bakugo provided Todoroki with a beautiful dress, and eventually, Deku and Todoroki went on a date. After everything was settled, Todoroki shared a sweet kiss with Deku, marking a significant moment between them. Jack announced that it was time to explore the next universe. He explained that this one represented a future from a different timeline. Deku was curious about how different it was. Jack elaborated that in this timeline, Overhaul never completed the drag he created, resulting in only one fully finished version. After Deku defeated Overhaul, Eri jumped in front of him to protect him, which led to her being affected by the drag, losing her quirk and becoming quirkless. Inko gasped at the revelation. Jack continued, explaining that this incident caused Deku to become Eri's symbol of hope, much like All Might was for him. Both Deku and Eri were shocked, while All Might smiled at the thought. Deku inquired about the training Eri had undergone. Jack described it as consisting of a few laps around the apartment, some push-ups and sit-ups, along with exercises to build Eri's strength. Uraraka chimed in, expressing her excitement about the universe, believing Eri would attend UA and embark on the same adventures as Deku, taking down formidable villains. Jack added that All for One met his end by accident after his final battle with Deku, during which Deku let out a familiar battle cry. All Might transformed into his muscular form, encouraging young Midoriya before reverting back and coughing slightly. Uraraka pondered what could surpass a female Todoroki and a world without All for One, while Mina suggested that Deku and female Todoroki might end up getting married. Tsuyu agreed, acknowledging the good point. The scene shifted to a beautiful, sunny day at a cozy house. Someone asked if Ms. Midoriya lived there. Inko clarified that they lived in an apartment, not a house. Mina speculated whether that was where Midoriya resided, to which Todoroki replied it was likely. The scene transitioned inside the house, revealing a muscular figure with green hair tied in a ponytail, cooking breakfast while humming a catchy tune. The person had grown tall and no longer bore any baby fat. Everyone exclaimed upon seeing Deku as a pro-hero and now an adult. The girls, except for Inko and Eri, blushed at the sight of him, noting his manly appearance and impressive haircut. Mineta and Kaminari wondered why it was always the innocent ones who attracted the girls. Suddenly, 3 children came running toward Deku, calling out to him as Daddy. Eri realized she was Deku's daughter. All Might inquired if there was a mother, prompting the girls to imagine a future with Deku. The camera then focused on a 15-year-old Eri, along with Kota and Katsuma, all wearing UA uniforms. Mirio pointed out that it was Eri and Kota, noting that Izuku was their dad. Mina remarked on their UA uniforms, while Kirishima expressed confidence that they would become amazing heroes one day. Izuku asked if they were ready for school to pursue their dreams of becoming heroes. Eri, Kota, and Katsuma eagerly affirmed that they were. Izuku instructed Eri to wake up her mother. Eri quickly returned, announcing that her mother was already awake and coming. As she spoke, a figure with brown hair and a round face, adorned with pink cheeks, came into view. Izuku Midoriya greeted Ochako Uraraka with a cheerful morning, babe, which sparked a wave of jealousy among some girls who watched, while Inko smiled to herself, thinking about how she had anticipated this moment in the future. Izuku then turned to Eri, advising her to give her all when she entered UA. He cautioned her not to use one for all at full power on her first day, as he had done, and encouraged her to utilize her legs as much as possible, referring to it as shoot style. He stood confidently, reminiscent of All Might, whose silhouette loomed in the background. Katsuki Bakugo's voice erupted in disbelief as he yelled about Izuku becoming #1. Sato cheered, giving Izuku a thumbs up, while Kirishima praised him with a light punch to the chest. Ochako hugged Izuku, calling him cool, and Mirio patted him on the back, celebrating his success. Inko, filled with joy, shed tears as she exclaimed how proud she was of her son. Kota, confident in Izuku's abilities, remarked that he had always known Izuku would succeed. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed by the praise, covered his face with his hands, blushing. Eri chimed in with a cheerful, "Yes, Dad," and Izuku reminded Kota to keep Eri safe. Kota saluted in response, while Katsuma promised to help Eri if she ever got hurt. With a sense of urgency, Izuku announced it was time to get to school, and the children cheered in excitement. After a short journey, they arrived at UA, where Izuku set Eri and Kota down. Katsuma, grinning widely, joined them. Eri exclaimed how awesome the ride had been, while Shoji questioned its safety. Inko expressed her concern, but All Might reassured her with a grin, easing her worries. Izuku then asked Eri, Kota, and Katsuma if they were ready, and they nodded eagerly. Just before they entered, Izuku reached into his back pocket and presented Eri with a large red apple, which made her eyes light up with delight. Eri jumped into Izuku's arms, hugging him tightly and declaring her love for him. Izuku reciprocated the affection, squeezing her back. The sight melted the hearts of those around them, prompting a chorus of "ah" from the onlookers. Kota playfully warned Eri that he would leave without her if she didn't let go of Izuku. As they teased each other, Katsuma called out to Izuku, promising to help Eri if she needed it, before dashing toward the UA doors. Eri and Kota quickly followed suit, and Izuku shouted encouragement to them, expressing how cool they looked. Inko couldn't help but shed more tears of joy, grateful that Izuku remembered her words even after all this time. As the scene shifted, Jack noted that this universe would be quite different, taking place during the sports festival. Uraraka asked what made it different, and Jack explained that it involved themes of demons, possession, and conflict. Mina gasped in surprise, while Jiro inquired about the music that began to play, setting a dramatic tone. The lyrics conveyed Izuku's struggles and determination, hinting at darker themes. A scene flashed where Izuku appeared to confront Bakugo with a sinister smile, shocking everyone. Uraraka was taken aback, unable to believe what she was witnessing. As the narrative unfolded, it became clear that Izuku was grappling with his choices, reflecting on the consequences of his actions. The tension in the air grew as the characters processed the gravity of the situation, with each moment building toward a critical turning point. In this universe, the stakes were high, and the choices made would have lasting effects on everyone involved. The story continued to weave through the complexities of friendship, sacrifice, and the burdens of power, setting the stage for an unforgettable journey ahead. Jack expressed his confusion, noting that the situation was more somber than he had anticipated. Mineta responded with a hint of sarcasm, acknowledging the obviousness of Jack's observation. Excitement filled the air as Jack mentioned that he had something amusing to share, although he cautioned that Eri and Kota should not see it for various reasons. Mina's enthusiasm grew as she anticipated the story. Deku took the stage, microphone in hand, and began to recount a tale from his time at UA. He explained that there was a teacher whose son also attended the school. Bakugo leaned in, curious about the story, hoping it wouldn't involve him. Deku revealed that the teacher's name was endnver, and his son, Shoto Todoroki, was 2 years behind him in school. He described endnver as a difficult person to deal with, prompting laughter from the audience, including Todoroki himself. Continuing his story, Deku recalled a weekend when endnver and his wife left town, a decision he humorously suggested was unwise for someone with endnver's temperament. Shoto, feeling a mix of concern and disbelief, listened as Deku described how Shoto decided to throw a party at his teacher's house. The audience reacted with exaggerated cheers, fully aware of the chaos that would ensue. Deku's expression turned mischievous as he described how everyone at UA heard about the party and individually decided to join in, with the intent of causing some mischief. Todoroki's laughter faded as worry crept in about the state of his home, while the others continued to find humor in the unfolding tale. Deku painted a vivid picture of the party atmosphere, where everyone was drinking and celebrating as if it were a grand occasion. Uraraka laughed, finding the situation hilarious, while Kirishima and Mina chimed in, agreeing that it was one of the funniest stories they had ever heard. Even Ida, usually serious, couldn't help but join in the laughter. Deku described the wildness of the event, likening them to untamed animals, reveling in the freedom of the moment. The laughter continued to echo through the theater as he recounted the chaos that ensued. As they made their way to the basement, which surprisingly had a pool table, Todoroki pointed out that they didn't actually have a basement. Deku chimed in, suggesting that this was just a different version of Todoroki. Bakugo, trying to focus on the game, yelled for everyone to be quiet. Kirishima, filled with enthusiasm, took a running leap onto the pool table, only for it to break beneath him. Deku remarked on how manly Kirishima was, though Ida cautioned that it wasn't the best idea. Meanwhile, Bakugo discovered Endeavor's room upstairs and, in a moment of mischief, decided to leave a mess on his computer. This caused Deku to burst into laughter, and Bakugo couldn't contain himself either. Deku, standing in the basement with a red cup reminiscent of movie parties, felt the urge to shout something rebellious. When Ida mentioned the police, Deku instinctively yelled out against them, prompting the others to join in. The sight of a group of spirited kids shouting with confidence was both amusing and chaotic. As the laughter continued, a Mizudafu police officer descended the stairs, taken aback by the scene of rowdy children. He was almost impressed by their audacity. Bakugo, still chuckling, pleaded for everyone to calm down, while Kirishima echoed the sentiment. The officer leaned into his walkie-talkie, calling for backup, which led to Momo questioning if that was a real thing. Jack, still laughing, confirmed that it indeed looked like a van. Kaminari, now a father, added to the chaos by smashing a drink on the ground and yelling for everyone to scatter. The group dispersed in all directions, reminiscent of a scene from a movie where chaos ensues. Deku described how he found himself in the laundry room, climbing out a window into the backyard, contemplating the height of the fence he had never attempted before. Eventually, he woke up at home, shrugging off the absurdity of it all. Half of Class 1A laughed at the nonsensical parts of the story, while the other half questioned how it all happened. On Monday, when Deku returned to school, he encountered Todoroki, who asked if he had been at the party. Deku, lying, said no, and Todoroki recounted the wild events that had unfolded, including the chaos surrounding the pool table and the unfortunate incident with his father's computer. The worst part, however, was the theft of antique photos of his grandmother, which sent his parents into a frenzy. Deku worried about whether he had been involved in the chaos, but he reassured himself that he wouldn't have done such things. 2 years later, while playing video games with a friend named Shinso, he was taken to a side room where he discovered a collection of stolen antique photos. Shocked, he asked Shinso why he did it, to which Shinso replied that it was something irreplaceable. The revelation left everyone in disbelief. Deku concluded that this was why he no longer drank, and Uraraka agreed it was a reasonable choice. Kaminari echoed the sentiment, noting that after what Shinso had done, it was a sensible decision. As the story shifted, Jack excitedly prepared to share another tale, one that involved a hidden secret about One for All. The group listened intently, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. Jack explained that someone had been calling Deku telepathically with another quirk, leaving everyone intrigued. Deku, hearing a beautiful melody, began to sing softly as he walked out of his room, where Eri was sleeping peacefully after a nightmare. Mirio pointed out Eri's presence in Deku's bed, and Jack explained that she had sought comfort after her bad dream. As Deku continued to sing, the others reacted with a mix of admiration and curiosity about the source of the music. Bakugo, despite his usual demeanor, acknowledged the beauty of the singing, while Ida commended Deku for blocking out distractions. Deku's song echoed through the room, capturing the attention of everyone present, as they listened to the heartfelt lyrics that spoke of adventure and the desire for peace amidst chaos. Deku took a deep breath as he stepped out of the dormitory, his voice echoing in the quiet night. He felt a mix of determination and uncertainty as he sang about venturing into the unknown. Eri watched him, her expression curious, sensing the weight of his thoughts. Deku continued, expressing his inner turmoil, questioning if someone was out there who understood him. Uraraka, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, recognizing the struggle within him. Deku's voice grew more powerful as he sang about the challenges he faced, revealing his growing abilities. The moment was electric, and everyone around him felt the shift as he activated his black whip, a manifestation of his strength. Bakugo, watching from a distance, felt a surge of frustration, trying to comprehend the source of Deku's newfound power. All Might observed thoughtfully, connecting the dots to the legacy of One for All. Deku's song became a call to the unknown, a plea for connection. He sang about longing and the desire to be understood, his voice rising in pitch as he reached out to the unseen. The melody echoed back to him, a haunting yet beautiful response that seemed to resonate with his very soul. As he ran along the cliffside, the wind whipped around him, and he felt a sense of freedom and purpose. He was on a journey, one that would lead him to discover not just his powers but also his true self. Deku felt a surge of determination as he prepared to take the stage. Everyone around him cheered, calling out his name. He straightened his arms and legs, and to everyone's amazement, he began to float in the air. Mirio marveled at the sight, while Eri cheered him on with a fist bump. All Might noted that his old master had possessed a similar quirk. As the festival concluded, Aziawa gathered Class 1A for an important announcement. He informed them that due to their impressive performances, they would each be writing their own songs to sing. Bakugo scoffed at the idea, but Kirishima encouraged him to see the fun in it. Hagakure was excited to get started, while Mina wondered if this was similar to their world. Deku asked Aziawa if there was anything else they needed to do, to which Aziawa simply replied that they should do it quietly before settling into his sleeping bag. As everyone began writing, Kirishima, Mineta, and Aoyama finished their songs first. Meanwhile, Deku started to hum a tune to himself, catching Uraraka's attention. She asked if it was for his song, and he admitted that he had had it in his head for a while. Bakugo thought to himself that the song would probably be terrible. Time passed, and family members were invited to watch their children perform. Kirishima, Mineta, and Aoyama were the first to take the stage, followed by Deku. He introduced himself nervously, explaining that the song he was about to sing had been on his mind for some time. Grabbing the microphone, he began to sing about the beauty of his mother, expressing his love and gratitude. Inko was moved to tears by the heartfelt lyrics, while All Might closed his eyes, enjoying the catchy melody. As Deku sang about the joy of having such a wonderful mother, Eri asked Mirio if she could sit in Inko's lap, and he happily obliged. Kota wanted to join them too, and the sight was heartwarming. Mina couldn't hold back her tears, overwhelmed by the sweetness of the moment. After finishing his song, Deku thanked the audience for listening. Once all the performances concluded, his friends praised him for the catchy song. Uraraka hugged Deku, expressing how sweet he was and how it made her understand why he wanted to be a hero. Kirishima chimed in, complimenting Deku's supportive mother. Deku appreciated their kind words. Jack, excited about the next story, announced that every hero and villain would team up to save half of the universe from erasure. Aizawa asked if he was included in this plan, and Jack confirmed that he was. Uraraka inquired about who was in charge of recruitment, and Jack revealed it was Deku. The scene shifted to Nitai's agency, where Deku addressed the gathered heroes and villains. He explained the urgency of their situation and revealed that he possessed 4 of the 6 Infinity Stones. He described Thanos, the Mad Titan, who aimed to erase half the universe to conserve resources, disregarding the lives it would cost. Deku urged everyone to unite to protect their loved ones and to save the world, rallying them with a spirited plus ultra. The crowd echoed his sentiment, shouting, plus ultra. Bakugo suggested a contest to take down the most minions, but Deku insisted that now was not the time for games. He wanted to be a hero that people could look up to, just like All Might. As the Deku squad and Bakugo squad stood outside Ua, they faced Thanos, who sat confidently with 2 Infinity Stones. He taunted them, but Deku assured him they had much more strength than he realized. Kami revealed the rest of their team, surprising Thanos. Bakugo was eager to begin the fight, and Deku shouted, "Plus," before quietly finishing with Ultra, prompting everyone to charge into battle. Mount Lady took action, knocking one of Thanos' ships out of the air, while Deku, Uraraka, and Toga fought off a massive creature. Bakugo launched a series of explosions at their enemies, while Uraraka and Toga switched targets, ready to take on whatever came their way. Uraraka picked up the knife and handed it to Toga, who thanked her in return. Uraraka reflected on how well they had worked together, expressing a wish that Toga were a student. Meanwhile, endnver found himself overwhelmed in battle, but Dabi intervened, helping him to his feet alongside Todoroki. endnver questioned his son about why he was being friendly with a villain, even if it was just for that moment. Todoroki revealed that Dabi was actually Toya Todoroki. Upon hearing this, endnver embraced Dabi, and Dabi reciprocated the hug. Todoroki remained silent as the scene shifted. With everyone else down, only Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki remained. Bakugo noted the situation, realizing they were the last ones standing. Deku pondered the extent of their opponent's power. Everyone woke up in a theater, where a man stood on stage with a cane, most of his face hidden by a top hat. Ochako asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Jack, tipping his hat to the heroes of the past and future. He explained that he had brought them all together for a reason. Bakugo, not one to hold back, demanded to know what Jack wanted, threatening him if he tried to send them back to class. Jack casually dismissed Bakugo's threats and revealed that he was there for Deku. Jack picked up Deku and announced that he would show him and his friends different versions of themselves from various worlds, as the multiverse could continue without Deku. He instructed everyone to take a seat and prepare for the show. With a flip of a switch, seats and tables appeared, laden with snacks and drinks. Jack declared it was time to see what they had first. In another scene, Thanos confronted Deku, who was ready to fight alongside Bakugo. As they battled, Ochako noted how Deku and Bakugo were working together. Thanos landed a punch on Deku, but Deku quickly grabbed Thanos' arm, allowing Bakugo to land an elbow strike to Thanos' face. Todoroki provided backup with his flames, while Deku and Bakugo leaped off walls to gain momentum for their attacks. However, Thanos retaliated, striking them both with ease. Bakugo shouted for Deku to throw him, and Deku complied, launching Bakugo toward Thanos. Bakugo clung to Thanos, pushing him downward. Kirishima wondered if Bakugo would sacrifice himself to take down Thanos. Thanos managed to maneuver himself, dragging Bakugo along the ground, but just then, Deku charged in, powered up to the maximum. Todoroki encouraged them, and All Might called out to them. Everyone cheered as Deku and Bakugo prepared to confront Thanos, holding the Infinity Stones with all their might. In the next scene, Jack announced it was time for another song. Ashido expressed her excitement for Deku's singing after the previous performance, while Inko mentioned they needed a break after the last epic moment. Jack prompted Deku to start. Deku began to sing about feeling unfulfilled despite his efforts to be good and helpful. Jiro commented on the nice music, while Ida and Kirishima reflected on how Deku always did good for others but received little in return. Uraraka empathized with Deku's feelings of emptiness. As Deku continued, he expressed his frustrations about feeling lonely and stressed despite his good deeds. All Might encouraged him to talk about his feelings. The song conveyed Deku's internal struggles and the search for validation. After the song ended, Jack noted the abrupt conclusion, and Deku agreed. He then announced the next segment, introducing Meet UA's Plastics. Ida found it intriguing. Uraraka introduced herself as a new student hoping to make friends. She entered the school and spotted two green-haired individuals, Deku and Tsuya, who greeted her. Taking a deep breath, Uraraka approached them, introducing herself. Deku explained that he was called Deku by his friends because they believed he could do anything. The scene transitioned, setting the stage for new adventures and friendships at UA. Deku pointed out the issue with the plastics, noting that they believed everyone adored them when, in reality, they were quite disliked. Uraraka expressed her frustration, stating that it was their idea for her to act like one of them. Deku responded, emphasizing that it wasn't just an act, she had fully embraced the persona. He accused her of thinking too highly of herself and looking down on others. He admitted his disdain for Regina but highlighted that at least Regina was honest about her feelings, unlike Uraraka, who pretended to be a friend. Deku expressed his frustration, while Uraraka tried to reassure him that everything would be fine. Deku, still upset, mentioned wanting his pink shirt. Jack commented on the situation, and both Deku and Bakugo acknowledged the chaos. As they prepared to enter the next universe, Jack warned that Eri and Kota would need to sit this one out due to its intense nature. He explained that they would be facing a villain who could manipulate quirks, putting them in grave danger. Jiro and Denki, feeling anxious, clung to each other. Jack suggested they start and be ready for anything. The screen displayed Class 1A battling the villain, who used his quirk on Tokoyami, overwhelming him. Kirishima, feeling scared, remarked on the situation. Kota, in his animal form, called out a bear but was too frightened to react. As chaos ensued, everyone covered their eyes. Mina's acid began to melt away, and she realized what was happening. Ojiro struggled as his tail choked him, and silence fell over the group. Momo created a sword from her hand, while Jiro's earphone jacks malfunctioned. Azui fell into water, her tongue wrapping around her neck, leading to her demise. Shoji's many arms caused him pain, and Uraraka floated helplessly into space. Siro's tape ensnared him, and Aoyama's laser caused significant harm. Bakugo's explosive power backfired, and Kirishima's skin began to shed. Denki faced an overload, while Todoroki's ice and fire attacked him simultaneously. Deku suffered severe injuries, and Tenya's legs were burned. The remaining members of Class 1A fled in panic. Jack, frustrated, declared he was done with the sad scenarios and wanted to move on. He then introduced the next universe, which caught Bakugo and Deku off guard. They were shocked by the title, and Jack assured them it would be interesting. The screen showed Bakugo being knocked away, and a robotic version of Todoroki made an appearance. Deku mentioned that the robot was surprisingly nice once you got to know him, which others doubted. Bakugo charged at the metal Todoroki, only to be thrown to the ground. Kirishima expressed concern for Bakugo, while Jack encouraged them to watch closely. The robot taunted Bakugo, and Deku intervened to save him. Jack noted that Deku and Bakugo were two sides of the same coin, sharing the same goal despite their differences. Bakugo, frustrated, unleashed a powerful attack on the metal Todoroki, and Deku narrowly avoided being hit. In a surprising turn, the metal Todoroki kicked Bakugo, causing everyone to react in shock. Bakugo, confused, questioned why he kept getting hit. Amid the laughter, Deku suggested a strategy to defeat the robot, and Bakugo reluctantly agreed. They prepared to attack together, combining their quirks for a powerful move. Eri cheered for their victory, but Deku expressed his need for a break. As they looked towards a cliff, they noticed another metal Todoroki approaching. Bakugo quipped about the situation, and they decided to split their targets. With determination, they powered up their quirks and charged forward. After a brief pause, Deku commented on how everyone had faced challenges, leading to laughter from the group. As the battle continued, the giant metal Todoroki underestimated their strength. Deku prepared for another fight, while Bakugo reminded him of their past encounters with villains. The giant robot captured Deku, tightening its grip, but Bakugo retaliated, freeing Deku and vowing to protect him. In the midst of the chaos, Deku launched an attack on a villain without flinching. Meanwhile, a computer identified his weakness, and the villain seized the opportunity to strike. Uraraka gasped in shock, but the battle was far from over. Jack mentioned that in this universe, he and Deku were married. The scene shifted to the future, where Deku's oldest son was training with his younger brother. He instructed his brother to throw something as hard as he could so he could prepare to face their father in the tournament. He drew a line in the snow with his foot and told his brother to stand behind it. Suddenly, the younger brother seemed to fade away, leaving the oldest son confused about what was happening. Meanwhile, everyone realized what had happened to Deku. A villain had thrown him down a pit, and he landed in the snow, lying there in disbelief. He muttered to himself about the unexpected blow he had received. Bakugo, witnessing the scene, remarked that it wasn't so funny now. Kaminari expressed concern about Deku's well-being, while Bakugo shouted for everyone to get off him. Ida found the situation amusing and started to laugh, pointing out that Bakugo's high-pitched reaction was particularly funny. Kirishima agreed, and Jack decided it was time to move on to the next scene. Jack then introduced a more mature segment, explaining that it was not suitable for Eri and Kota to see. Deku questioned why, and Jack clarified that it was an adult-themed performance, but as heroes, they needed to be prepared for such things. The stage lit up, revealing 3 figures, and music began to play. The spotlight shone on Todoroki, who began to sing, causing the girls in the audience to blush. As Todoroki sang about confidence and allure, the atmosphere grew charged. Kirishima and Kaminari enjoyed the beat, while Jiro tried to hide her embarrassment. The spotlight then shifted to Deku, who appeared nervous but ready. He sang with enthusiasm, captivating the audience, and even received a fan reaction from Uraraka. The performance continued, with Deku and Todoroki harmonizing, creating an engaging and lively atmosphere. As the song progressed, the energy in the room intensified, and the audience was fully immersed in the performance, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Bakugo stood confidently, wearing a hoodie, a baseball cap, rings, and a gold chain that proclaimed him the #1 hero. As Deku and Todoroki finished their singing, he began to rap, showcasing his unexpected talent. The atmosphere was electric as he delivered his lines with enthusiasm, referencing their friendship and playful rivalry. Shiro expressed his surprise at Bakugo's rapping skills, and Bakugo, wide-eyed, admitted he was surprised himself. The trio then launched into a catchy chorus, their voices blending together as they performed with energy, turning their backs to the crowd as the stage lights dimmed. In the aftermath of their performance, Jack noted that this version of their universe would differ from others, hinting at a pivotal moment where Deku would finally confront Bakugo. Bakugo, sensing the tension, remarked that he was going to have a bad time. Uraraka declared her loyalty to Deku, stating she felt safe by his side. Bakugo echoed her sentiment, claiming he felt safe when Deku was around. The screen showed Deku's growing frustration, prompting a playful reaction from Hagakure, who noted the change in his demeanor. Deku challenged Bakugo, asking if he wanted to repeat his earlier statement. Bakugo, caught off guard, stammered in response. Kaminari chimed in, questioning if that was all he had to say. Jiro encouraged him to express what he would say if he saw Deku angry, to which Kaminari conceded. Deku pressed Bakugo to reiterate his claim about feeling safe around him. Bakugo hesitated but eventually acknowledged their long-standing friendship, admitting he had always had Deku's back. However, Deku challenged him, questioning whether Bakugo had truly supported him when he aspired to be a hero. Uraraka and Ida agreed with Deku, pointing out the validity of his concerns. Todoroki pondered whether Deku had faced bullying before meeting them. Bakugo stumbled over his words, trying to defend himself, but Deku interrupted, emphasizing the hurtful suggestion Bakugo had made in the past. The group shot Bakugo disapproving looks, even Eri and Kota joining in with their own expressions of disappointment. Bakugo, realizing he had crossed a line, admitted he might have gone too far. However, Deku's response was sharp, highlighting the gravity of Bakugo's past actions and the impact they had on him. Deku's words resonated with the group, leaving them to reflect on the complexities of their friendships and the importance of support in their journey as heroes. Maybe the reason one couldn't act like a decent person was because they couldn't get over the fact that another would become a better hero. Deku's words hung in the air, surprising everyone around him. Mina remarked on how she didn't expect Midoriya to snap like that, especially in front of Bakugo. Kaminari expressed his astonishment at the scene unfolding. Jack announced the next topic, mentioning Deku at a young age. All Might inquired if this was a sequel to the universe where Deku was a father. Jack clarified that it was another alternate future where Deku was married to Melissa Shield, and everyone believed they made the perfect team. As Jack pondered, he realized he should have invited them down. He attempted to snap his fingers but failed. Rubbing his hands together, he tried again, successfully opening a portal through which Dave and Melissa Shield emerged. Once they regained their footing, Jack greeted them with a bow and prepared to continue. Dave, confused, asked who Jack was. Jack introduced himself, stating he already knew who they were, so there was no need for introductions. He invited them to take a seat so they could begin. Suddenly, a villain's cry echoed through the air, and the scene shifted to a partially destroyed city block. A large, menacing man stood in a small crater, dressed in random clothes. Tsuya expressed her annoyance, questioning what kind of villain this was. Eri and Melissa asked for clarification, while Uraraka explained that this type believed they were unstoppable simply because they had a powerful quirk. The villain boasted about being stronger than All Might, claiming no hero could stop him. An adult Deku stepped forward, ready to take on the challenge. Ochako, Melissa, Eri, and Kota cheered joyfully at the sight of their friend and hero in a sleek costume. Melissa, curious about the suit, learned that she had actually made it, which left her shocked. Mina admired Deku's cool appearance, while Momo added that he looked handsome. The villain, angered, questioned Deku's identity. Deku calmly stated he was just a hero who was number one. The villain scoffed, insisting Deku would go down, launching rockets from his hands. Deku skillfully dodged the rockets with a Delaware smash, taunting the villain about the threat he posed. Bakugo called the villain a coward, while Kirishima noted how unmanly the villain's retreat was. Tetsu urged the villain to fight Deku like a man. Melissa reminded Deku that they were fast and encouraged him to follow them. Deku confirmed he had been tracking them for a while. As they caught up to the villain, he yelled at them to give up while firing rockets. Melissa announced her attack, using bubble rockets against him. The villain growled in frustration, and Melissa suggested they work together. Deku assured her he had a plan. The villain fired more rockets, but Deku executed another Delaware smash, causing the rockets to collide. Determined to end the confrontation, Deku charged at the villain, yelling, "Detroit Smash!" He knocked the villain out and stood triumphantly atop a building. Jack asked how that was, and Eri responded with enthusiasm, declaring it amazing. Jack then announced the next universe but fell silent, prompting Momo to ask if something was wrong. Jack walked away as the screen displayed Deku after saving Bakugo. Uraraka noticed someone at a distant table and pointed them out. Deku advised her not to look, explaining that they referred to those three as the plastics. He described them as shiny, fake, and hard, noting how they played mind games throughout the schoolyard. They might mock someone's clothing or make fun of their name, like when they teased Jen Moorcock until she was overwhelmed. Deku added that Ms. Moorcock was a teacher. Tsuya elaborated on Regina George, the queen bee of their school, always impeccably dressed and consistently winning the title of Spring Fling Queen. The others were merely drones working for her. Ashido chimed in, introducing herself as one of the plastics and declaring her significance. She boasted about her looks and power, claiming the whole school was enamored with her. Deku pointed out Gretchen Wieners, who seemed to know everything about everyone, and Tsuya humorously noted that her hair was so voluminous because it was full of secrets. Momo began to sing, revealing her role as a loyal follower of Regina, spending every hour ensuring Regina remained in power. She compared herself to a disco ball, bright and fun, and mentioned how she could extract secrets from others to bring them to Regina, who would then create chaos in their lives. Tsuya introduced Karen Smith, who was known for her lack of intelligence. Deku recounted a humorous incident where she mistakenly spelled orange. Karen introduced herself, seemingly oblivious to her reputation. Ashido invited Uraraka to join them for lunch, insisting that she needed friends who could guide her. Despite Uraraka's hesitations, Ashido reassured her that there was no need to thank them or even speak. They would see her at the same time the next day. The group collectively announced their tradition of wearing pink on Wednesdays. As time passed, Deku found himself alone, looking frustrated. He addressed Uraraka, reminding her of his name. Bakugo, noticing Deku's mood, expressed concern, while Ida clarified that it was just Midoriya. Deku pointed out that he had a valid point, which surprised Uraraka, who thought they were friends. A random student mentioned All Might, prompting cheers from the crowd. Deku smiled at the attention, but then Death Arms confronted him, criticizing his recklessness for putting himself in danger. Deku defended his actions, insisting he was trying to help. Bakugo agreed with Deku, which shocked him. Death Arms retorted that helping someone like Deku only made things worse. Jiro and Kaminari voiced their disapproval of Death Arms' rudeness, while Kirishima emphasized that being unkind to someone trying to help was not admirable. Deku argued that if he hadn't intervened, they would have just watched someone suffer. Uraraka supported Deku, prompting Death Arms to demand an explanation. Deku stammered, apologizing for his outburst. Death Arms insisted he clarify his words. Ida noted the tense atmosphere, while Ojiro and Tokoyami agreed that it felt darker than usual. Deku vowed to save Bakugo, declaring he would ensure people knew he had helped. All Might shared his perspective on the importance of wanting to become a hero, even if others mocked them for their choices. He recounted a story about how he had once been perceived as a villain, leaving everyone in disbelief. Later, Deku approached Overhaul with a proposition. He offered to let Overhaul continue his work in exchange for half of his earnings, while also ensuring Eri's safety. Overhaul agreed, proposing to collaborate with Deku and the League of Villains. Deku accepted the deal, feeling satisfied with the arrangement. Deku looked to the stars, speaking to his beloved daughter. Life was strange and vast, filled with wonders and joys. He encouraged her to face each new day with clear and true eyes, unafraid of the unknown, because he would face it all with her. He urged her to look to the stars and gaze up at the moon, assuring her that even as the days passed, he was always thinking of her. He promised that he would be there soon, and it wouldn't be long until they were together. Everyone was surprised by Deku's singing voice. He wished Eri good night and she smiled back, calling him daddy. The other girls cooed at the sweet exchange. As Eri fell asleep, Deku's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing she had just called him her dad. In another universe, Jack announced that the next one was an exciting one. Deku asked why, and Jack, putting his notes away, yelled, "It's morphing time!" In his place stood a person dressed in red, who removed his helmet to reveal himself as the Red Ranger. Eri exclaimed how cool it was, and Jack encouraged everyone to join him. The screen displayed Deku, Todoroki, Bakugo, Uraraka, and Tsuyu being transported to the command center. Deku wondered why they were there, and Tsuyu pointed out that it resembled a spaceship. Bakugo protested, insisting there was no way he would be probed. Suddenly, Zordon appeared, addressing them as Rangers. Aziawa questioned who he was, and Jack explained that Zordon was the mentor of the Power Rangers. Deku asked if Zordon was the one who transported them there, to which Zordon confirmed they were still on Earth and had been chosen to be Power Rangers. Bakugo expressed disbelief, while Uraraka excitedly noted that her hero suit already resembled a Power Ranger. Jack pointed out that to morph, they needed to hold their morphers to the sky and yell the name of the hero they were based on. Zordon urged them to hurry, as UA was in trouble. Determined to help, Deku suggested they try out their new powers. Jack, shaking with excitement, encouraged them. Deku yelled, "All Might," and Bakugo shouted, "Why does Deku get all might?" Jack shushed him, enjoying a bag of popcorn. Todoroki yelled, "Endnver," while Mina remarked that she wasn't surprised. Bakugo called out, "Eraserhead," and Uraraka yelled, "Ryukyu," followed by Tsuyu with, "Gang Orca." In an instant, they transformed into mini-versions of the heroes. Jack announced that Kirishima had just demorphed from his fat gum form. Kirishima acknowledged that he had been chosen by Rita Repulsa to become her evil Green Ranger, the first evil ranger in Power Ranger history. He had nearly succeeded in defeating the original team but was ultimately freed from Rita's control by the original Red Ranger. Now, having turned good, Kirishima wanted to join as the new Green Ranger. Zordon instructed him to place the green power coin in the morphing grid to control the power. Deku welcomed Kirishima to the team, glad to have him as a ranger. Jack then introduced the next universe, which sent chills down his spine. Deku asked what it was about, and Jack revealed that every version of Deku was about to fight the most evil Deku ever. The room fell silent as the universe began, showcasing medieval Deku, space warrior Deku, and vampire killer Deku being blown back by an unseen force into a group of other Dekus. As two Dekus prepared to rise, A god made of wings appeared in a glowing orb in the center. Mina wondered if it was a god, and Uraraka speculated that every version of Deku would have to fight it. Bakugo questioned what this meant for their Deku, asking what this evil version was called. Jack revealed it was the one-winged angel of darkness Deku. The angelic Deku began to rise as the god powered up, sending shockwaves through the other Dekus. The orb turned black and split in two, ominous music playing as the first-class hero Deku recognized the threat. He declared that it was him. Uraraka expressed her fear as the one-winged angel of darkness Deku effortlessly took down the other Dekus. Bakugo questioned the significance of the angel's wing, while Kirishima pointed out the oddity of the situation. The one-winged angel of darkness Deku rushed toward the original Deku, appearing to stab him in the chest. Deku clutched his chest, and Eri and Kota covered their eyes, worried for him. Relief washed over everyone when it became clear that Deku was not dead. The first-class hero Deku charged at the one-winged angel of darkness Deku, and they clashed. The original Deku was thrown back during their second clash, but he quickly regained his footing. As they engaged in a sword fight, the first-class Deku began to glow with a blue aura, using a move called Omni-Slash. His sword split into 5, and he attacked with precision, landing gracefully as the aura faded. The one-winged angel of darkness Deku staggered, showing signs of being hurt. Uraraka asked if he had won. First-class hero Deku responded that she should stay where she belonged in his memories. The one-winged angel of darkness, Deku, declared that he would never be a memory. He began to glow with a rainbow aura and transformed into a god. The screen turned off, and everyone sighed. Jack remarked that this was one they wouldn't return to. Jack then announced that the next universe was romantic. Mina expressed her eagerness to see it. Deku reflected on the hardships he had endured as a hero, pondering how he could never have fathomed the situation he found himself in. He and Tsuyu were sitting on a bench, and Mirio commented on them being on a date. Kirishima agreed, while Nijira questioned how it had happened. Deku thought back to the end of another day at UA when Ishido had asked him if he was free that night. He hesitated but eventually admitted he had no plans. Ishido happily took that as a yes and turned to Tsuyu, who confirmed she was free as well. Mina shook with excitement, and Uraraka asked what was happening. Mina declared that she was not going to have fun on their date, to which Tsuyu responded in surprise. Deku was still trying to process what had just happened. Ishido had set him and Azui up on a date. He exclaimed in disbelief, questioning Ishido's actions. She confidently stated that she had hooked him up on a date and added that he was welcome. Kirishima wondered why Tsuyu was chosen, while Shiro remarked that he thought Ishido would pair her with Tokoyami instead. Tokoyami was confused about why he was even mentioned. Jack interjected with an explanation about penguins being birds that can swim, linking it to Tokoyami's bird head and Tsuyu's frog traits, suggesting their child would have a penguin quirk. Both Tokoyami and Tsuyu acknowledged his reasoning. Deku mumbled that while Azui was nice and cool, everything was happening too fast for him to handle. Mina encouraged him to have a little confidence, teasingly referencing a moment from the locker room. The screen briefly showed a censored image of Mina, prompting Jack to rush in and cover her. Deku commented on the situation, comparing Jack to Mineta, who lamented being the one to look. Momo pointed out that they could hear him. Ishido reassured Deku that she was the only one who used it, asking him not to tell Momo. Tsuyu questioned why Momo would care, and Jack admitted he didn't know how to react to everything that was unfolding. Suddenly, Azui became the least of Deku's worries. Mina insisted that he needed to go on the date. When Deku asked why, Ida admitted he didn't know either. Mina explained that ever since they moved into the dorms, she sensed something was bothering Azui, but she wouldn't say anything. She felt that something was off, and the others didn't suspect a thing. Deku realized it sounded like she wanted him to spy on her. Kirishima confirmed that he wasn't wrong. Mina clarified that he should take her to a movie, go to karaoke, or grab dinner, just show her a good time. She questioned his expression, asking if he had ever been on a date before. Jack counted down, and when he reached 1, Mina burst into laughter, unable to believe that Deku had never been on a date. Hagakure chimed in, calling Mina mean. Jack mentioned a universe where Deku was friends with Bakugo and bullied a girl with a cute voice and a wolf quirk, prompting an outraged response from both Mina and Bakugo. Deku lamented that all his confidence had vanished, recalling that he had been quirkless before starting at UA. Most of the people at Deku's school treated him poorly, using him as a punching bag. Bakugo had particularly targeted him during their first hero training class. Ida remarked that this was an understatement, while Bakugo simply turned away, his expression filled with anger. Mina, ever the optimist, reassured Deku that she had the perfect solution. With a flourish, she revealed Toru, who greeted them with a cheerful wave. Mina explained that while she would assist Deku through the comlink, Toru would use her invisibility to create a romantic atmosphere. Toru commented that they looked cute together, and Mina handed her a pair of glasses, insisting that she needed them for the skit, even though Toru pointed out that she didn't normally wear glasses. Deku wondered if those glasses belonged to Tenya. Mina dramatically declared the start of Operation Pep Step, which elicited a compliment from Kirishima about her enthusiasm. A random student asked for directions to Mei Hatsum, and Deku promptly provided them. Afterward, he reflected on how Mina and Toru had helped him prepare for his date with Azui. Although it felt strange to go on a date with a classmate, he decided to see it through. When he arrived to pick up Azui, she complimented his appearance, causing him to blush. Azui also blushed, and she asked if he was ready to go. Uraraka and Mina chimed in, praising Azui's fashion sense and suggesting they borrow some clothes for future dates. Deku thought to himself that Azui looked really cute. Meanwhile, Toru whispered for him to say something, and in a flustered moment he exclaimed that Azui looked nice. She thanked him, and Deku began to feel that Mina's idea might actually be fun, despite the mishaps they had encountered, including a fire and a mix-up with movie tickets. This led to an incredibly awkward moment between him and Azui. Bakugo laughed at the situation, prompting Jack to express his annoyance. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Jack's brother appeared, delivering a note for Mina and Toru before disappearing again. Deku felt uncertain as he handed them a note explaining that they needed a permit to assist with the date. In his mind, Deku pleaded for help from Mina and Toru. Azui apologized for the earlier mishaps, explaining that they were just accidents, except for the movie incident, which Deku felt partly responsible for. Azui fell silent, and Kirishima noted that he didn't like when someone was quiet. Deku realized he had never seen Azui so emotional. Mina asked Deku if he believed in fairy tales, to which he responded with curiosity. Azui shared that her parents used to read her stories, including one about a princess who kissed a frog, which turned into a prince. Jack chimed in, noting that it was a popular fairy tale. Azui continued, telling a version of the story where the princess, despite being loved by her kingdom, lacked confidence due to a curse that turned her into a frog if her spirit wavered. When bandits attacked her kingdom, she chose to fight back, but her heart wavered. The bandits mocked her, calling her a monster, yet she refused to give up. Just as the situation seemed dire, a hero prince arrived, assuring the princess that her bravery had protected their people. He encouraged her to stand tall and embrace her true self. Azui revealed that her mother had added her own creative touches to the story, and with the kingdom united, they defeated the bandits. The hero prince told the princess that even though they had won, her soul still wavered. The princess realized that her form was not a curse but a blessing, and she decided to embrace her true power. Azui revealed that this was the origin of her hero name, Froppy. Deku recalled their bus trip to the USJ, where Azui had commented that his quirk resembled All Might's. She confessed that when she first saw All Might, she thought he was the hero from her story, but meeting Deku changed everything for her. Deep down, she felt that he might be her hero. Deku was taken aback by her words, while Hagakure excitedly noted the significance of the moment. Mina urged everyone to be quiet, emphasizing that this was the good part. Azui continued, revealing her feelings, and Deku was left speechless, caught in the emotional whirlwind of the moment. Azui began to understand what it truly meant to be a hero. She reflected on people who were willing to do whatever it took to save others, even at the cost of their own lives. However, every time Deku got injured, her heart felt like it was breaking. The thought of losing him was painful, But what hurt the most was knowing he would die happy if it meant saving just one person. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Deku glanced at his injured hand and called out to her. Azui turned to him, her heart racing as he moved closer, their lips brushing together in a gentle kiss. The moment was electric, causing a stir among their friends. Inko gasped, while Ida and Kaminari expressed their surprise. Eri found it adorable, and Mina and Hagakure squealed with excitement, jumping and hugging each other in joy. Deku, feeling the weight of his promise, declared that if dying would cause Azui so much pain, then he vowed he wouldn't die. Mina found his words romantic, while Azui, still processing the moment, expressed her feelings for him. Conflicted, Deku felt a rush of emotions. He liked her too, but he wasn't sure how to respond to her confession. Azui noticed his rambling and sighed, while a computer voice humorously interrupted, indicating an error in his processing. Azui encouraged Deku to get back home, lifting him up as Mina cheered about their successful operation. Kirishima questioned the name change, and Hagakure wondered why they weren't helping Azui carry Deku. Jack reassured them that Azui was stronger than she looked and seemed happier than ever. Jack then led everyone to a giant cafe with a garden, explaining that he wanted to make it more lively. He checked the guest list and noted that 2 people were missing, sarcastically wondering who they could be. With a snap of his fingers, 2 portals opened, revealing 2 newcomers. One in a Japanese schoolgirl uniform with glasses, and the other with pale skin, rosy cheeks, and dressed in a suit with a red blazer and bow tie. Jack greeted the girl in the school uniform, who introduced herself as Toga, surprising everyone with her polite demeanor. The other girl, Charlie, rushed to hug Jack, expressing how much she missed him. Jack introduced them to the group, explaining that Toga was from another universe and Charlie was his girlfriend, the Princess of Hell. Mina complimented Charlie, who nervously explained her role and where she was from. Todoroki inquired about her origins, and Charlie explained that she was born in Hell. Deku, in his usual manner, began to ramble about the implications of her being Satan's child, prompting curious looks from the others. Jack confirmed that Deku was always like this, and Charlie giggled, recalling Jack's earlier comments. Jack then directed everyone to the buffet, where they could find a variety of foods from different cultures. They grabbed trays and sat at various tables, with Class 1A gathering in booths. As they processed the information about the universes, Bakugo suddenly confronted Jack, demanding to know why Deku was the #1 hero instead of him. Charlie, in her demon form, warned Bakugo not to harm Jack, her voice icy. Jack intervened, thanking Charlie for her reminder and clarifying that My Hero Academia focused on Izuku's journey to becoming the world's greatest hero. The room fell silent in disbelief. Jack then opened the floor for questions, and nearly everyone raised their hands. Eri asked why Deku and Ochako were her parents in the second universe they had seen. Jack explained that in many universes, Izuku and Ochako adopted her, though in some, it was Aizawa or Mirio. Most commonly, however, it was indeed Izuku and Ochako who took her in. Mina asked if the people who shipped Midoriya and Uraraka with others in Jack's universe meant they were together in those other universes. Jack explained that the multiverse contained infinite possibilities, including worlds where Izuku and Ochako were paired with different people. Mina then inquired if they would see those universes, to which Toga expressed her hope that they wouldn't. Jack reassured them that while he enjoyed shipping characters, he focused on pairings that made sense and were cute. Todoroki posed a question about Midoriya being All Might's secret love child, to which Jack replied that he knew for certain that wasn't the case. Just because their quirks were similar didn't imply a familial connection. Todoroki pointed out that since the multiverse had endless possibilities, there must be universes where they were related. Jack confirmed this but added that those universes were not favorable for Deku, as he faced neglect and abuse from his family and friends, even from his sister. The group was taken aback by this revelation. Jack then announced it was time to move on to the next universe, urging everyone to return to the theater. He warned them that this one would be a bit strange and short, advising them to take notes. As the universe began, Uraraka expressed her excitement, while Deku asked what was so strange about it. Jack simply told him to watch. Uraraka, feeling overwhelmed, mentioned that she should be resting as her term approached, which prompted Kirishima to comment on her mood swing. Mina agreed, noting how drained Uraraka sounded. Aziawa remarked that she sounded more tired than he was. Uraraka, frustrated, told Deku to leave her alone, which made him nervous about grocery shopping with her. Hagakure felt sorry for Deku, while Uraraka growled in annoyance. Deku tried to calm her down, but Uraraka warned him not to mention the remaining 2 months of her term again, threatening to throw him through the ceiling if he did. Kirishima noted that her mood swings were extreme, and Deku whimpered about cookies, to which Uraraka demanded he come to her. Deku found himself at Bakugo's house, trembling in a chair while Bakugo looked at him quizzically. Kirishima urged Bakugo to stay calm, pointing out that Deku was scared. Bakugo questioned what Deku had to be afraid of. Jack nervously hummed a tune, and Bakugo wondered if Deku was overreacting. Deku continued to shake, explaining that Uraraka's mood swings had become intense and aggressive, especially if her snacks weren't available. The group was shocked by this revelation. Deku further explained that his hips were still in pain from the stress of the situation, which Mina found excessive. Bakugo commented on Deku's complaints, and Jack noted that in this universe, Deku was cooler while Bakugo was calmer. Deku insisted that men weren't built to handle such situations, and Bakugo questioned whether he should even ask what had happened. Just then, Uraraka burst through the door, furious and demanding to know where Deku was. Bakugo, terrified, pointed out Deku's hiding place, and Uraraka ordered him to come out. Deku complied, feeling betrayed by Bakugo's actions. Jack concluded that this was the end of that universe, and Eri asked if Deku and Bakugo were okay. Jack reassured her that they were fine in the universe but much better in real life. Bakugo agreed, stating that was an understatement. Jack then announced the next universe, which was based on a hero called Spider-Man. Bakugo laughed at the name, but Jack explained that Spider-Man was impressive due to his enhanced abilities, and in this universe, Deku was Spider-Man while Bakugo played an anti-hero named Deadpool. Everyone considered this new dynamic. As the universe unfolded, Izuku complimented Uraraka, who playfully questioned if that meant she had value. Kirishima asked if it was a joke, to which Kaminari added that it made no sense. Izuku clarified that he didn't mean it that way, and Uraraka revealed she was just teasing him. They shared a light moment, and Uraraka thanked him, returning the compliment. Later, Uraraka ran to Izuku, throwing aside a morning star to embrace him. She asked if he was okay, and he reciprocated the concern. Uraraka explained that they had encountered drones that had been following them but had suddenly stopped, wondering if Izuku was responsible. He confirmed that he was. As they broke their hug, Uraraka revealed she had brought the morning star in case he needed help and mentioned a sweaty guy in the tower who had given her a broken black dahlia necklace. Izuku was distraught at its condition, expressing his sorrow for what had happened. Uraraka had a plan, one she thought was a bit silly. She had written everything down, intending to buy a special gift for Izuku and present it to him in Paris at the top of a beautiful landmark. In a moment of courage, she kissed Izuku on the lips, leaving him bewildered. Both of them blushed, and Izuku expressed his surprise at the kiss. Uraraka admitted that she often struggled to connect with others and confessed that she had been watching him not just because she thought he resembled Spider-Man. Izuku smiled and revealed his feelings, saying he really liked her. Uraraka responded in kind, and they shared a brief kiss, which turned into a longer, more tender moment as the music swelled around them. Their friends, Mina and Hagakure, watched with delight, commenting on the sweet moment. Uraraka chuckled and suggested it was time to return to class, while Izuku agreed, feeling a bit lost for words. She picked up her morning star, saying it was just in case. In another universe, Jack asked how the last one had been, to which Mina replied it was really cute. Jack then introduced the next universe, where Izuku was a great detective named Izuku Holmes, showcasing his skills in a boxing match. The scene shifted to Izuku, who was enjoying a roast dinner when he was unexpectedly pushed into a boxing ring, shirtless and glistening with sweat. The girls in the audience were captivated by his physique, causing a bit of chaos as Jack tried to manage their excitement while everyone else focused on the match. Kirishima expressed his admiration for Izuku's fighting skills, while All Might beamed with pride. During the match, Izuku's opponent landed a lucky jab, causing Izuku to stumble. After a quick drink of water, Izuku regained his composure and pushed his opponent against the wall, which amazed Eri and Kota, who noted how skillfully he maneuvered. The fight intensified, and after a series of exchanges, Izuku's opponent landed a punch that knocked him down, causing a bit of blood to trickle from his mouth. In the audience, Momo was dressed elegantly, hiding her face with a hat. Izuku, after a moment of contemplation, declared the match over, acknowledging his opponent's victory. Kirishima remarked that Izuku seemed to know he wouldn't win, while Jack praised him as a true honorable fighter. However, the opponent spat at the back of Izuku's head, prompting a collective "ew" from the audience. Izuku then analyzed the fight strategically, detailing his plan to counter his opponent's moves. With swift precision, he executed his strategy, defeating his opponent in a flurry of motion. Momo was left bewildered, asking what had just happened, while Jack explained that Izuku had meticulously planned everything before executing it flawlessly. Bakugo grumbled in disbelief, questioning where such skill had come from. The next universe was based on a popular game, Jack announced, explaining its appeal with catchy music and cameos from beloved characters. Eri was curious about what made it so special, and Jack enthusiastically described the vibrant atmosphere. The scene transitioned to a stage where Midnight faced off against Deku in a singing battle. Ochako was excited, wondering what was happening, while Jack confirmed the music was already starting. Deku looked determined but noticed Uraraka in the audience, waving at him, while Bakugo appeared annoyed. Kota sat beside Eri with popcorn, not sharing, while Aziawa observed them both. The crowd was buzzing with excitement for the showdown. As the music began, Midnight started singing, and Deku, initially shy, eventually joined in, taking back the song with confidence. The audience cheered, and Aziawa tapped his leg to the beat, while Kota and Eri giggled at their silly dance moves. As the performance continued, Midnight sang again, and the energy in the room escalated. Deku's charisma shone through, and he captivated the audience, even as Bakugo watched in stunned silence. The song reached its peak, and as the mic flew into Deku's hand, the title appeared on the screen, fading to black. Everyone felt exhausted yet exhilarated from dancing through the entire universe. Uraraka commented on how, despite not saying any words, the music was incredible, and Kirishima agreed, expressing that he had never heard such good music before. Jack asked if everyone had enjoyed it, and they all nodded in agreement. In the next universe, Jack revealed that Deku and Bakugo had been friends for 20 years. Kaminari was surprised by the length of their friendship, and Jack nervously laughed. Deku, however, was frustrated, lamenting their predicament in the middle of the ocean with only the hilt of a sword, worried about missing Uraraka's birthday. Mina clarified that it was indeed Uraraka's special day, and Jack explained that Deku and Bakugo were on a quest to retrieve the Sword of Destiny, intending to get Uraraka the perfect gift she deserved. Bakugo questioned why Deku was going to such lengths for her. Deku expressed his feelings, stating that he loved her, which caused him to blush. Bakugo, confused, questioned the meaning of love. Deku realized that Bakugo genuinely didn't understand, so he explained that love is a deep feeling that arises when you see someone special. It makes your heart race and fills you with happiness. It's one of the strongest and most wonderful emotions one can experience for another person. Bakugo, still puzzled, made a comment that hinted at his misunderstanding. The Deku squad faced the pro heroes, and everyone watched intently. Deku felt a surge of frustration as he declared that he would not tolerate Bakugo's antics any longer. Bakugo, with a confident smirk, insisted that he was in love, while Deku could only shake his head in disbelief, calling Bakugo an idiot. Bakugo retorted that he wouldn't go through all this trouble for something trivial, suggesting he could easily find pictures online instead. Deku, determined, asserted that he believed someone had feelings for him too, but Bakugo dismissed this idea, claiming the girl in question liked him instead. Uraraka chimed in, expressing her disdain for Bakugo, which only fueled Deku's anger. He pointed out that not every girl found Bakugo appealing, to which Bakugo responded with bravado, recalling how he had dealt with bullies in the past to impress girls. Deku reminded him that his actions had often hurt others, including himself, and he had remained friends with Bakugo out of a misguided belief in their friendship. Bakugo's expression shifted to one of concern as Kirishima commented on Bakugo's behavior, calling it unmanly. Bakugo shot back, feeling insulted. Jack, trying to lighten the mood, suggested covering Eri's ears as tensions escalated. Deku, shaking with anger, confronted Bakugo about their friendship, feeling betrayed after years of enduring Bakugo's behavior. They began to argue, exchanging accusations and insults, each claiming they were glad to be rid of the other. As the atmosphere lightened, Ojiro remarked on the emotional exchange, and Bakugo felt embarrassed as everyone laughed. Jack then shifted the conversation to an alternate universe where Bakugo became the #1 hero, leading to unexpected consequences for the hero agency. Bakugo sank into his seat, realizing the implications of this alternate reality. Kirishima pointed out that being the #1 hero in this timeline was a bad ending, much like the villainous path Deku could take. Bakugo reflected on his past, expressing a desire for more than what he had, leading to a cycle of greed and ambition that only fueled his pride. Deku explained that greed was like a pet that needed constant feeding, and Bakugo's pride was a dangerous worm that could never be satisfied. Momo connected the dots, realizing that Bakugo's pride was the root of his troubles. Deku urged Bakugo to understand that his relentless pursuit of success was only triggering more problems. Bakugo, in turn, spoke about the survival of the fittest, emphasizing the struggle of companies and individuals to thrive in a competitive world, even if it meant overlooking the consequences of their actions. As Bakugo's character aged, the screen showed his descent into sadness, culminating in a ruined Japan, a stark reminder of the chaos his choices had wrought. All Might's voice echoed the truth of Bakugo's journey, confirming that his actions had led to a bad ending. Jack then introduced a new universe, one that seemed to lack purpose. The scene shifted to an older, bulkier Izuku, who introduced himself as the heavy weapons guy, showcasing an impressive weapon. His presence was imposing, and he humorously lamented about the weapon's power and cost, leaving everyone in awe. As Izuku looked around, he expressed his dismay over someone touching his prized possession, causing Ochako to blush. The atmosphere turned lighthearted as Mina pointed out the amusing situation, while Kaminari expressed his reluctance to engage with Izuku, fearing his size and strength. Jack took a moment to honor Izuku's attachment to his weapon, while Izuku reflected on the futility of trying to outsmart him, holding up a cartridge as a warning. The sound of the weapon revving filled the air, and Izuku's laughter echoed ominously as the scene faded to black, leaving a lasting impression of his formidable presence. Jack mentioned that in this universe, Izuku was married to Ochako, and this version of him had a physique that was purely muscular. Everyone reacted with a collective "ah," while Uraraka hid her face, imagining what it would be like to have a version of Deku like that hugging her in bed. It felt like a dream. Jack then stated that since they were exploring this universe, they needed to pay respects to a fallen soldier. He handed out helmets to everyone and instructed them to make a loser sign with their hands while shouting, "Screaming Eagles." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Jack enthusiastically yelled, "Screaming Eagles." Any moment now, Shigaraki would make his move. Deku felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He held a beaten Bakugo, bloodied but still defiant. He knew he had sunk low, but he believed that whatever he had done, Bakugo deserved it. Inko called out to her son, but Deku silenced her with a firm command. He couldn't believe he had become a villain. Accepting this new identity, he resolved that it was time to either step up or back down. There was only one answer for him. He would stand up and fight, confident that he was right. He felt ready as he could ever be. Momo declared that it was time to rise up or stand down, and the choice was clear. Uraraka noted that Momo had prepared them to confront the villains. Momo, wielding a newly created sword, swore that if anyone was in, they should join her. Todoroki affirmed his readiness, and Ida and Kirishima echoed the sentiment. The crowd rallied, expressing their readiness as well. All Might questioned whether they could truly do this, but Uraraka reassured him that together they would prevail. Deku was determined to make himself heard. The crowd rallied once more, declaring that it was time to redeem themselves or resolve their conflicts. Momo vowed to prove that they could trust her, while Uraraka expressed her desire to protect her home and family. The crowd recognized that the moment had arrived, and the line was drawn. Todoroki and Momo both affirmed their readiness, joined by Uraraka and All Might. Deku felt the same, ready as he could ever be. To be continued. Jack appeared, casually commenting on the surprise of the situation. He explained that the next universe would serve as a prequel to Daddy Deku. Deku was intrigued, and Jack informed him that at this point in time, he was still at UA. Dark clouds filled the night sky, and rain poured down, accompanied by loud thunderclaps. Wrapped in a blanket on the couch, Eri shivered nervously, unable to sleep. The dark, empty dorm lobby reminded her of her time in the Shai Hasaikai base, and the raging storm outside only intensified her fear. A particularly loud thunderclap startled Eri, causing her to scream. Tears streamed down her face as she began to sob. Deku, waking up to get a glass of milk, heard her cries and quickly approached her. Concerned, he asked what was wrong. Eri, still sobbing, questioned why he was down there. Ida remarked on Deku's care for Eri, while Bakugo noted that it was no wonder Deku wanted to be a hero. Deku explained that he couldn't sleep and guessed Eri was having trouble too. Eri nodded, and another thunderclap made her yelp, prompting her to jump into Deku's arms, sobbing into his chest. He gently stroked her hair, reassuring her that everything would be okay and encouraging her to share what was troubling her. Eri expressed her fear of sleeping in the dark, which reminded her too much of her old home. Kirishima reacted with concern, and Deku shuddered at the thought of Eri's past with Overhaul. He offered her the option to sleep in his room, and her eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated, not wanting to be a burden, but Deku insisted that it was all right and that he would do anything for her. Eri's eyes sparkled with gratitude as a smile spread across her face. She hugged Deku tightly, and he returned the embrace. Snuggling up to him, they settled on his bed, though Eri still trembled slightly. Deku asked if she wanted him to sing her a lullaby, prompting surprise from Jiro and Kaminari, who questioned why it was unexpected. Eri snuggled closer to Deku and nodded, ready to find comfort in his voice. Everyone yelled right after "Screaming Eagles." In the next universe, Jack explained that Deku was fighting Shigaraki. The battle escalated from a simple fight to a fierce struggle where they seemed to be fighting for their lives, and their quirks no longer mattered. All Might expressed his surprise at the intensity of the situation. Jack was eager to see how Goku Deku would handle it. Shigaraki taunted, taking the fight seriously now, while Deku prepared to show his true strength. As Shigaraki unleashed powerful beams from his hands, Deku skillfully dodged them, remarking that he hadn't expected to be using blasts in this fight. Shigaraki reminded him that this was no game, they were fighting for survival. Deku moved with incredible speed, appearing almost as if he were teleporting, and began to gain the upper hand. Shigaraki, frustrated, resorted to using his decay quirk, causing debris to trap Deku. With determination in his eyes, Deku vowed not to let Shigaraki destroy his world. In a flash, he became a green blur, and the onlookers could hear voices they didn't recognize. Mina questioned the change in Deku's eyes, while Kirishima admitted he was completely lost in the fast-paced action. All Might noted that Deku was using his quirk at full power, warning that if he continued, he could seriously injure himself. The two continued to exchange blows, moving faster than anyone could follow. Deku decided to respond to Shigaraki's taunts, preparing a powerful move. He attempted to strike Shigaraki but missed twice, then declared he had something special for him. Shigaraki challenged him to use it, and Todoroki remarked that he was asking for trouble. Deku unleashed his Delaware Smash, but Shigaraki vanished just in time to avoid the impact. Eri and Kota were amazed by the spectacle, calling it epic. After that intense battle, Jack suggested they take a break and watch something funny. Deku was puzzled about what could be funny about their situation. Jack revealed that Deku and Bakugo were roommates, which Bakugo found absurd. As they settled in, Deku complained about the lack of signal in Bakugo's apartment and asked to use his laptop. Inko observed that everything seemed normal, but Jack hinted that something surprising was about to happen. Bakugo reluctantly allowed Deku to use his laptop, but he was not pleased about it. When Deku discovered something shocking, he yelled in disbelief, prompting concern from Uraraka. Jack explained that Deku had stumbled upon a private collection belonging to Bakugo. Bakugo panicked, fearing that Deku had found his embarrassing selfies. Jack clarified that it was not what Bakugo thought. As Deku revealed the contents of the laptop, everyone burst into laughter while Bakugo groaned in embarrassment. He demanded to know why Deku was looking at his private files, but Deku insisted they were wide open. Ida chimed in, advising Bakugo to be more careful with his devices. Bakugo admitted he had been meaning to clean up his files, but Jack pointed out the disorganized nature of the collection. Bakugo tried to defend himself, but Deku's reaction only intensified the laughter. Bakugo eventually calmed down, realizing he needed to face the situation. Deku took on a serious tone, urging Bakugo to get back out there and meet someone new. All Might supported Deku's advice, and Bakugo reluctantly agreed to stop looking at inappropriate content. Jack suggested they delete the files, but Deku insisted they needed to smash the laptop to ensure it couldn't be recovered. The scene shifted to Deku and Bakugo in an alleyway, smashing the laptop with sledgehammers. Jack concluded that this was quite an extreme measure just to destroy a laptop full of embarrassing files. As they moved on to the next universe, Jack introduced the new scenario. A portal opened, and an alternate version of Deku, smoking, along with Uraraka, who bore a scar on her cheek, stepped through. Jack expressed his dismay at their arrival, stating that these inverted versions of Deku and Uraraka were the worst he had ever encountered. Inverted Izuku greeted his counterpart, expressing that it was nice to meet him. Izuku, feeling uncomfortable, requested him to put out the cigarette. Inverted Izuku responded with a teasing remark about smokers, questioning if Izuku had a problem with it. Izuku, overwhelmed by the smell, struggled to understand how anyone could tolerate it. Inverted Izuku encouraged him to embrace it, dismissing his concerns and challenging his masculinity. Kirishima observed that this version of Deku was quite different from the one they knew. Izuku, feeling frustrated, told Kirishima to be quiet. Uraraka, trying to make sense of the situation, noted how strange everything was. Izuku, feeling cornered, urged Inverted Izuku to back off, but suddenly began to GG at the smell. Katsuki observed the scene, thinking about how much Deku despised something so trivial. Inverted Deku reacted with disdain, urging Izuku to pull himself together. Uraraka continued to express her confusion about the bizarre circumstances they found themselves in. The inverted versions of Deku and Uraraka faced each other. Inverted Deku questioned why Jack was there. Jack expressed his desire for them to demonstrate who the better versions of themselves were. With a resigned tone, Jack agreed to proceed. He then mentioned returning to the universe where Uraraka was PR'd in T. As Jack pressed a button, the screen displayed Deku singing. Uraraka was enjoying cookies while reading when she turned to Deku and called out to him. He responded with a muffled sound, still chewing. She continued, mentioning something about his hair. Deku, with his mouth full, could only manage a vague response. Uraraka, a bit flustered, explained that it might be the hormones talking, but she had a request. All Might interjected, recalling that this was the universe where young Uraraka was PR'd in T. Uraraka's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked Deku if she could braid his hair. Deku thought to himself how adorable she was. Kirishima chimed in, commenting on how Deku had gotten his manly hair in another universe. Jack admitted he wasn't quite sure about that. Deku, still processing Uraraka's request, expressed disbelief at the idea of her braiding his hair. Uraraka playfully insisted that she wasn't hearing a no from him. Deku teased her about being a dork during her PR'd in Zuai, but she sweetly pleaded for the chance. With a flirty tone, he responded that since the baby was his, he would consider it. He proposed a trade. If she gave him a sweet treat, she could do whatever she wanted with his hair. The girls of Class 1A blushed at the playful exchange, and Uraraka agreed, saying it sounded like a fair trade. Deku, excited, called her a nickname that made her giggle, while Mina questioned if that was a nickname thing. Deku and Uraraka exchanged glances, with Uraraka blushing slightly. She instructed him to hold still, and Deku enthusiastically responded that he was going to enjoy all the treats. Uraraka encouraged him to indulge, admiring the softness of his hair and expressing how she could do this all day. Deku playfully urged her to go wild. Jack, observing the scene, remarked that they seemed happy now as he glanced at the inverted versions of Deku and Uraraka. Inverted Deku shrugged, stating it was good enough, and suggested they move on. Jack announced that they were heading to the next universe. Chapter end. A few hours had passed since inverted Izuku and Uraraka's visit, and while the next universe was loading, Jack emerged from a portal, having just battled a glitch version of Bakugo and Kaminari, looking quite battered. He declared that he would find a way to fix things for them. Suddenly, Bakugo unleashed an explosion aimed at Jack as more characters from the MHA universe streamed through the portal. Jack quickly conjured a shield to protect the MHA cast in the theater while more glitch characters continued to emerge. He warned that he wouldn't be able to maintain the shield for much longer. Deku, concerned, asked Jack what was happening. Just then, Pibi Goku, along with Sans and Robin, began to mindlessly strike the shield. Jack explained that a dark glitch was taking over all universes, turning characters into mindless minions to serve its purpose. He noted that only the gods could combat these glitches. All Might questioned why the heroes weren't helping, to which Jack replied that the glitches were the heroes, leaving no true heroes left. The few who managed to escape had been sent to a realm between universes. He had been holding off the threat while they watched the multiverse unfold. Bakugo, frustrated, demanded to know why he was glitched, insisting he could easily defeat it with his quirk. Jack warned him that nothing he tried would work, and if the glitch touched him, it would be disastrous. Deku, feeling the weight of the situation, expressed his fear of dying. Jack reassured them that he would open a portal and unleash a shockwave to push the glitches back. After executing his plan, he was left panting, using his staff for support as Kirishima and Momo helped him up. Gratefully, he thanked them. Mina, concerned, asked Jack what was happening just as another portal opened, and Pibi stepped through. Jack greeted Pibi, relieved to see her alive, while the Emichi cast looked on, eager to learn what he had been fighting against. Pibi sang about the joys of learning, expressing how fun it was. Bakugo commented on the show being aimed at children, while Pibi continued her cheerful song about spelling and hugging. Deku noticed something unusual and asked what was happening. Pibi, sensing danger, urged everyone to run as the corruption began to engulf her world. Bun Bun expressed fear, and Pibi reassured her that she would keep her safe. As the corruption closed in, Bun Bun cried out for help, and Pibi desperately shouted in response. As the credits rolled, Pibi found herself in an unfamiliar place, narrating her discovery of worlds unlike her own. Fred Flintstone welcomed her, but soon he too was consumed by the corruption, leaving Mina in shock. Eri and Kota hugged Inko, who embraced them back protectively. Pibi observed that they were all under attack, as familiar characters like Shaggy, Velma, and Scooby-Doo appeared corrupted on the screen. Mina and Hagakure clung to each other in fear. Pibi questioned the strange red liquid she had never seen before, and Bakugo pointed out that she didn't know what blood was. The screen showed Finn and Jake, also corrupted, searching for Pibi. She whispered for silence, only to hear a voice echo her plea. Pibi realized that they were the last hope to save the universe, despite Beta Kid's doubts about being just a sidekick and Malira's admission of being a villain. Pibi encouraged them to access the power of love, and Penny rallied everyone to action. As Pibi ran, the screen displayed her facing a corrupted creature, prompting Kaminari to question its nature. The scene shifted to various cartoon characters fighting back against the corruption. Pibi called out for Bun Bun, who emerged from the corruption, repeating the phrase about learning being fun. As Pibi prepared to confront the corruption, the screen glitched back to the title screen, and a voice sang about learning. Jack opened a portal for Pibi, instructing her to help the people in the next universe. He warned her that this universe was dark, where an evil version of Izuku roamed, eliminating every counterpart of himself across the multiverse. Waraka asked how far this evil Izuku had gone, and Jack ominously replied that he had gone as far as necessary. The screen showed a devastated Japan in flames, with people calling out for Izuku. The camera revealed a ruined UA, and Shigaraki spoke of Izuku's rise to power, expressing pride in his accomplishments. Mina was horrified to learn of the destruction, while Kirishima acknowledged that this Izuku was pure evil. Bakugo remained silent, grappling with the image of his childhood friend as a dictator. Lord Izuku, in a deep voice, thanked Shigaraki, who questioned his apparent dissatisfaction despite his achievements. Izuku revealed his thoughts on the students chosen for their hope and optimism, but also their naivety. He believed that every child eventually realizes the flaws of their parents and must grow up. In a shocking moment, Lord Izuku turned on Shigaraki, revealing his plans to destroy heroism. Jack explained that Izuku aimed to take over the multiverse, and the heroes would need to unite to stop him. All Might suggested that the heroes of the next universe could assist. Kirishima and Waraka discussed their training, eager to continue their efforts against the evil Izuku. After a training session, WTM 72 Izuku returned to the dorm, surprised that they had started without him. Waraka reminded him of his tardiness, and Kirishima proposed a doubles match against them. They exchanged playful banter, with Kirishima teasing Waraka about her reliance on Deku. Waraka insisted she could hold her own, while Deku blushed at the compliment. After their match, Kirishima conceded defeat, acknowledging their teamwork. Mina celebrated their victory, and Ojiro teased her about her enthusiasm for shipping the pair. As they planned for the next day, WTM 72 Izuku challenged Waraka to a one-on-one match, eager to keep the training interesting. Whoever wins gets to pick the movie, WTM 72 Izuku stated. Mina suggested it sounded like a date. Tora agreed, but Uraraka interrupted, expressing her surprise that anyone thought she wanted to see a movie with Izuku. Mina teased them about being a couple, to which Izuku stammered an awkward response, trying to backtrack. Uraraka giggled, playfully criticizing his taste in movies. Izuku, taking a fighting stance, challenged her to bring her best game, and Uraraka confidently replied that she always brought her best. During the one-on-one match, WTM 72 Nizu announced a dimensional energy spike, warning everyone to brace themselves for an incoming transport from another universe. Izuku and Bakugo quickly realized the situation was escalating. Uraraka reassured them that no one could enter UA without enrolling. Suddenly, Lord Izuku appeared, ominously stating that Nizu's security measures would not save them. Izuku questioned Lord Izuku's identity, who chillingly claimed to be his destroyer. Sato commented on the bluntness of the name, while Kirishima expressed disbelief that this version of Midoriya could be destroyed. Ojiro pointed out that Lord Izuku had Uraraka with him, which made the situation more concerning. Uraraka noted that Lord Izuku sounded just like Izuku. Izuku, feeling defiant, declared that he didn't care who Lord Izuku was or why he was there. Uraraka chimed in, calling him a knockoff version of Bakugo. Jack explained that the clones were sent to eliminate heroes, and Mina remarked on how Bakugo's catchphrase made sense in this context. Bakugo held back his words, knowing they would only prove the others right. Izuku affirmed that this was a knockoff free zone. After Uraraka took down the Bakugo sentries, she rushed to help Izuku, but he was struck across the chest by Lord Izuku's blade, grunting in pain. Uraraka yelled for him to stay away from Izuku, but Lord Izuku laughed, revealing that the crystal fed on One for All's energy and that Izuku's death was already underway. Suddenly, D4RKF413 Uraraka appeared, firing a laser gun. Bakugo was impressed, while Izuku questioned why she had a laser gun. Jack explained that in this universe, an evil AI controlled the world, creating machines bent on exterminating humanity. D4RKF413 Uraraka urged them to destroy the crystal and prevent Lord Izuku from escaping. Lord Izuku, feeling close to achieving his goal, teleported away, leaving Mina to worry about Midori. Uraraka pleaded with Izuku to stay with her, assuring him everything would be okay. As Izuku closed his eyes, he fell silent, prompting Uraraka to cry out for help, desperate to revive him. Tenya, Momo, Bakugo, and Kirishima returned, and Momo gasped at the sight of Izuku. Uraraka, tears streaming down her face, clung to his body, mourning his loss. The theater fell silent. D4RKF413 Uraraka lamented that she was too late. Kirishima asked who she was, and she introduced herself as Uraraka from a different future, here to warn them that existence was in danger and only heroes could save it. All Might, from another universe, addressed them through a portal, warning of Lord Izuku's growing threat and his desire to conquer existence by stealing quirks. He urged them to stand together and protect their worlds. Meanwhile, a Bakugo sentry noted that there was still one hero left. A female Todoroki confronted the sentry, asserting her protection over the land. Bakugo was surprised to see a female Todoroki, and Jack clarified that she was not the same as the one from their universe. The sentry mocked her, but Todoroki retorted that she would not yield to someone like him. After a fierce battle, Muscular taunted the heroes, offering the female Todoroki a chance to surrender. She defiantly refused, stating that this was far from over. As she fled, Muscular ordered his sentries to follow her, planning to return the fallen heroes to Lord Izuku. Mina questioned the existence of magical quirks, and Jack confirmed that they were indeed magical. Kirishima found it cool, while Uraraka asked why. Lord Izuku wanted the heroes. Jack explained that he aimed to steal their quirks. Momo expressed concern, and Jack clarified that some quirks he already possessed, which he used to create soldiers. Ojiro understood the gravity of the situation, realizing the threat they faced. Bakugo sentry questioned why anyone would even try to oppose them. Uraraka wondered how many evil versions of Bakugo existed. Jack explained that he had a vast army composed of clones of them. A pirate like Momo remarked that the very fact they had to ask indicated they shouldn't be wearing their suits. Mina was curious about the universe they were in, and Jack flipped through his notes, revealing it to be the generic pirate universe, which didn't have a specific name. After the fight, an evil version of Uraraka declared that she would handle the situation herself. Deku recognized her voice and was taken aback. Bakugo sentry referred to her as Your Eminence and Hero Slayer. The pirate like Momo questioned who the Hero Slayer was, to which the villain replied, indicating that the name spoke for itself as he took a fighting stance. Following the confrontation, the Hero Slayer commanded that they return the captured Uraraka to their world, as he still had others to deal with. Bakugo sentry urged them to take her to the moon prison quickly, but another female Todoroki interrupted, stating that she had strict orders to rescue some rangers and would go through them to do it. Bakugo was surprised to see another girl with ice powers, while Todoroki expressed his frustration. Jack remained silent as Bakugo sentry ordered his team to take her down and prepare their weapons. After the fight, Mina commented on how the Todoroki fought like a cat, and Jack explained that it was because he was, in fact, a cat. Mina was astonished when Cat Todoroki asked if they could hear him. The pirate like Momo was confused by his appearance, but Cat Todoroki reassured her that she was safe and would be taken somewhere secure. Lord Izuku expressed interest in Cat Todoroki, noting that he didn't have one yet. Hagakure wondered if Lord Izuku intended to keep him as a pet. Jack remarked that it would depend on whether Lord Izuku could catch him. Cat Todoroki pointed out that they had more heroes than they could handle, to which Lord Izuku responded that it was a matter of opinion, but they would regret coming there. After another fight, Cat Todoroki contacted SPD, requesting immediate extraction. Dog All Might confirmed that he was locked on and transporting them. All Might was surprised to find himself in the form of a dog. Jack explained that he was taking care of Todoroki on behalf of the late tiger Endnver. Todoroki learned that his father had died protecting him, which deeply affected him and those around him. Lord Izuku acknowledged the situation and ordered that the pirate like Momo be taken away without further delay. Magma Defender observed from a balcony in Lord Izuku's tower and expressed his intent to punish the one responsible for his son's attack. Lord Izuku welcomed the challenge, noting that few would dare to break into his throne room. After their confrontation, Lord Izuku complimented Magma Defender's skills but suggested he was holding back. Magma Defender accused him of corruption, while Jack explained that Lord Izuku aimed to gather minions to take over the multiverse. Lord Izuku expressed interest in keeping Magma Defender alive for future endeavors. Following another fight, Bakugo sentry ordered the capture of the remaining heroes, noting their connection to the universe. Cenozoic Tenya Ida declared that he was there to defend the planet from threats like them. After the fight, Hero Slayer informed them that there would be no more sentries coming for them, but he would be their new challenge. Cenozoic Tenya Ida questioned their existence in a world that seemed devoid of intelligent life. Jack explained that this world was a post-apocalyptic wasteland where a new metal called Cenozoic had been discovered at the bottom of the sea. Hero Slayer acknowledged the efficiency of their findings. After another fight, WTM 72 Uraraka confronted Hero Slayer, recognizing him as an alternate version of herself loyal to Lord Izuku. She noted that he had given her a fancy bow. Hero Slayer warned her to run back to All Might, but she countered that she wouldn't. During their confrontation, WTM 72 Uraraka unleashed a burst of energy that struck Hero Slayer's bow, causing him to grunt in pain. Jack explained that it was her quirk in that universe. Bakugo Sentry checked on Hero Slayer, who insisted he was fine, despite the pain. WTM 72 Uraraka suggested they could have another round, promising to make a stronger impression. Bakugo Sentry warned her that once Lord Izuku was finished with her, she would be nothing but a distant memory. Hero Slayer declared that they already had what they needed and ordered the securement of the prisoner for their return home. WTM 72 Kirishima asked if Uraraka was okay, to which she replied that she was uncertain after fighting herself. Jack noted that she likely wasn't the only one experiencing such a situation. Suddenly, D4RKF 413 Uraraka and a samurai girl Kirishima appeared, announcing a situation in the domed city of Muzutafu, home of the RPM heroes. They explained that the heroes' leader, Dr. K, had found a way to neutralize the dragon cannons. WTM 72 Uraraka realized that if they stopped the cannons, the sentries wouldn't be able to warp their quirks, which was a significant opportunity. However, the city was under siege and there was a 10-mile no-teleportation zone, preventing them from reaching Dr. K or her technology. Since All Might sent out his message, energy pings had been detected, indicating that time was of the essence. Survivors of Izuku's attacks were gathering from different eras. Kirishima expressed optimism, noting that they needed all the help they could get. WTM 72 Uraraka acknowledged the importance of Muzutafu but pointed out that if there were hero survivors out there, they had to act. WTM 72 Kirishima proposed a plan. He and Uraraka would head to Muzutafu to ensure Dr. K's safety, while Uraraka and the others would gather any heroes they could find, especially Momo, who had been working on some armor upgrades that could prove useful. They agreed to stay in touch and meet back at the UA dorms. Jack commented on the plan, calling it solid. Mina was curious about Momo's armor upgrades, and Jack explained that they were designed to help heroes survive better in battle. WTM 72 Momo admired the beauty of their surroundings, prompting Uraraka to remark that Izuku likely wasn't the type to appreciate such things. D4RKF 413 Uraraka noted that the distress signal originated nearby, but they couldn't see anyone. Bakugo, on guard, questioned what they were dealing with, observing that the enemies looked different from the caped villains they had previously encountered. Todoroki expressed his frustration at facing more of these foes, and Bakugo, with a fierce determination, insisted they take down anyone with quirks. Deku was puzzled by Bakugo's appearance, and Jack explained that the Bakugo they were facing was an elite version, while the others were clones. Mina found the situation unsettling. After a confrontation, WTM 72 Momo expressed her dislike for the enemies they faced. Muscular, a formidable foe, declared that he would claim their quirks and their heads, prompting Mina to comment on the violence. Momo questioned how Muscular could be a villain, while WTM 72 Uraraka noted that this version of Muscular was even more menacing than their own. After the fight, Muscular ominously stated that they had not seen the last of him. Uraraka remarked that he resembled their Muscular, and Jack noted that it was a lie since they had never met. D4RKF 413 Uraraka detected the energy signal coming from a specific direction. Ice Queen Todoroki, as she was now called, remarked on the arrival of more servants sent to do Izuku's bidding. After another confrontation, Momo reassured them that they were not there to harm anyone, they wanted to stop Izuku. Jack praised Momo for being the voice of reason. Bakugo's elite sentry recognized Momo and noted her new allies. Another Bakugo sentry questioned if she had the black dragon armor, and the elite sentry ordered the activation of the dragon cannons, eager to please Lord Izuku by returning the armor. Ice Queen Todoroki acknowledged that they were speaking the truth and were not aligned with Izuku or his master. D4RKF413 Uraraka reiterated their intentions, emphasizing that they were the good ones. Jack yawned, and Uraraka inquired if he was okay. Jack simply mentioned he was feeling a bit tired. WTM 72 Kirishima interrupted with urgent news, stating that Mizudafu was taking a turn for the worse and instructing them to gather their team and head over. D4RKF413 Uraraka confirmed they were on their way. Meanwhile, at Lord Izuku's base, Nizu warned that the process ahead would be neither easy nor pleasant. Mina recognized Nizu's voice, and All Might speculated whether Nizu was some sort of researcher for Izuku. Izuku confirmed he had heard Nizu's warnings but believed the risks were worth the potential rewards. Hero Slayer pointed out that they had only retrieved a handful of items for Izuku. Uraraka questioned why he had those items, and Jack explained that in some worlds, quirks didn't exist, so heroes relied on weapons that reflected their personalities. All Might acknowledged that this clarified why Izuku possessed them. Jack added that Izuku intended to harness the power from those weapons to enhance the quirks related to them. Nizu began to elaborate further on the situation. Each hero team accessed their powers in slightly different ways. For their purposes, they would only require one item per team, utilizing more would lead to instability. Hero Slayer expressed his frustration, noting that it would have been useful information before his forces risked their lives targeting entire teams. Lord Izuku acknowledged the situation, emphasizing that more items meant fewer heroes to oppose them. He was ready for Nizu to take him one step closer to his destiny. Nizu complied, pulling the lever, and Lord Izuku cried out in pain. Nizu, filled with glee, remarked on the remarkable strength coursing through Lord Izuku. The Lord found it glorious and inquired about the next transfer. Nizu informed him it would take a day at most. But there was a situation in Mizudafu that required his attention. The dragon cannons were on the verge of being compromised. Jack confirmed that they were a step ahead, and Lord Izuku suggested it might be time for more specific reinforcements. Jack warned that the heroes likely had a backup plan. Lord Izuku ordered them to keep targeting hero teams and return with all the items they could gather, as their future depended on it. Hero Slayer assured him he would do everything necessary. Meanwhile, a battle unfolded with Cat Todoroki and WTM 72 Kirishima fighting a group of Bakugo sentries. Cat Todoroki asked for the plan, and WTM 72 Kirishima explained that Dr. K knew how to counteract the dragon cannons. They needed to get her outside the no teleportation zone and back to their dimension to support any remaining hero teams. Muscular expressed frustration, wishing it were that easy. Dog Might reported he had eyes on Dr. K but needed cover. Cat Todoroki assigned Kirishima to help cover Dog Might while he took on the larger threat. After the fight, Dog Might addressed Dr. K, understanding her desire to protect Mizudafu but urging her to reconsider. Kyoka insisted they would stay and fight until they broke the tyrant's forces. Mina commented on Kyoka's appearance in a lab coat, which Kyoka acknowledged looked good on her. WTM 72 Kirishima pleaded with Dr. K to regroup with the other hero teams for a better chance. Kyoka remained resolute, stating she would not abandon Mizudafu. In the aftermath, Muscular confronted Kirishima, revealing that in his world, Kirishima had died by another's hand. Kirishima was confused, realizing he had fought but was dead in that universe. Jack explained that in one universe, Kirishima had become Kendo Rappa, boosted by a drag that enhanced quirks. WTM 72 Kirishima remarked that in his world, he had defeated Muscular and grown stronger, viewing this encounter as just another day. Lord Izuku appeared, prompting Dog Might to recognize him. Cat Todoroki noted the presence of more Bakugo sentries, but WTM 72 Kirishima pointed out the unusual weapons they carried, suggesting they were under a spell. Uraraka questioned if Lord Izuku was controlling their friends, and Jack indicated they should keep watch for the next part of the unfolding events. Dog Might reminded everyone that the sentries were not on their side and urged action. After another fight, Uraraka suggested they even the odds. WTM 72 Kirishima reported they were taking serious hits and needed to pull back as reinforcements were arriving. He urged Dr. K to teleport with them for the good of the universe, asking what was blocking their escape. Kyoka explained they needed to tear down the dome. Dog Might took charge, ordering an attack on the dome. Once it was breached, WTM 72 Kirishima instructed everyone to hold on as they prepared to escape. All Might praised the young heroes for their success, but Jack reminded them the fight was not over yet. Nizu welcomed the new heroes to the command center, introducing himself and All Might. Koika remarked on the unique appearance of the place, and Nizu reassured everyone they were safe, as extra biosecurity precautions were in place to keep Lord Izuku out. WTM 72 Kirishima noted this was good news, and Eri agreed. Hero Slayer added that Lord Izuku did not want to return. Uraraka expressed confusion over Hero Slayer's presence, but Nizu clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. Hero Slayer was not there to harm them. Hero Slayer explained that he should be thanking them, as their actions had broken the spell Lord Izuku had over him, allowing him to think for himself again. A flashback revealed Uraraka's battle against Bakugo sentries, Muscular, and Lord Izuku, where she had been defeated. Lord Izuku had praised her and expressed a desire to use her as a warrior. Hero Slayer vowed to stop Lord Izuku before it was too late. Uraraka questioned what was at stake, and Aziawa noted this could provide valuable intel on Lord Izuku's plans. Hero Slayer revealed that Lord Izuku was amassing power to access a special universe to destroy multiple universes. Momo asked if that was even possible, and All Might confirmed that while theoretically it could be done, no being had ever achieved such a feat. Hero Slayer explained that each team's quirks connected to a grid in different ways, and by adding more to his power set, Lord Izuku was increasing his resonance with the grid. He also mentioned a tower on their universe's old version of UA that transmitted across the grid, weakening the barriers between dimensions, allowing Izuku to distribute the powers of his extra heroes to his armies. Hero Slayer concluded that if they could tear down the tower, the enemies would be rendered powerless. Jack proposed mounting a final assault on the tower for the fate of existence. Mina interrupted, surprised that Jack had decided to help them. When asked why, Jack explained that he had a personal stake in the matter. After being discovered, the protagonist possessed a quirk that was not suited for combat. However, he and another being were not the same entity. They were gods capable of creating a universe filled with original characters, each with their own stories. Lacking the skill to create a character, he took the form of Deku from a universe where he had perished. For many days and nights, he worked to strip away Deku's original traits and implanted false memories in his mind, incorporating all of Aizawa's training and some DNA from All Might, which he obtained from another universe where All Might was no longer alive. He made Deku consume it and then transported him to a vacant version of their universe. Eventually, he decided to create his own universe by taking elements from various other universes, making copies, and placing them into his own realm. Now, he watched over it during his free time. Deku explained that he had taken one of many deceased bodies from a random universe and transformed it into his own body, prompting Jack to question the implications of this. Mina interjected, revealing that Toga from the cafe earlier was also from that universe. Jack expressed surprise, while Mina continued, noting that in her universe, some individuals had never attended UA but had gone to different hero schools. Kirishima and Tetsu had switched places, and Mei had taken Mina's spot, who had gone to Ketsubatsu Academy High School. Tora had been swapped with Toga due to their similar initials, but he had to sacrifice Tora because he realized that Tora was not essential to the story, leading to his removal by the more powerful gods. Kaminari, overwhelmed by the information, remarked on its complexity. Uraraka noted that while the plan to stop the armies sounded promising, they needed to address the threat posed by Draken. All Might suggested they might need to think outside the box. Shigaraki, lounging in his throne, acknowledged All Might's visit and the change in their circumstances. Momo commented on the situation, indicating that it was concerning that they needed assistance from villains. All Might confirmed that this was not their first choice. Shigaraki taunted them, suggesting they might need a reminder of their place. Dog Might growled in response, while All Might sternly warned Shigaraki to cease his provocations. They explained that the current threat affected everyone, and Shigaraki feigned boredom, admitting to enjoying the chaos they all faced. All Might pointed out that Lord Izuku's powers were still rooted in Shigaraki's own abilities. Izuku, aware of the implications, understood the connection between their worlds. All Might emphasized the urgency of their situation, stating that they needed Shigaraki to accomplish what no one else could. Jack stood on a rock, observing every version of the UA students. Kirishima asked if Jack had taken over as leader, to which Jack confirmed, citing his teamwork certification. He rallied everyone, emphasizing the challenge they faced together, uniting familiar faces and strangers alike. They had all set aside their lives for a chance to do the right thing, and they stood united, refusing to fail. No matter how many soldiers Izuku created or powers he stole, he would never possess what they had. As they prepared for battle, Jack reminded everyone of their plan of attack. After the fight began, Momo noted that a quirk had torn through the black dragon armor. Kat Todoroki expressed concern about holding off their opponents while Momo worked on repairs. All Might encouraged the heroes not to give up. Ice Queen Todoroki offered her assistance, assuring Momo that she would cover her while she worked. During the struggle, the good side of Magma Defender declared that he was not a pawn of evil. Magma Defender felt overwhelmed and urged the other to leave him alone. Momo, with a pirate-like appearance, asked if Enji had said something. After some intense fighting, the good side of Magma Defender reminded him of his strength, encouraging him to break free from the spell that bound him. Magma Defender shouted for the other to stop and leave him be, to which the good side responded with determination, promising to show him the way. After the last universe had concluded and Deku returned to the theater, Jack suggested that Deku and Bakugo try to be nicer to each other. Bakugo dismissed the idea, believing it would only give Deku more reasons to look down on him. Deku agreed, expressing doubt about the plan's success. Jack, frustrated, proposed a sing-along where they would compliment each other on their hero skills instead. Bakugo scoffed at the idea of being a hero alongside Deku, claiming he would rather quit. He joked about how Deku would rage while playing Wii Fit, imagining the chaos that would ensue. Deku countered, teasing Bakugo about his lack of aiming skills and challenged him to a game of Mario Kart, confident that Bakugo wouldn't last a second against him. Jack realized the situation was spiraling out of control and suggested playing Animal Crossing to relieve some stress. Bakugo sarcastically remarked that the villagers would lose their sanity, while Deku would thrive in a game like Splatoon, where he could roll around in paint. Bakugo pointed out that Deku's gaming skills were better suited for brain-training games. Deku retorted, questioning Bakugo's seriousness and comparing his face to an enemy from Earthbound. He teased that girls preferred him over Bakugo, who would struggle in any game outside of Pokemon. Jack, feeling frustrated, wondered if there was any game that could end their bickering. Kirishima suggested a game with lots of action, while Mineta chimed in with a humorous idea about a game featuring attractive characters. Ida proposed a drawing game, but Momo reminded everyone to take breaks to avoid straining their eyes. Mina excitedly suggested fighting games, eager to join in the fun. Aoyama encouraged them to play games with more sparkle, but both Deku and Bakugo firmly declined. Bakugo told Deku to go home, insisting that he was just an annoyance. He compared their gaming styles, with Deku being the outdated Virtual Boy and himself the Switch. Deku, unfazed, acknowledged Bakugo's frustration over his high score and urged him to grow up, confident in his own victory. Jack intervened, giving them a countdown to compliment each other or face consequences. Bakugo questioned Jack's attitude, while Deku echoed the sentiment. Jack pointed his staff at them, activating a playful threat, prompting Bakugo to apologize for his earlier remarks. Deku joined in, expressing his own regret, leading to a moment of reluctant camaraderie. Jack felt a rush of excitement as he addressed the group, announcing that they could each ask one question about a different multiverse. Mina eagerly raised her hand, and Jack acknowledged her, inviting her to ask her question. She inquired why Todoroki had been a girl in the first universe. Jack explained that it was likely due to a balance of children, resulting in 2 boys and 2 girls. Eri then asked about the third boy in her universe with her and Kota. Jack revealed that it was Katsuma from Nabu Island. Todoroki was curious about the name of the demon that had possessed Deku, and Jack responded by tossing Chara onto the floor, stating that it had much to answer for before sending it through a portal. Ida wanted to know what kind of person Deku had been in the fourth universe. Jack replied that he had been a comedian. All Might asked about the other individual who had possessed One for All, and Jack mentioned that he was still investigating that matter. Ochako questioned why Deku had written a song about his mother, to which Jack declared that Inko was the best mom, and there was no debate about it. Aziawa asked about Thanos' power level, and Jack responded that he was strong enough to take down the Hulk. Kota wondered what karma was, and Jack explained that it was a force that rewarded or punished individuals for their actions throughout their lives. Momo asked why those with quirks were tied to their bodies, and Jack explained that in that universe, they were viewed as dolls, and he had a dark secret involving an evil force that required a battle to the end, causing everyone to feel uneasy. Jack decided to skip over several universes that didn't require explanation. Deku then asked about Universe 11, specifically why he and Bakugo had been struck in a sensitive area. Jack said it was to weaken them, though he wasn't sure how that worked. Bakugo inquired if Deku had finally snapped in the universe where he had gone feral, and Jack confirmed that he had, especially after Bakugo's actions. Ojiro asked about the long transformations in the 17th universe, and Jack clarified that what they had seen was the full transformation, which had taken a moment. Kota was curious about the one-winged angel of darkness, and Jack explained that it was a clone of the original Deku, who had been cloned many times, resulting in an entire army of Deku clones, with the first clone being the one-winged angel of darkness. Kirishima asked why Deku had a spider quirk in the 21st universe, and Jack clarified that it wasn't a quirk, he had actually been bitten by a spider. Sato brought up the universe where Deku was a great detective, and Jack explained that he could deduce everything about a person's life just by looking at them. Azui asked if the 23rd universe was heavily focused on music, and Jack confirmed that it was the only music people listen to nowadays. Feeling fatigued from the barrage of questions, Jack announced that he would take one last question. Inko asked what Deku's ex-girlfriend from Universe 24 looked like. Jack pressed a button on his remote, displaying a picture that made all the boys blush, with Denki and Mineta drooling. Ochako wondered why Deku would break up with someone like her. Jack explained that her family had moved, and Deku believed a long-distance relationship wouldn't work, so they had parted ways but remained friends. He added that when Bakugo took a vacation in a different country, it just happened to be where Ain had moved, leading to an inevitable reunion. Jack then shifted the conversation, stating that in this new universe, quirks had been outlawed, forcing all heroes to live normal lives. Deku expressed disbelief, asking what this universe was about. Jack explained that all hero schools had closed down, but they all remained friends, and he showed them a scene of him and Todoroki listening to the police scanner. Chapter and Jack remarked on the peculiar nature of the universe, prompting Momo to inquire about his thoughts. Jack turned away, choosing not to elaborate. The villain then declared with a triumphant laugh that they had arrived at his lair, but it was too late for the heroes. In mere moments, he would seize control of all the world's TV stations, leaving them powerless to intervene. Inko questioned the villain's intentions, while Deku expressed his outrage at the villain's blatant disregard for regulations. He shared a plan with Bakugo, who dismissed him with a sharp retort. The villain interrupted, requesting a moment to address the language being used. He expressed discomfort with swearing during their confrontation, which Bakugo found absurd. The villain acknowledged it was a strange request and suggested they forget about it. Mina agreed, noting the oddity of the situation. Bakugo, undeterred, prepared to resume his attack, and the villain reluctantly agreed to continue. Bakugo challenged the villain, who hesitated and admitted he couldn't proceed with the fight. Eri noted how surprisingly polite the villain was for someone in his position. Bakugo insisted that this was a serious battle, allowing him to express himself freely. The villain countered that it was a respectful establishment and swearing was not permitted. Bakugo retorted defiantly, and the villain questioned whether Bakugo was always so rude. Deku intervened, suggesting a compromise. Bakugo could use a different phrase that would be more acceptable. After some reluctance, Bakugo agreed. When he finally shouted his modified insult, the villain called for another timeout, revealing his true identity as a black man, which left everyone momentarily speechless. Kirishima commented on the unexpected turn of events, while Bakugo struggled to find words. In a sudden shift, a news reporter announced Bakugo's expulsion from UA High School due to his inappropriate comment towards the villain. Bakugo resigned himself to the idea of becoming a YouTube commentator, while Deku remarked on how fitting that seemed for Bakugo's personality. All Might offered a compliment, which only fueled Bakugo's irritation. Chapter End. Jack mentioned that in the next universe, Deku and Ochako would be playing a game called Minecraft, where the objective was to mine and craft. Mina expressed her excitement about the game, and Jack handed her a copy, encouraging her to join in the fun. With that, Jack moved on to the next universe, and Deku began to sing. Deku equipped his sword, enhanced with sharpness 2, and noticed a zombie wielding a similar weapon. He felt a wave of panic as he realized he was out of food and low on health. Kirishima encouraged him not to give up, while Deku lamented his lack of tools, trying to keep his composure despite the dire situation. He expressed his determination to fight, even as he felt overwhelmed. His life flashed before his eyes as he spotted an ender eye, and fear gripped him. Deku acknowledged the looming threat of a creeper nearby, and as Uraraka exited the game, he felt the weight of the moment. Momo remarked on the unfairness of it all, while Ojiro pointed out that Uraraka's character was frightened by the appearance of a hostile mob. Jack confirmed that there was an option in the game to switch to peaceful mode. Deku began to sing about the dangers of mining at night, warning others not to venture into caves when they felt brave. He urged them to go to bed for safety, emphasizing the risks of encountering zombies. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by 3 zombies, and Bakugo chuckled at the situation. Deku continued to sing about fighting off skeletons while searching for diamonds, urging everyone to run as danger approached. He reassured Uraraka, taking her hand as they jumped together, singing about their determination to survive the night. The screen displayed Uraraka being ignored by mobs while Deku faced the brunt of their attacks. He realized that just when he thought things couldn't get worse, an ender herd appeared. Deku lamented the need for glowstone and the dangers of mining alone, reflecting on how he fell into lava while trying to save Uraraka. All Might observed that even in a virtual world, Deku retained the heart of a true hero. Deku expressed his frustration at failing to be a guiding light, feeling the weight of his losses. In a moment of defeat, he declared he would rage quit, but All Might encouraged him to keep going. Deku sang once more about the perils of mining at night, reminding everyone to stay cautious and avoid the skeletons while searching for diamonds. He resolved to save Uraraka, putting down his apple juice and logging back into the game with renewed determination. Mina cheered him on, urging him to rescue his friend, and Deku, filled with resolve, promised to hold on tight as he set off to save Uraraka. Jack returned, holding a diamond sword and a backpack filled with netherite. He looked pleased with himself. He noticed the others and commented on their enjoyment. The group was waiting for the next universe when a portal opened, and Charlie stepped through. She mentioned to Jack that she hoped he liked his new hairstyle after helping her with hers. Jack responded that he would always help out his girl as he walked through the portal, sporting a new look that made all the girls blush, except for Uraraka, Inko, and Eri. Jack asked how he looked, and the girls, except for Uraraka, Inko, and Eri, called him handsome. Kirishima, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed how manly Jack looked. Eri added that she liked his new hairstyle. Jack thanked Eri and declared it was time to move on to the next universe. Charlie mentioned she needed to return to her hotel to redeem some souls in heaven. Jack wished her good luck. Now that Jack had a new design, he announced they would be returning to some universes, starting with Universe. Deku expressed his surprise, noting that in that universe, he was almost as big as All Might but used a gun. Jack confirmed it was indeed the same universe and prepared to begin. In a refrigerator, 2 slices of a sandwich sat on a plate beside 3 bottles of red shed beer. Eri commented on how tasty it looked. Text appeared on the screen, introducing the sandwich. Deku groaned repeatedly, and Bakugo exclaimed that they had found him. Kirishima ordered Deku to stop, insisting he was getting away. Kirishima then asked Bakugo if they were chasing Deku. Bakugo confirmed they were, explaining that in this universe, there were two teams, red and blue, and they were on the blue team. Deku had taken a lot of damage, so he went to resupply for a snack. Deku opened the door, grabbed a slice of the sandwich, and closed the door. Bakugo warned him not to eat it, while Kirishima echoed the warning. Deku took a big bite of the sandwich, and Kirishima reacted dramatically. Bakugo stuttered, urging everyone to calm down, but panic set in as Deku's loud footsteps echoed, gathering speed. Bakugo exclaimed in alarm, and several loud thuds were heard, followed by a beer bottle falling over and the refrigerator door opening slightly. Deku laughed, and the sound of liquid spilling on the floor was heard. Ochako pointed out that it seemed to be Bakugo's blood. Bakugo panicked, realizing he had lost a lot of blood. More thuds echoed, and Kirishima cried out in pain. A loud snap was heard, causing everyone to cringe. Kirishima challenged the red team, claiming they wouldn't know how to break a spine. Another loud snap followed, and the door opened and closed again, revealing a floor now covered with blood as another beer bottle toppled over. Kirishima screamed in agony, and Inko asked if Izuku had defeated them both. Jack explained that Deku had beaten up Bakugo, stolen his bat, and used it on Kirishima. Kaminari remarked on how painful that must be. Jack added that it was indeed painful enough to be fatal. A girlish scream pierced the air as ending flourish music played, and the camera panned across a diagram of the sandwich. The scene cut to Deku in Dust Bowl, where he was devouring a sandwich while casually observing a battle unfold. He munched on the sandwich, savoring each bite. Momo commented on how interesting the situation was. Jack fell out of a portal and quickly closed it. Mina asked what had happened. Jack explained that he was looking at which universe to show them when he encountered a version of Deku he had never seen before, who began to wreak havoc. He thought he could stop him, but Deku turned out to be much stronger than he had anticipated. Deku inquired how Jack had been defeated. Jack replied that Deku had used abilities he couldn't counter. Momo asked for clarification, and Jack listed his weaknesses. He couldn't harm Eri, explosions were his weakness, and All Might's punches were among the strongest in the multiverse. All Might asked what Jack meant. Jack explained that he didn't want to elaborate, but he recognized a power he had encountered before, one he had defeated years ago. He wondered how that power had latched onto a version of Deku. Bakugo shouted in confusion, demanding to know what Jack was mumbling about. Jack apologized, explaining that he was sure he had seen this power before. Aziawa asked where he had encountered it. Jack recounted an entity that had taken the form of a beloved blue hedgehog and caused chaos until he intervened and destroyed its physical form. He speculated that its power and soul had survived and found a new host in Deku, granting him multiple quirks. Aizawa pressed for details about how Jack had destroyed the entity's body. Jack revealed that it had attacked his daughter. Mina was shocked to learn that Jack had a daughter. Jack clarified that she was adopted, but he loved her dearly and considered her his pride and joy. Todoroki asked what they were doing there. Izuku explained that they were protecting people. Uraraka added that even though their quirks were outlawed, Deku was still being a hero. Todoroki remarked that nobody had asked them to come. Mina pointed out that Todoroki wasn't trying to be a hero, while Momo noted that they had polar opposite views on this new life. Deku mentioned that they needed an invitation. Todoroki expressed his desire for one, acknowledging that they kept sneaking out to do this. He reminded them of Ida, prompting a question about what had happened to him. Jack revealed that Ida had gone missing, and many heroes had vanished in this universe. Deku recalled seeing something about Ida in the paper. Todoroki mentioned that Ida had trouble adjusting to civilian life as well. Deku asked when Todoroki had last seen Ida, to which Todoroki replied that he hadn't seen anyone from the old days, just Deku, and they were already pushing their luck. Deku insisted they should keep going. Todoroki admitted it had been fun the first time, but if they continued, they might get into trouble. Suddenly, Deku heard something on the police scanner and turned it up, reporting a fire nearby where Todoroki's car was parked. Excitedly, Deku exclaimed about the fire, while Todoroki sighed and mumbled that it was time to go as he started the car. Deku cheered, thrilled about the chance to be a hero. Kirishima noted that this version of Midoriya really enjoyed being a hero. At the burning building, Todoroki asked if everyone was accounted for. Deku confirmed that they were. As more of the building collapsed, Todoroki hoped it was indeed everyone. He attempted to use his ice powers, but Deku questioned if he could extinguish the flames. Todoroki explained that he couldn't lay down a thick enough layer of ice because it was evaporating too quickly. Jack reminded them that it was extremely hot and that Todoroki was getting dehydrated. Deku suggested that Todoroki could use the water in the air, but Todoroki countered that there was no water in the air, questioning if Deku was running out of muscle. All Might interrupted, asking if this was really the time to argue. Deku insisted he could smash through walls, but the building was weakening by the second and might collapse on them. Todoroki expressed his wish to go bowling instead. As more of the building fell, revealing a weak escape route, Deku instructed everyone to stay close as it was going to get hot. He ran toward the wall and charged through, causing part of the building to collapse. Afterward, he found himself in a jewelry store, standing up and realizing where they were. Todoroki complained about the situation, sounding like a famous actor, which made Momo laugh. As Deku and Todoroki argued, a police officer burst in, yelling for them to freeze. Todoroki noticed a water dispenser and went to get a drink. The officer repeated his command, pointing his gun at Todoroki, who simply stated that he was thirsty. The officer insisted he freeze, but Todoroki continued to sip his drink, expressing his enjoyment. The officer warned him that he had had his drink, and Todoroki acknowledged it. Using his ice powers, Todoroki complied with the officer's command. Mina commented on how smooth that was. More police arrived to help the people and found the officer frozen. Todoroki remarked that it had been too close as he and Deku ran through another wall, getting into his car. He declared they were not doing that again and drove off. Jack noted that this was what a real hero would do, helping people and saving the day by any means necessary. Mina cringed at her appearance, while Jack mentioned a girl named Sally Williams, who was currently having a tea party with her mother. endnver inquired about the name of an entity, and Jack explained that it was called dekuverse, capable of taking any form or latching onto anyone to become them. Uraraka realized that this Deku was referred to as dekuverse. Jack warned that if that were the case, they were in serious trouble and planned to challenge it to a different kind of fight. He opened a portal and jumped through. Deku was in his room, holding his head in pain as he struggled to keep his dark thoughts at bay and not succumb to villainy, while his darker side taunted him. Uraraka encouraged him, expressing her belief in him. Deku and dekuverse began to argue over his identity as a hero or a villain. All Might reassured Deku that he could overcome this challenge. Dekuverse mocked him, suggesting that he was weak and had nothing left to lose. The atmosphere grew tense as Deku questioned if his body was merely a tool for darkness. Dekuverse continued to taunt him, insisting that he could take control and unleash chaos. Deku fought back, determined to save his friends and reach for the stars. He declared that he would plan his actions carefully to succeed. Dekuverse warned him that trying to escape would be futile, igniting a spark of conflict between them. As Deku struggled against the influence of the evil entity, he began to look darker, though his voice remained his own. Everyone shouted their support for Jack, urging him to destroy the threat. Dekuverse wandered through a ruined universe when Jack threw a microphone at him. Turning around, Dekuverse was met with Jack's challenge for a rap battle. The entity questioned Jack's seriousness, but Jack insisted he was very serious and that they would proceed unless Dekuverse was afraid. The entity accepted, promising to defeat Jack with words. Dekuverse expressed frustration, questioning why his opponent wouldn't just give in. Bakugo dismissed him as a sore loser. Eri felt compelled to follow orders and grow stronger, despite the horror she had experienced. She recognized her role as a puppet for a monster, stating that while they wouldn't hurt anyone, she might have to if commanded. The others urged her to hang on. All Might pondered the unsettling transformation of Eri, wondering what this version of Midoriya had done to everyone. Jack questioned Eri's determination, asking if she truly wanted to fight. He expressed that he wouldn't want to defeat someone who didn't wish to fight back and encouraged her to share more, offering to help her escape the conflict. Kirishima commented that the situation felt more like a rock song. Eri lamented that they could never defeat their adversary, feeling trapped in a cycle of despair. She reflected on her past, realizing that she had been too slow and warning that if she fell, she wouldn't perish at his hands. Jack encouraged her to try, suggesting that she could soar if she believed in herself. He urged her to confront the one who controlled her, promising that she could make him regret being near her. Eri resolved to conquer her fear and become the first to break free from his grasp, believing she could finally defeat him with Jack's help. Eri reminisced about past games, feeling nostalgic yet aware that nothing felt the same anymore. She had hoped for something good but found herself under the control of a will that dictated her every action. She realized she needed to change, acknowledging that she was not the same person she once was. Jack noted the cruelty of being manipulated by someone who had pretended to be a friend, leading her to a dark fate. Eri felt trapped, recalling how she had tried to escape but was caught. Jack lamented the loss of her self-confidence, questioning what had happened to her trust and belief. He asked if she thought there was still a chance for salvation, recognizing the disgust that had taken root in her heart. Jack urged her to stand up for what was right and to fight back, promising to help her and everyone else. He was determined to confront their enemy, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Eri, however, felt hopeless, believing she could never achieve the light she once sought. She longed to escape the pain and soar high once more. As Eri transformed into Xenophanes Deku, Deku declared his intent to break his opponents, taunting them about their false hope. He reveled in the idea of ending their struggles and trapping them in despair. Jack countered, asserting that they would bring justice and restore balance, vowing to confront the danger ahead. The two exchanged powerful declarations, each determined to rise above the other. Jack insisted that they would not allow Deku to regain his former glory, warning that he would face the consequences of his actions. As the scene shifted, Bakugo emerged, questioning the nature of the illusions surrounding them. He felt a sense of sadness, reflecting on his past friendship with Deku and the inevitability of their fates. Jack acknowledged Bakugo's strength, urging him to see that he was still a fighter, despite being trapped in a twisted reality. He offered to help Bakugo break free from the grip of their adversary. Bring me back to him. They could show him that the evil one would fall. Bakugo expressed that the evil one would fall, but it was a suicide mission. If Jack fought alongside him, he might never make it, especially now that the enemy had changed. The enemy destroyed everyone he hated, so they needed to beware of the dangers ahead. Jack warned that danger was indeed ahead and urged Bakugo not to be tricked again into thinking he couldn't use his soul to bring an end to the reign of terror. He was the enemy's crossbearer, so it was time to end the errors. Jack reassured Bakugo that there was no need for fear, salvation was near. The enemy wouldn't be able to hurt them anymore. Bakugo reflected on the SRNG lights, loud sounds, and instincts that kept him going. They were fighting different missions and nothing would stand in his way. The games wouldn't bring them back to life, and nothing could erase the pain. Every dark act was too far gone, leaving nothing behind. Bakugo insisted that Jack shouldn't interfere, as the enemy had always been there, choosing their paths and all the horrors in store. Jack countered that together they could right the wrongs. He had beaten the enemy before through song, and as the song continued, it marked the start of a brand new dawn. He asked Bakugo if he wanted to help everyone and consider himself a hero when all the suffering was done, bringing everything to zero. Both of them acknowledged that although time was short, they could fix things. The enemy would distort the truth, but they wouldn't miss it. Bakugo recalled all the lies he had seen 1,000,000 times and urged Jack to go after the enemy. Jack assured Bakugo that they would see through the lies and prevent anyone else from dying. Bakugo lamented that he had once been free of evil spirits but was now manipulated through lyrics, unable to discern what was real. Jack focused on working his mind until he could face the enemy and put an end to his reign. He believed they couldn't win if the enemy's army turned against them and questioned why Bakugo thought he couldn't ease his pain. Bakugo felt forever dead, with fire in his head, but he had faith that Jack would defeat the enemy again. Every path he walked seemed destroyed, cast into servitude and dread. Yet there was a chance that Jack could be the one who lived. Even though Bakugo couldn't be redeemed, someone else could, no matter what the enemy offered. Jack had to follow his plan, even if Bakugo couldn't feel for him. Jack declared that there was no way they wouldn't win this fight. They had the power of 3 already, ready to end the endless night and keep everything steady. They wouldn't be concealed, painted red, and hearing what the enemy said, Jack knew he had to take action, understanding the enemy's capabilities. Everywhere he looked, there was more blood, and everyone who stood was cut down like threads. Jack felt haunted by the world, as a brand new story unfurled. He was caught up in something he didn't belong in, but now he was rising up to confront the enemy. Bakugo stated that the only thing he could do was bring the demon back to Jack, to win this fight for everyone whose fate had been reduced to none. Bakugo felt they wouldn't be free, but Jack could help others, not him. He would prevent another from falling to the enemy, while he would remain just a limb. Jack felt the weight of everyone counting on him, hearing the murmurs from the sea. He needed to reach the enemy, for he was the key to setting all those lost souls free. Kirishima thought about how Bakugo sounded as if he were crying through his part. The dead ex-friend Bakugo was now replaced with Xenophanes Deku. Deku EXE questioned why Jack persisted, stating that fighting him was meaningless. He asked how Jack would choose to continue. Jack pointed out the unrest happening, the hellscape of a once peaceful place that Deku had created. He couldn't let Deku continue down this path. Deku EXE urged Jack to hear the screams of thousands of players joining in one chorus, warning him to turn back before he fell below, claiming he would never make it. Jack, having already faced 3 of them, insisted he must see it through. He knew he could do it because this had happened before, and he could see the ending. Suddenly, Xenophanes Deku was replaced with All Might. All Might declared that he was here with the SOP, and there would be no more breathing or believing. He told Jack to close his eyes and say goodnight, laughing heroically. Everyone protested, no, not All Might. Jack thought he was done, but there was another. He questioned if All Might was the one who had made them suffer. All Might had taken 2 along with him, but he wouldn't beat Jack, who laughed in response. All Might noted that everyone else had fallen down, and he took it upon himself to go, seeing nothing but the enemy all around. Now, he was upon Jack, laughing heroically. Deku attempted to fight Deku EXE, while endnver remarked that it explained how he had died and ended up as one of the enemy's puppets. Jack explained that everyone the enemy had encountered was forced to join the army of souls. They had lived their lives and found more strife, now reanimated. All Might questioned if it was worth it in the end to be cast aside from his life, noting he didn't hear anyone saying no. He told Jack to hold his breath, but it was never all right. Jack reminded All Might that once he saw the enemy, filled with fright, he contemplated if he was right. He had been cast into the darkest night and was now serving the enemy in this fight. All Might stated that he had had enough of waiting. The only one he served was his own empire, building his own army to raise him higher. Jack challenged the worth of someone who had fallen to their own tricks, manipulated just like he always had. All Might claimed he was the diamonds while Jack was the dirt, asserting that trying to stop him would make Jack disappear. All Might admitted that was a bit mean of him, while Deku reassured him that he wasn't really in control. Jack expressed confusion about what the enemy wanted and insisted he needed to go back to confront him. He had to save the world from impending chaos. Jack emphasized that this wasn't a game and questioned why the enemy played, as there was so much more at stake if he didn't take action. All Might declared he couldn't let Jack get away just like that, calling him a villain. He noted that Jack was just like the enemy, and in the old times he had found it fun, but the torture had only just begun. Nothing left but to face the enemy. Jack understood that he was being used as a pawn for someone else's goals. He proposed a new alliance, suggesting they take down the monster together for good. All Might, confident in his plans, declared that he would succeed and that retreat was not an option. Jack warned that there would be no territory left to conquer. The earth was ravaged by the demon, and a carnival of horrors awaited them. It seemed as if the chaos might never end. While the enemy manipulated others with hatred, Jack resolved to push through and never give up. He felt he was nearing the end of his journey, having encountered many souls along the way. He hoped they could all find peace and return to where they belonged. All Might acknowledged his own obligation in this fight, admitting to the devastation he had caused. He did not want to continue down this dark path, having fallen into despair. If Jack could defeat the enemy, All Might would be impressed, as he would have passed each of the 3 tests. Jack was the hope they needed, and his mission was crucial. All Might urged him to remember his name, warning that forgetting it could lead to dire consequences. He wished Jack luck, knowing he would need it. All Might then announced that Jack's mission was to defeat the enemy and ensure he never rose again. Jack felt confident, assuring himself that he would take the enemy down and prevent him from wreaking havoc on the land. As the confrontation began, Deku taunted Jack, suggesting he was unaware of the true threat he faced. Jack, however, was determined to stand up to the monster, confident in his ability to conquer. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, refusing to back down. Deku continued to boast about his power, claiming he would make Jack kneel and that the end was near. Jack saw through the enemy's tricks and was determined to seek revenge for those who had suffered. He declared that the time for the enemy's reign of terror was over. Deku insisted that he would not allow Jack to succeed, vowing to keep the souls trapped and prevent Jack from seeing the light again. Jack countered that he would save the cursed and end the suffering caused by the enemy. As the battle intensified, time was running out. Jack was resolute in his belief that he would triumph over the enemy, who had caused so much pain. He recognized the stark difference between them. The enemy was filled with evil, while he was not. The confrontation shifted as Mikumo Akatani entered the scene, greeting Jack with a morning salutation. Jack explained that Mikumo was a prototype design of Deku. Mikumo acknowledged the difficulty of accepting the situation but insisted that Jack could not save everyone, as the world was fractured by the one who controlled it all. Jack expressed frustration that the journey seemed endless, longing to return to the root of the problem. Mikumo revealed that he did not serve the enemy and lived on the outskirts of the chaos. Jack and Mikumo agreed that they had to take down the enemy to restore peace. Mikumo urged Jack to focus on the present, emphasizing that it was his time to be a hero. Jack recognized the damage caused by the enemy and the urgency of their mission. Mikumo reminded him that while the outside world faced turmoil, they needed to let go of distractions to solve the problem. Jack reflected on the pain and betrayal he had witnessed, realizing that their shared goal could unite them. Mikumo revealed that he had been watching the enemy grow in power, unable to intervene. Jack questioned whether Mikumo had lost his life to the enemy as well. Mikumo shared that he had never been noticed by the enemy, having been cast aside by those who lost their senses. Thanks to the rifts created, he could finally show his face, even if he couldn't escape. Jack saw an opening in the battle, recognizing their chance to win. As they faced Xenophanes, the enemy taunted them, confident that they would not succeed. Jack declared that Xenophanes was a parasite to the world, and he would not allow him to continue his reign. Mikumo joined in, asserting that the enemy had lived too long and that it was time for him to face defeat. Xenophanes threatened them, claiming his power was just beginning to unfold. Jack and Mikumo united in their resolve, declaring that the world could not belong to someone who did not care for it. Together, they prepared to fight for their future. Partners in crime, rising to take you down, ready to say goodbye to your hellish reign. Mikumo Akatani declared that no one could end infinity. Jack noted that he had won round 2, while Eri acknowledged his victory. Deku felt his patience wearing thin, expressing his frustration. Jack responded playfully, suggesting that the issue was simply that Deku couldn't sing. Mina chimed in, teasing Jack about his confidence. Toru added that no amount of ice could soothe that burn. With determination, Deku decided to unleash his full power against Jack. Deku felt a surge of energy as he faced his opponent. Fleetway Super Deku laughed maniacally, challenging him to see how fast he could truly go. Deku, filled with determination, declared that he was running wild and ready for the fight. Jack, confident in his chaotic powers, taunted Deku, claiming that he would win even in these final moments. Deku, fueled by his resolve, warned Jack that he was not prepared to face someone stronger than the heroes he knew. He promised terror and chaos, ready to unleash his full potential. Jack accepted the challenge, boasting that Deku had yet to see his true abilities and that he would defeat him soundly. With a fierce determination, Deku unleashed his attack, vowing not to hold back. Jack responded with confidence, asserting that he would shine and prove his superiority. The two were locked in a battle of wills, each determined to showcase their skills. Deku laughed triumphantly as he unleashed a powerful sonic cyclone, claiming the world as his own. Jack, undeterred, prepared to counter Deku's moves, insisting that he would emerge victorious. The tension between them escalated, with both fighters refusing to back down. As the battle intensified, Jack transformed into a powerful form, surprising everyone around him. Class 1A and the pro heroes watched in awe, questioning the extent of his newfound strength. Deku was taken aback, unable to comprehend the transformation. Jack reveled in his power, declaring that he would stand tall while villains fell around him. Deku, still furious, vowed to continue fighting, determined to prove his strength. Jack reassured himself that he would transcend any challenge, promising to defend against Deku's attacks. The clash between them reached a fever pitch, with Deku charging up his energy, ready to unleash a devastating blow. He threatened to bring destruction upon the world, fueled by his anger. Both fighters were determined to prove their worth, each believing they would emerge as the ultimate hero. As the battle raged on, Uraraka expressed her surprise at hearing Deku's voice in the midst of the chaos. Deku, now fully aware of the stakes, felt the weight of the battle pressing down on him. Jack, unwavering, prepared to face whatever chaos Deku brought forth. With a fiery determination, both fighters refused to let the other win. They exchanged powerful words, each asserting their desires and motivations. The fight was not just about strength, it was a clash of ideals and wills. In the end, neither was willing to concede defeat. They stood firm, ready to face whatever came next, knowing that the outcome of their battle would shape their destinies. Now the vision was getting blurry, and the white flag was waving. Dekuverse let out a loud roar, expressing his frustration. Everyone wondered if Jack had truly defeated Dekuverse, but the response was clear: this wasn't over. Jack declared that he had destroyed Dekuverse once and would do it again, reminding everyone that no one in this universe would miss him because they were already gone. With all his power, Jack unleashed a blast that shattered Dekuverse's form, capturing his essence in a jar. He remarked that it was fitting after all the chaos caused by stealing from heroes like Mario, Sonic, and Hypno. Jack called out to everyone, announcing he would be gone for a while and urging them not to let Bakugo destroy anything in his absence. Mina asked where he was going, but suddenly the screen flickered to life, revealing Jack speaking to a beaten and hopeless Deku. Eri inquired about what had happened, and Deku lamented that he had promised to be friends until the end, but he felt it was his fault that things had turned out this way. Jack reassured him that it wasn't his fault. He had given it his all and tried his best. Deku, however, felt differently. Jack reminded Deku that he had fought valiantly from dusk till dawn and admitted to his own mistakes, ones he couldn't erase. Deku, despite his rough state, seemed to be losing himself. Uraraka noted that Jack was going to help Deku with his fight, and they all hoped for a way to bring him back. As Deku struggled with his thoughts, he expressed a sense of confusion and despair. Jack urged him to remember the love and support he had from his friends, pleading for him to come back. Deku's words became fragmented, hinting at a deeper turmoil within him. Uraraka questioned why Deku was speaking in such a way, and Jack pressed him to think about the reasons behind his feelings. Deku began to realize the importance of his friends and the promise of heroism. Uraraka reminded him that she would never leave him behind, emphasizing their bond. As Deku grappled with his identity, he felt the weight of his powers and the pressure of his emotions. Jack and Uraraka reassured him that he was not a monster but rather an incredible person. They reminded him that they would always be there for him, no matter what. Deku, still in turmoil, expressed his confusion and frustration, but Jack and Uraraka stood firm, promising their unwavering support. They reminded him that they would face challenges together, from dusk till dawn. As the situation escalated, Deku's inner conflict manifested, and he struggled with the darkness creeping in. Jack and Uraraka continued to encourage him, emphasizing their friendship and love. They believed in his potential to overcome the darkness. The glitch began to affect others, including All Might, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Eri, who echoed the sentiment of friendship and unity. Everyone was taken aback by the unfolding chaos, but Jack and Uraraka remained determined to bring Deku back to the light. Jack opened a portal, and with Pibby and a version of Uraraka, they returned to a safe place. Jack instructed Uraraka to gather a sample of the glitch if she could. She nodded and left with Pibby. Mina asked Jack what was next for them, and he mentioned a return to Universe 23, hinting at his reasons with a smile. The scene shifted to Uraraka, who expressed her hunger, wondering why they hadn't reached the bakery yet. Deku assured her that he would find something for her, and as he looked around, he encountered Jack. Their conversation revealed some confusion about their cultural differences, but they laughed it off. Uraraka, trying to keep things light, suggested they find a bakery before Deku turned it into a rap battle. Jack, excited about the idea, mentioned his own hero creation from childhood. Just then, the microwave exploded, sending the microphone flying into Jack's hands, and he declared that a rap battle was on. Kirishima cheered for the upcoming showdown, and the stage was set for an epic exchange of words between Jack and Deku, showcasing their friendship and resilience in the face of adversity. But Jack's world was filled with strangeness, where he effortlessly battled quirky opponents. He offered a tip while they formed their quips, declaring that this whole place was his scene. Denki remarked that it was quite a burn. Deku suggested that while one might think they were player one with their wordplay and puns, the hero wore red while the sidekick was dressed in green. Mina noted that Deku had come back with a roast. Jack boasted about his hoodie being a national treasure, featured on the BBC, while he criticized his opponent's skater attire as uninspired, suggesting they go back to Mike commented that Jack had responded with an even bigger and hotter burn. Deku pointed out that he was everywhere, from crowdfunding to bootleg merchandise, and he had fame to spare. Jack challenged him, claiming he was about to make him freak out, boasting about his adventures to hell and space, even mentioning a recent trip to Tesco. He claimed they had already tried two brothers. Deku acknowledged that he might have only been around for a year, but his skills were revered. He claimed everything revolved around him, and he had the ability to launch careers and revive dead fandoms, even Jack's. Mina exclaimed that Jack's burn was hotter than the last one, while Toru reminded everyone that it was 2 burns in a row. Both of them cheered. Jack insisted he didn't need help to maintain his sway, to which Deku replied that if Jack wanted to keep his sway, he should keep rapping, as nobody liked a quitter. Jack offered to spill the tea, warning that it might burn. Deku confidently stated that he could take it, having learned that when one spits fire, they might get burned. Jack questioned if Deku was sure about that, claiming his hopes were dimmer than Tom's. Deku countered that he had kicked one before where he was from. He urged Jack to pick up the pace, stating that his threats were as plain as his face. Jack claimed they would feel his burn from space, while Deku asserted that Jack was hardly built to last and that his best days were long past. They both agreed that Jack was fading fast, and Deku remarked that it had been a blast. Jack expressed that things had gotten intense, feeling like a revival, and Deku suggested that he could be Jack's rival. Jack dismissed the idea, saying he had one living right next door. Deku challenged him to bring it on, urging him to stop waiting. Jackson entered, commenting on how he was impressed that they had found someone lamer than themselves for a guest. He referred to Jack as a sad little gnome who would feel right at home, questioning who he was replacing. Jack retorted that Jackson was a huge irritation in their lives and called him a giant joke, comparing him to a diet drink. Jackson claimed he was number one, boasting about his fancier clothes and place, along with a prettier lawn for his friends to stand on. Aaron questioned if Jackson considered them friends, to which Jackson replied he would punch Aaron in the face. Deku accused Jackson of being a copycat, stealing Jack's style and being an ill-tempered bully. He pointed out that Jackson screamed second place from head to toe. Jackson insisted he was not in second place. Jackson continued to insult Jack, claiming his terrible puns were worse than his own. He lamented that his painting should have won, but Jack reminded him that they had both agreed he should have won. Jackson told them to buzz off and not come back. Deku observed that Jackson seemed troubled and soft under his tough exterior, suggesting that his shell was about to crack. Jackson countered that Deku was the one who was soft. He boasted about his fame, encouraging them to look for his name online to see how popular he was. Jack declared that he had fought off zombies and outwitted schemes, stating he would take both over one more Jackson meme. Jackson claimed he was a meme and asked when Jack had last seemed relevant, declaring he was about to put this to bed. Deku challenged Jackson, telling him to go back to bed if he thought that made him cool. Jackson dismissed them, saying it was a waste of time and suggesting they roll out. Jack told him to make like a mime and shut his mouth. Jackson invited Deku to knock on his door if he had a change of heart. Deku pondered why Jack was worried about Kirishima, thinking they had made up after an incident involving some girls. Jack explained that he was concerned after a time-related mishap caused by Uraraka, which had messed up his flashback. Deku asked why Jack was worried about Kirishima, prompting Jack to question who else was playing with the space-time continuum. Uraraka playfully suggested that it was hard to say, while Mina found it suspicious. Denki wondered if it was like a game they all knew, and Adam decided to get a harpoon gun, suggesting something weird was going on. Jack urged Adam not to jump to conclusions, believing it was just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, Kirishima appeared, declaring he was unstoppable and ready to crash their party. Jack confronted him, stating they could discuss why he despised them but first needed him off his lawn. Kirishima revealed that while they lounged about, he had made plans to strike again. Deku offered to help, having stopped many maniacs before, but Kirishima announced he had changed his mind, claiming Jack's friend had touched his heart. He warned them that trying to scatter wouldn't matter, as he would blow them apart. Jack accepted the challenge, ready to bring a fight, expressing his frustration with Kirishima's destructive rage. He claimed he might not be able to punch well, but he enjoyed pressing buttons and would upstage Kirishima. Kirishima responded positively, acknowledging Jack's determination. Kirishima urged everyone to keep pressing buttons, disregarding the missiles locking onto them. He expressed his excitement about the thrill of victory once his opponents were defeated. Kirishima proclaimed that they should witness their impending doom, while Deku reminded him that the person who had broken his heart was not as well drawn back then. He suggested that Kirishima should step out of the robot and try again, hinting that he might find someone else to date. Kirishima questioned where Deku had been, noting that it sounded like he and Jack used to be friends. Jack pointed out that they had all been seen together. Kirishima decided to show them some classic moments, starting with a humorous reference to a blown-up face. Deku retorted, confident that they were not foolish enough to remain stationary. Kirishima insisted that no matter how much they dodged, he would not give up the fight. He expressed pride in the years of work he had put into building the robot, emphasizing the countless prototypes and hours spent coding it. He demanded respect, calling Deku a cocky jerk. Jack lamented the loss of the friend he once knew, criticizing Kirishima for sneaking around and planning attacks, warning him that living this way would lead to trouble. Kirishima, undeterred, declared that it was time to say goodnight. Deku acknowledged that he had to leave them hanging, noting that while he was having fun, someone else was getting upset and had a fully loaded harpoon gun ready. Kirishima reacted with dismay, while Adam commented on how useful the harpoon gun had turned out to be. Jack expressed gratitude for Adam's help, relieved that he still had the weapon in storage. Deku felt fortunate to have experienced multiple rap battles in one day, thanking them for the excitement. Adam remarked on Deku's enthusiasm, suggesting he would fit right in with their group. Jack invited Deku to stick around, anticipating more chaotic adventures. Aziawa interjected, suggesting they had seen enough of that. Uraraka thanked them but mentioned that she and Deku would be leaving if they didn't get some food, playfully threatening to become dangerous herself. Jack quipped about Uraraka's appetite for destruction, prompting laughter from everyone. Bakugo rolled his eyes at the pun, while Uraraka angrily insisted that they should never do this again. Deku, sweating nervously, agreed. As they prepared to move to the next universe, Jack warned that it might be a bit scary, but he was confident that Eri and Kota could handle it. Mina questioned his certainty, and Jack explained that if Eri and Kota wanted to become heroes in the future, they needed to show bravery. Izuku realized that this was essentially emotional training, and Jack praised him for his insight, acknowledging why he was number one. The new universe began, showing Izuku approaching a place called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. He announced his arrival for his job, and the manager, Scott Cawthon, greeted him. Izuku introduced himself, and Scott explained that he would be working the night shift, instructing him to arrive at 11:30 p.m. for a shift starting at midnight. Scott detailed Izuku's responsibilities, which included monitoring the robots and ensuring that no one broke in or damaged them, as they were expensive and would take a week to replace. Everyone felt a bit uneasy as they looked at the robots, and Izuku noticed Freddy's eyes moving to follow him, causing a shiver to run through the group. Feeling unsettled, Izuku looked away and walked off while the eyes continued to track him. After Scott showed Izuku his office and provided him with his uniform, he advised Izuku to get some rest before his shift. Izuku went home to take a nap. Upon waking, he put on his uniform and walked to work, greeting Scott before entering his office. He sat down at his monitor and began his shift. Bakugo remarked that the situation sounded serious. Deku declared that thunderstorms and debris would not hinder him. Through it all, he remained unmovable. Jack responded, stating that those who played God could not truly embody that role within their dreams. Deku insisted that there was no time for games and that Jack would soon see how all his strings only bent to his will. Jack countered, asserting that he would never be controlled and was free, ready to show how the game was played. He warned that Jack would never win in the end and that he would lose if he tried to kill him. It was ironic that they were there, in an area that was crystal clear. Deku taunted Jack, calling him just an overachiever and questioning if this was truly the end he desired, coming all that way just to kill him. He declared that the game would end now and it was time to strike him down, suggesting that Jack would drown in the lake. Eri encouraged Jack to go for it, while Mina shouted for him to kick his opponents but with music. Deku expressed a desire for the conflict to end, but Jack continued to fight and sing, unaware of the consequences he would bring. Jack noted that it was a constant cycle of denial and loss, with everyone trying to act like a final boss. Deku asserted that Jack could not move him, to which Jack replied that confidence would only take him so far if he lacked the skills to stay on par. Both acknowledged that they could see past the veil of the world, where everything Jack had ever wanted was laid bare. They deemed his attempts pitiful and stated that his existence was not literal, having stripped the land of its colorful sins. Deku claimed to embody the future. He suggested that Jack should not even be there, and Jack retorted that taking away everyone's toys would lead him to a fate he would not enjoy. Deku doubted Jack's chances of winning the fight, while Jack pointed out that Deku remained in power only because his gods had taken pity on him. Deku warned that Jack would always reap what he had sown, leaving behind a story that would not be told. Jack declared that Deku could use all his harmful words, but nothing could silence the call of the void, which was dragging him further down until he finally understood. He noted that Deku still thought he had power over him, even as he neared the end of his journey. He marched toward oblivion, brittle as obsidian, once again trapped with his power as he approached his final hour. Deku accused Jack of hating him for not liking what he did, questioning when a god had ever played by mankind's rules. He proclaimed that Jack's last chance at life was long over, and the path to his hidden rainbow would leave him bedridden. He urged Jack to break the neon wall to break him, stating that he would not stop until he was destroyed. He had been at the top until Jack came along, running and fighting, which was the first sign that he was going down. Deku declared that he had all the power he needed. He instructed Jack to rip out the code to place him in dire situations, breaking and eroding until he was gone. He urged Jack to look to the front, as it was their last chance to see his face. With the fourth wall gone, Jack would break along with it. They both proclaimed that they would bathe in power and bask in glory for the final time during the 11th hour. They advised Jack to take the short time, as he was now theirs, and to look to the stars, which, like him, would soon burn away. Deku acknowledged that Jack was his final foe, and they would ascend to the heavens. Deku noted that calling to the void was dragging them further below until Jack finally understood. He still thought he had power over that place, but he would break outside his space. As he marched toward destruction, he followed all instructions, once again trapped with his power as he neared his final hour. Deku proclaimed that nothing could stop him. He had already won. When the song was over, they had only just begun. Jack's last chance at life was long over, and Deku had been before him and would be forevermore. He chose his path and what lay in store, urging Jack to break the neon wall to break him. He claimed it was ironic or not, but there was only one option for Jack to take. Deku remained at the top before Jack, declaring himself the god that his people had forgotten, and that Jack was destroyed by the one and only Scott. He affirmed that he had all the power he needed. Deku unleashed lightning that tore the veil into 3 paths without any winding. Jack remarked that the storm that never went away found itself in an endless day. Deku stated that even if Jack didn't need him, he could say that they would repeat. Jack felt trapped inside the world he had drawn, trying to change Deku, but he knew what he had seen. Kirishima announced that Jack had won, and Deku expressed surprise at Jack's ability to keep up. Jack acknowledged that he had emerged victorious. That night, Izuku mentioned that he had just picked up a new job, hoping it wouldn't be too hard since it was the night shift, working the graveyard. Ochako responded that it was a good thing. Izuku reassured himself that urban legends aside, he thought he would be fine, believing there was no way these things were alive. He thought it was just a robot with nothing inside, not like he was fighting to survive. Kirishima agreed, but Izuku suddenly heard a noise and realized Bonnie was gone. His skin began to crawl as he sensed something approaching, walking the halls, and his power was starting to wane. Aizawa noted that things were taking a turn for the worse. Izuku expressed his frustration at seeing all the sinister faces and questioned why he was working for minimum wage. If he could be killed, he felt they should give him a raise, wondering why they had hired him in the first place. The animatronics sang about enjoying 5 long nights, advising him to kick back and grab a slice. They warned that if he got hurt on the job, they could not cover his loss, but if he could make it to 6, he would be fine. Mina and Jiro commented on how the robots could sing. Izuku pondered the strange accidents happening while they were still in business, finding it baffling. He hoped the cameras were accurate, as he could not imagine what would happen if the animatronics got their hands on him. Bakugo remarked that robotic Deku sounded weird. Izuku reflected on a long past filled with tragedy, questioning what the bite of 87 had actually been and why every event at Freddy's seemed to lead to a massive catastrophe. Denki asked about the bite of 87, and Izuku replied that he didn't need to reiterate the importance of ensuring he didn't run out of batteries, or they might reconfigure his anatomy, adding him to the mechanical family. The animatronics sang a cheerful tune about enjoying 5 long nights, encouraging everyone to relax and grab a slice of pizza. They warned that if anyone got hurt on the job, they couldn't cover the loss, but assured that reaching 6 a.m. would mean safety. Izuku felt the anticipation as 6 a.m. approached. He was ready for the night to end and urged the clock to move faster, reminding everyone to stay in their designated places and avoid the back office. All Might wondered if the first night was finally over. Izuku sensed something unsettling, a foul odor creeping closer, and he questioned how much longer the night would last. Sato noted that the smell must be strong if Izuku could detect it. Izuku speculated that the place might be haunted, yearning for closure, but all he wanted was to clock out and enjoy a drink. However, Chica was acting erratically, Foxy was peeking out, and Freddy was lurking around, draining his power as he tried to keep them at bay. Menata remarked on how bad the situation was becoming. Izuku read an article that added to his unease. As the clock struck 5 a.m., he felt a surge of panic upon realizing Golden Freddy was present. Everyone acknowledged the existence of Golden Freddy as the animatronics repeated their eerie song about the long nights. After his shift ended, Izuku sighed and headed home to rest. On nights 2, 3, and 4, Inko expressed concern for Izuku's return to the job, while Jack reminded her that he needed the money. Izuku described the animatronics creeping closer, comparing his anxiety to a worm beneath a lure. His heartbeat raced as he noted that the old machines were still moving toward him. Shiro commented on how dire the situation was. Izuku continued to express his fear, describing the animatronics' foul odor and the creaking of their footsteps as they circled him, with power running low. Sato confirmed the terrible smell, while Izuku recalled the phone guy's reassurances of safety, though he suspected things would only get stranger. Momo acknowledged Izuku's intelligence in returning for another night while still being cautious. Izuku felt his body tremble as he faced the animatronics, questioning why he didn't just escape or turn off the fan, as they continued to approach. Bakugo wondered if Izuku was losing his mind. Izuku noted how the animatronics appeared cute to children, but he recognized the danger they posed, especially as Freddy seemed to be on the move. As the tension escalated, the power suddenly went out, and everyone paled when they saw Freddy's face illuminated in the hallway. When the clock struck 6 a.m., Izuku rushed home, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. On the fifth night, Izuku sat in his office with a determined expression. Meanwhile, in the safe room, Springtrap awakened and broke through the wall that had concealed him. Mina was shocked by the sight, while Jack identified the creature as Springtrap. Todoroki inquired about Springtrap's location, and Jack explained that he had been in the safe room, an area inaccessible to cameras and animatronics. It was time for the friends to rise again. Springtrap announced that it was their first night on the job, and they might hesitate to punch in because once they were on the clock, he was up to something. He mentioned the disturbing rumors about how things in the night went bumping, and after 30 years, it was amazing that he still continued to function. Mina expressed her surprise at the 30 years that had passed. Springtrap continued, saying that the first 5 nights were boring and that they should wait for what he had in store. There would be nowhere to hide, and they couldn't shut the doors. He questioned whether he was just a machine or something more. All Might wondered what Springtrap meant by that. Springtrap suggested that there must be more to his rotten core than just being a walking, talking robotic corpse. He advised them to check the time, as that was what the clock was for, and warned that they should never have picked this job. On the bright side, they wouldn't get bored, as they would be the next target he was coming for. Inko was alarmed, realizing that Springtrap was actually trying to harm Izuku. Springtrap added that while it wouldn't cost them their job, it would cost them more, hinting at a grim fate awaiting them. The animatronics began to sing about the many nights they had spent, warning that evil didn't die and that they should be cautious of what lurked behind lifeless eyes. Everyone felt a chill at the mention of lifelessness. The animatronics continued their song, encouraging them to enjoy the 5 long nights, reminding them that if they got harmed on the job, there would be no compensation. They advised everyone to try not to die while they were there. Springtrap declared that Fazbear's Fright was the horror attraction, and he was ready for action. This was their brand new show, and they were sitting in the front row. He noted that 5 nights had never gone by so slowly. He mentioned that the power core was activated, revealing the potent evil they had awakened. Every sin he had committed reflected in his death, left to decay. He warned them to take care of the air supply and to beware of nightmares coming to life. They needed to keep their cameras online and find him before he found them. Springtrap ominously stated that they would wish they had never been hired. It would be a long shift, but they wouldn't get tired. After tonight, they might want to retire and find a simple 9-to-5 job, anything that wasn't an overnight survival. The last thing on their minds should be getting fired. He lifted his mask and spoke of ashes to ashes and dust to dust, suggesting they would burn with the rest of them. Everyone covered their eyes after seeing his phone. The animatronics sang again, reiterating the warnings of the nights ahead and the fear of what was inside. As the clock approached 6 o'clock, Springtrap reflected on the time they had spent together, questioning why anyone would quit when they could relive it again and again. Mirio insisted that no one should have to relive this. Deku expressed his frustration, questioning if the job was even worth it and lamenting that after tonight, he might not work again. He wondered about Springtrap, admitting he had never heard of him and was confused about who the Purple Man was. He was dripping with sweat, wishing for a fan, and contemplated whether they should burn the place down or if he deserved a raise for enduring it. Bichako encouraged Deku, agreeing with him. Springtrap reminded them that they didn't know what they were getting into and that they were never alone because he was there with them. He mentioned that their audio was having issues and that he was a killing machine, coming to get them. Deku acknowledged that the situation was as bad as it could be, and everyone nodded in agreement. Springtrap warned them not to ask his name because they already knew who he was. The animatronics sang once more about the nights they had spent, reiterating the dangers they faced and reminding them to try not to die. After receiving his paycheck, Deku took off his name tag, placed it on Scott's desk, and quit. He then flopped onto his bed and fell asleep. In his dreams, the haunting experiences of the night lingered on. Nightmare Freddy lurked in the shadows, his voice echoing ominously as he spoke of unseen animatronic bodies waiting just outside. Mina, curious and apprehensive, wondered what it was. Jack explained that it was a nightmare animatronic. Eri and Kota clung tightly to Inko, feeling the weight of fear in the air. Ojiro inquired if all the characters had nightmare versions, and Jack simply nodded in response. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone paled at the thought. Nightmare Foxy announced their arrival, promising to bring terror and declaring that their fate was sealed. Nightmare Bonnie added that the night was far from over, emphasizing that escape was impossible. Nightmare Chica chimed in, insisting that the party had just begun, while Nightmare Cupcake playfully suggested that trying to escape would only make things more entertaining. Nightmare Freddles echoed the sentiment, reminding everyone that the night was not yet finished. Freddy reflected on their transformed appearances, revealing the hidden monsters behind their masks. Chica noted the terrifying reactions they inspired, while Foxy warned that there was no running from them. They had the upper hand. Plushtrap reiterated that the night was still ongoing, and Plush Fredbear declared that the party had just begun, making it clear that escape was futile. Springtrap added to the chilling atmosphere, stating that the night was not over and that forgetting was not an option. Mina, feeling protective, wished for Deku to be left alone. Golden Freddy proclaimed that the party was just starting, and Nightmare Deku ominously repeated that the night was far from over, instilling fear in everyone around. Deku, overwhelmed, pleaded to be released from the dark place where shadows lurked behind the closet door, knowing they would return. He repeated his desperate request, feeling the weight of dread. Suddenly he woke up in a panic, drenched in sweat. Choco, concerned, asked if it had all been a dream. Deku glanced at the clock, noting it was 5 in the morning, before lying back down and drifting off to sleep once more. Jack broke the silence, asking how everyone felt about the experience. Mina expressed her need for a break, and the others echoed her sentiment. Jack then mentioned that there were some who wanted to meet them. Aziawa interrupted, asking how this universe had come to be. Jack sighed, realizing it was time to explain. Iris suggested that Chris might want one of the plush traps, specifically the Bonnie. Chris acknowledged that he didn't have one yet and thought it could be fun. Iris mentioned that they could pool their tickets together since the plush was quite expensive. Mina commented on how nice Iris seemed. Terrence, in a teasing manner, wished Chris a happy birthday, prompting Ida to remind everyone that bullying should not be tolerated at a birthday party. Chris urged Terrence to stop, but the bullies, Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie, continued to taunt him, with Freddy laughing at Chris's discomfort. Iris defended Chris, telling the bullies to back off since it was his special day. Terrence proposed that they help Chris get a closer look at the stage, despite Chris's protests. Achiko pleaded for them to put him down, but Terrence insisted that Chris wanted to get even closer. Scott, noticing the commotion, warned the kids to back away from the stage. Terrence, however, continued with his antics, counting down as he lifted Chris closer to Freddy. In a moment of panic, Chris expressed his fear, but the situation escalated quickly. The atmosphere shifted as everyone realized what was happening, and chaos ensued. Inko shielded Eri and Kota's eyes from the unfolding scene. The shock of the moment left everyone speechless, and Jack, trying to regain control, reminded them not to keep Team Multiverse waiting. Jack announced his intention to spend some time in another universe, which surprised Bakugo, who questioned why Jack would leave them behind. Jack explained that there were people who wanted to meet them. Deku was curious about who these individuals were, and Jack described them as the fastest, smartest, and strongest multiverse travelers and warriors. As the cast of My Hero Academia entered the new universe, they encountered a skeleton pondering what to draw, an elder reading on a sofa, and Goku training. Sonic introduced himself and his friends, and Ford expressed his need for help from the smartest students present, prompting Momo and Nizu to step forward. Bakugo, skeptical of Goku's strength, challenged him to a fight, dismissing Jack's claims. Goku warned Bakugo that his anger might blind him in battle, but Bakugo remained undeterred. As Goku powered up into his mastered Ultra Instinct form, Bakugo's confidence wavered, yet he still attempted to use his quirk against Goku, which proved ineffective. Goku, unfazed, decided it was his turn to attack. With a swift move, he struck Bakugo, knocking him out with a single blow before returning to his base form and walking away. Izuku, the astonished, asked Sonic about what had just happened. Sonic explained that Goku's Ultra Instinct was incredibly fast, something only he could perceive. Meanwhile, Ford and Niza discussed the intriguing nature of the multiverse, with Ford revealing his research aimed at helping Pibby combat the darkness threatening various worlds. Momo expressed her curiosity about a mysterious drawing that Jack had brought back with him. Hours later, Ink Sans announced that Jack had texted him, indicating he was on his way back. The group bid farewell to Team Multiverse, and when Jack returned with Charlie and Pibby on a pink lion, Izuku eagerly inquired about his adventures. Jack recounted his encounter with Pibby, and Mina asked if he could show them what had happened. Jack instructed the lion to take Charlie and Pibby back to their base. Jack was not okay, and Aziawa could see it. Jack expressed his distress, saying that more people had been taken by the darkness, and he had been running for his life. He wished he could help. Eri got off Inko's lap and went to hug Jack, who smiled and returned the embrace, thanking her. All Might suggested that Jack might feel better if he shared something. Jack agreed and placed Eri back on Inko's lap before starting the universe. As the screen lit up, Jack looked back and saw Pibby Deku behind him. He began to fight Deku, using his quirk to defend himself. Deku, in a moment of confusion, repeated that this wasn't a game. Uraraka noted that Deku was starting to come back to himself. Suddenly, Momo joined Deku's side, also affected, and exclaimed with a distorted laugh that she knew Jack was going to be sent back, but this was how he started. She mentioned a legendary figure, Steve, from another universe, and her laughter echoed ominously. Jack fought against Deku and Momo when Kirishima jumped in, wielding 2 guns. Mina cheered for Kirishima, who remarked that he didn't understand the guns but felt he looked manly. Momo expressed disbelief at his comment, while Deku and Momo declared they would change how Jack and Kirishima felt. Jack and Kirishima were soon joined by Charlie and Pibby to fend off Deku and Momo. Just then, a glitch crept up on Kirishima, causing everyone to shout in alarm. Jack tried to help Kirishima but was pulled away just in time to avoid being consumed by the glitch himself. After landing safely, Jack looked at Kirishima, who was in tears. Pibby comforted him, assuring Jack that they would get their friends back. Jack, however, revealed that he was crying because the multiverse was being swallowed by a glitch, and he felt powerless to stop it. He expressed his despair, feeling that nothing he did mattered. Pibby encouraged Jack, reminding him that they had a base of heroes who had escaped. Once they gathered enough people from this world, they could move on to the next and find a way to fight back. Jack wiped his tears and agreed, but then noticed a sticky note on the bottom of the gun that read, "Save Mina." Curious, Jack and Pibby turned around at the sound of Bakugo's voice, who exclaimed that the situation was dire. Jack began to reload Kirishima's gun and aimed it at Mina, preparing to shoot. Mina, in a distorted voice, questioned why Jack had abandoned her. As she began to grow in size, she shouted that she was not the same as before. Jack and Pibby quickly mounted a lion and started to run after Jack shot Mina in the head. In her final moments, she held a picture of her and Kirishima, asking why he had left her. The atmosphere grew heavy as everyone felt their hearts shatter at her last words. Jack announced that the next part would be short. All Might inquired about the universe they were about to explore. Jack clarified that it was about pie, not the food. Denki, confused, asked if it was like the dessert, to which Jack explained it was the number sequence. The screen displayed Class 1A in a lesson, with only Deku paying attention to Aziawa. Aziawa wondered why Deku was the only one focused. Jack explained that Deku wanted to be the number 1 hero. Aizawa sighed and challenged the class, asking who could recite the first 100 digits of pi to earn lunch. Bakugo questioned the relevance of the task, while Deku eagerly volunteered to try. Aizawa referred to him as a problem child, and Bakugo thought to himself that it was unlikely Deku could succeed. Deku began to sing a catchy tune about the digits of pi, captivating everyone in Class 1A. The lyrics flowed smoothly, detailing the numbers in a fun and rhythmic way. As he finished, the class was left in stunned silence. Bakugo expressed his disbelief at the brevity of the performance, while Jack pointed out that it had indeed been short. Jack rummaged through his notes, muttering to himself as he searched for something suitable. Suddenly, a portal opened, and Sally Williams emerged, tears streaming down her face. Jack quickly tossed aside his notes and embraced her, reassuring her that he was there for her. As she cried into his shoulder, he gently stroked her back and wiped her tears away, asking if she felt better. Sally nodded, sniffling, and the others found the moment heartwarming. Curious, Jack asked why she was upset. Sally explained her troubles, and Jack's expression turned somber. In a fit of rage and sadness, he opened a portal to the void and let out a scream. After a moment, he returned, removed his hat, ran his hand through his hair, and sat down in a corner of the stage, with Sally joining him for a comforting hug. Aziawa inquired about Jack's well-being, to which Jack admitted he was not okay. Izuku asked what had happened, and Jack revealed that he had just discovered his girlfriend had cheated on him with another girl and had been taken over by a glitch along with the girl she had been with. The class gasped in shock, and Jack expressed his confusion about why she would leave him without explanation, especially after everything he had been through, with only Charlie and Sally helping him heal from his mental scars. Bakugo questioned Jack's past, suggesting he might be hiding something sinister. Jack firmly denied being secretly evil. All Might asked for more details about Jack's experiences, prompting Jack to share his backstory. He explained that from the day he was born, he knew his potential was limitless. He crafted a staff to travel across the multiverse, witnessing the cruelty of various realities. He had seen jealousy, love, loss, and sorrow in every form, and had walked away from the last Great Time War. Jack recounted the horrors he had witnessed, the things he had lost, and the secrets he carried, knowledge that must never be spoken. He described the pain he held inside, vowing that no one else would have to endure such suffering. The class listened in stunned silence, unable to find words. Once he finished, Jack pulled a sword from his hand, declaring his intention to restart his love life in another universe. He promised to send everyone back to their own universe, and as they prepared to leave, they all bid him farewell, looking forward to seeing him again. Later, a familiar portal opened outside Class 1A, pulling the entire class along with two members of the Big Three, All Might, Aziawa, Inko Midoriya, Kota, and Eri into a new adventure. Kirishima recognized their location, while Mina speculated that Jack was behind it. Aziawa confirmed his suspicion, and Deku noticed a note nearby. He picked it up and read that they should meet in the cafeteria for a surprise. Uraraka expressed her excitement for surprises, and everyone made their way to the cafeteria. Upon entering, they were greeted by a festive atmosphere filled with Christmas decorations. Jack was busy setting up a special seat, hoping the guest of honor would enjoy it. When he spotted the class, he welcomed them to his Christmas party, dressed in a festive outfit. Bakugo questioned the occasion, and Jack explained that it was Christmas in his universe. Checking his guest list, Jack opened several portals, allowing various characters to step through, including Toga from another universe, his daughter, his new girlfriend, Class 1A from Universe WTM 72, and finally, the guest of honor, the real Santa Claus. The class was left speechless at the sight of him. Jack reassured them that the multiverse held endless possibilities, including the existence of Santa. As the festivities began, Jack organized booths for everyone, while Santa took his seat with Jack's family, Eri, and Kota near the Christmas tree. Jack noticed the children and decided to help them with their presents, sliding them closer so they could open them. They found action figures of Deku and Uraraka, and Jack asked if he could borrow the Deku figure to show them a trick he knew. Eri and Kota had starry eyes when Jack showed them the trick. The Deku squad noticed a red-haired girl looking at Jack, who had come through with Sally, and decided to approach her. Deku was the first to speak, greeting her with a friendly hello. The girl, Stella, responded with a smile, recognizing him as Deku. She explained that Jack had told her about him. Deku asked for her name, and she introduced herself as Stella Vermilion. Jack rushed over to hug Stella, proudly announcing to the Deku squad that she was his new girlfriend and soon-to-be wife. The entire Deku squad was taken aback, and Ida, with his signature chopping motion, insisted that they needed to be appropriate about marriage. Jack reassured Ida that at 24 years old he was certainly of the right age. Just then, Jack's phone timer went off, and his face lit up with excitement. He called out to Stella, urging her to join him for their big number. He pulled out a microphone and began to sing. When Jack closed his eyes, all he could think about was her, wondering if she felt the same way too. He hoped tonight would be the night when everything would be just right. Beneath the wreaths of green, he envisioned it all in his dreams. Together, Jack and Stella sang about finding their way through another holiday, wrapping hopes and dreams in angels' wings. They expressed that the only gift they needed was to share this day and every day together. Jack continued with his heartfelt wishes, hoping that the holiday would bring him closer to her. He wanted tonight to be special, where every star shone like a diamond light, and the smile in her eyes was a beautiful surprise. Sally joined in, asking what she saw in the morning light, revealing that her Yuletide dream had become a reality. All three of them sang about the joy of the holiday, catching hopes and dreams on angels' wings, celebrating the love they shared. As the performance ended, everyone clapped enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the WTM-72 team looked at their original or prime Deku, reflecting on their own experiences. Jack noticed them and approached, apologizing for their Izuku's situation. He revealed that he had managed to obtain a green chaos crystal and believed he could bring him back with some work. Jack headed into a back room, ready to get to work. He retrieved his toolbox, donned his goggles, and grabbed his wrench and blowtorch. He began constructing a vault large enough for a person, connecting the chaos crystal and scanning for any traces of one for all within it. Using his staff, he extracted the essence and combined it with some of Deku's DNA he had on hand. He meticulously plugged everything into place, placing the green chaos crystal beside the vault and flipping a switch to activate the machine. As the process progressed, Jack's excitement grew. The machine reached 100%, and he quickly cut the power before rushing to assist Deku. The WTM-72 Deku murmured about the spinning room, struggling to stand and questioning where he was. Jack reassured him, introducing himself and explaining that he had revived him after he had fallen to an evil version of himself. Deku was confused, asking how he could be there if he had died. Jack explained that he had brought him back and encouraged him to join his friends, who were eagerly waiting. Together, they walked back into the cafe, where Class 1A rushed to embrace their Deku, smiles spreading across their faces. Jack concluded the gathering by announcing that it was time to wrap up the Christmas party and promised to send everyone back. He then turned to Prime Class 1A, suggesting they return to the theater. Mina inquired about the next universe Jack would explore. Jack explained that in this universe, Bakugo possessed the ability to see the future, which unfortunately led to everyone disliking him. As a result, they rarely spoke of Bakugo. Mina wondered if that was truly so bad. Jack warned that one might witness something undesirable. Uraraka chimed in, recalling a significant event, stating it was her wedding day. Deku added that it was their wedding day, prompting Mina to express excitement before questioning the relevance of Bakugo. Uraraka continued, describing how they were preparing for the ceremony under a clear sky. Suddenly, Bakugo entered with a mischievous grin, which Deku humorously likened to thunder. Mina shot Bakugo a glare as Uraraka asked who would tell the story, with Deku apologizing and encouraging her to proceed. Uraraka recounted Bakugo's ominous remark about the possibility of rain, which flooded her thoughts. She described the chaos of being married amidst a hurricane, to which Aziawa questioned how that could be considered joyous. Uraraka and Deku reiterated that they did not talk about Bakugo. Mina shared her fears about Bakugo, expressing how she had grown to dread his stuttering and mumbling, associating him with the sound of falling sand. Kaminari added a description of Bakugo's imposing presence, noting how he seemed to feast on dreams and fears. The group echoed that they did not talk about Bakugo. Kendo recalled a prophecy Bakugo had given her about her fish, which had died the next day. Tetsu mentioned Bakugo's prediction about his weight gain, while Kirishima insisted it didn't affect his masculinity. Monoma lamented Bakugo's prophecy about his hair loss, prompting laughter from Class 1A. They all agreed that one's fate was sealed when a prophecy was spoken. Momo shared how Bakugo had foretold that her dreams would come true, while Mina expressed her frustration about the man of her dreams being unattainable. Eri, curious about Bakugo, asked for the truth about him. She introduced herself as her older self, and Kaminari announced that Momo's boyfriend had arrived, signaling dinner time. As everyone acknowledged Bakugo's presence, Eri questioned why she had brought him up. The group collectively decided to avoid discussing Bakugo, with Eri regretting her earlier mention. Jack concluded the discussion, but Jiro noticed a change in Mina's line from the song and asked to hear it again. Jack reluctantly agreed, acknowledging her keen hearing. Mina sang about the unattainable man of her dreams, expressing her emotional turmoil. Jiro remarked on the intensity of her breakdown during the song. Jack was about to elaborate when his phone rang, prompting him to answer. Kota urgently called for Jack, explaining that a glitch had brought him to a dangerous situation. Jack assured Kota he was on his way. He opened a portal and jumped through, arriving to find Kota out of breath and scratched. Jack handed Kota a weapon for protection, while the wild pussycats questioned his actions. Suddenly, they noticed Mr. Aizawa, altered and approaching them. Mina expressed disbelief at Aizawa's condition. As Aizawa drew closer, Jack positioned himself protectively in front of Kota. Shinso appeared, his face bandaged, and asked what was happening. Aizawa transformed, merging with Present Mike, Midnight, and Nizu, causing fear among some of the teachers while others felt nauseated. Jack, Kota, and Shinso strategized their next move. Jack decided that Kota and Shinso should join the other survivors to gather information while he sought refuge in a different universe. However, Midnight's interference caused Jack's universal travel watch to malfunction, sending him to an unfamiliar universe. Upon arrival, Jack discovered a frightened Deku hiding. He reassured Deku of his friendly intentions and inquired about what he was hiding from. Suddenly, a voice called out for Deku, sending chills through Jack. Realizing he was in the Secret Histories universe, Jack urged Deku to leave with him, promising safety if he remained hidden. Jack emerged from his disguise, and as the portal closed, he prepared to face the challenges ahead, determined to protect Deku from the chaos of beloved anime characters. Yandere Uraraka expressed that they didn't love him. Failure Bakugo accused him of trying to provoke a fight. Insane Ida declared that it was useless, every test was a lie. Abusive Aizawa remarked that the blue abomination was no son of his. Jack began to use his voice in this universe, hoping to end it and send these 4 individuals into the void. Jack fell out of a portal while still in his Deku disguise, quickly removing it. He reflected on his experience, wishing the glitch wouldn't affect the universe he had just left, or the multiverse would be in danger. Mina had a question for Jack, who encouraged her to ask. She wondered why every problem he encountered turned into a rap battle instead of a proper fight. Jack explained that he didn't like hurting people unless necessary, and his quirk was really meant for fighting. Izuku was surprised to learn that Jack had a quirk, which he called vocal voice. Jack elaborated that he could change his voice depending on the person he was facing. Jiro asked if they could hear him sing, and Jack agreed. After his performance, Eri and Kota clapped enthusiastically, while everyone else was stunned by his talent. Jiro praised his singing, declaring that her favorite was number 10. Bakugo insisted that number 4 was the best, feeling the power in Jack's voice, which reminded him of Goku. All Might pointed out that number 1 was Jack's own voice. Jack urged everyone to calm down and not turn it into a debate. All Might then asked where Jack had learned to sing. Jack explained that in his country, there was a free Quirk-U school. Aizawa was surprised and inquired how that was possible. Jack clarified that they had to stay on school grounds to use their quirks, and most of them were harmless, except for Stella's, which made her the most popular girl in school. Mineta commented on Stella's popularity, but Jack quickly approached him at inhuman speed and sent him through a portal with a strong kick. Denki thought to himself that Mineta was in trouble while he had been smart enough to stay quiet. A moment later, Mineta found himself in a rundown office. He noticed a tablet on the table and turned it on, only to see Freddy Fazbear approaching down the hallway. He rushed to close the door, hoping to survive. Jack continued, explaining that despite everything, he and Stella still managed to get accepted into UA and faced Deku in a universe he had been part of. Bakugo expressed his desire to see the fight. Jack reluctantly agreed. The scene shifted to show Jack and Deku facing each other, both holding microphones. The announcer declared the beginning of the clash, and they began to exchange verses. A flashback revealed Deku's past, where he and Jack had met for the first time. The scene returned to the present, where Deku shouted his signature move and launched an attack. Jack skillfully dodged, and they continued their back and forth. As the screen turned off, Jack reassured everyone that Stella was with the rest of Class 1A, watching him, and that they were happily together. Mina expressed her relief, recalling the previous incident where someone had cheated. Jack thanked her and mentioned that after the sports festival, he had defeated Bakugo in his own way. Bakugo asked how he had won. Jack explained that they had a sword fight. Bakugo inquired about the details of his loss. Jack pointed out that Bakugo had let his anger and drive to win blind him, causing him to lose focus and make sloppy moves. When Jack won, Bakugo had attempted to rush at him to use his quirk, but Stella had intervened, slapping him away with her sword. Jack then prepared to show a video of the event. Stella told Ikki to move aside. Mina asked Jack why Stella called him Ikki. Jack explained that it was a funny story. While he was at the UA dorms with his dogs, Harper and Luna, Stella had a cold. When she saw him playing with the dogs, she intended to say, "cute," but sneezed halfway through, making the sound icky. Later, when she asked about it, Jack stopped her and said he actually liked the name. The girls all cooed at the story. Jack smiled at Stella and called her name. He tried to walk over to her but stumbled into her arms. Stella expressed her pride in him. Jack thanked her, but Stella scolded him for challenging someone head-on in his condition, questioning how foolish he could be. Jack acknowledged her concern, apologizing for worrying her. Stella admitted she was also foolish for falling in love with a total idiot and hugged him tightly. Ida interjected, saying he didn't think it was right for Stella to call Jack that. Jack reassured him that he had been an idiot in the past. He reflected on the warmth he felt in Stella's embrace, realizing it was what had saved him all along. He then shared that he had something important to say. Stella broke the hug and asked what it was. Jack sighed and expressed his desire for them to be a family. Everyone at UA, including Bakugo, who had just woken up, was stunned by Jack's words. Stella began to cry tears of joy and exclaimed that she had been waiting for him to ask. The audience collectively sighed in delight. Mike announced that it was a marriage proposal on the field, and the princess had said yes. They shared a kiss. Jack then noted how he and Stella got engaged and shifted the focus to the next universe. He announced that the next universe was ready to be shown. Bakugo pointed out that the more time they spent fighting among themselves, the longer it would take for their universe to be destroyed. He urged everyone to stop fighting and work together to save their universe. Mina asked what was happening. Jack explained that it was Bakugo's birthday, but an evil eldritch entity had come to kidnap Deku to create his own universe with Deku as his avatar, which would lead to the destruction of their universe. Toga questioned who had made Jack in charge. Evil Bakugo sided with her. Deku asked if that was an evil version of Bakugo, to which Jack confirmed. Some members of the Deku and Bakugo squads expressed their willingness to join the fight. Gran Torino declared he would join as well. Bakugo shouted for everyone to get ready. Jiro noted that they were at the place where the new universe would be created, explaining the void-like appearance. Mina remarked on the strange atmosphere, and Toga asked where their Dekus were. Jiro pointed out the eldritch villain Deku alongside a shadow version of Deku. The audience in the theater felt a chill at the sight. Bakugo rallied everyone, stating they were in for the fight of their lives. Jiro began counting down, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. The eldritch villain Deku taunted them, declaring their pleas were futile and that he would tear their lives apart to begin anew. The original Deku tried to rally his friends, suggesting they join him in a carefree existence. All Might recognized that Shadow Deku was a villain, but Jack clarified that it was due to mind control. Bakugo urged Deku to snap out of it, insisting that their friendship was worth fighting for. Evil Bakugo mocked their attempts, while the original Deku continued to struggle against the control. Toga encouraged Deku to relinquish the grip of the villain. Jiro noted that the sun was shining bright, signaling the end was near. The eldritch villain Deku threatened them with deletion. Evil Bakugo dismissed their efforts as weak. The original Deku, feeling the pressure, prepared for a final confrontation. Eri joined in, stating they couldn't let the villain continue. Kota added that it was time to repent for the sins committed. Mandalay supported Kota's sentiment. The eldritch villain Deku grew frustrated, trying to push past them. The original Deku announced it was time to finish off the foe, rallying everyone for the final battle. Mina declared that the villain's last moment had arrived. The eldritch villain Deku threatened them with despair and sadness. Toga interrupted, stating he had made his final mistake and demanded the return of their friend. As the curtains lowered and applause signs glowed, it seemed like it was the end of the villain's show. Everyone counted down together, ready to conclude the battle. Toga charged into SMG-0 villain Deku and landed in his mind world, a dark area covered in water and surrounded by a thick, ghostly orange fog and equally unreal purple clouds. She looked around, and what she finally saw was not an unpleasant sight. It was villain Deku, held by flesh chains. Toga rushed toward him and attempted to break the chains, but to no avail. Everyone was shocked to see villain Deku in flesh chains. He looked at Toga, uncertainty in his voice. Toga encouraged him, determined to free him, continuing her efforts despite the chains holding him captive. Villain Deku sighed, trying to convey the hopelessness of the situation. Toga refused to accept defeat, insisting they were so close to a solution. Meanwhile, outside the mind prison, SMG-0 villain Deku was proving too much for the real Deku to handle. He struggled, losing his grip, while Bakugo urged Toga to hurry, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Back in the mind prison, villain Deku expressed concern about their dwindling time. He hinted at a difficult choice that lay ahead, and Toga, realizing what he meant, was overcome with emotion. She hugged him tightly, sobbing and pleading for another way. Villain Deku reassured her, reminding her of her strength. Wiping her tears, Toga pulled out the notebook for his two-piece manga and opened it. Villain Deku, gathering his courage, confessed his feelings for her, asking if she would be his girlfriend. Toga happily accepted, and as the moment deepened, she leaned in and shared a kiss with villain Deku, knowing it might be their last. As Toga pulled away, villain Deku thanked her for the adventure. She swung her arm in a moment of desperation, and the audience in the theater reacted with indifference, recognizing the complexity of his character. Toga was brought out of the mind prison, her face close-up revealing shadowed eyes with visible tears. SMG-0 began to crumble away, letting out a final pained roar before dissolving into nothingness. Bakugo celebrated their victory, and the others joined in, expressing relief that the evil had been defeated. Deku finally reverted back to his normal size, and the spirits and energy began to return to their rightful places. Kota remarked on the restoration of peace, while evil Bakugo expressed his desire to go home. Bakugo praised the team for their efforts, especially Toga. However, when Jiro asked about villain Deku, Toga could only collapse to the ground, overwhelmed with grief over the loss of their friend. As the scene shifted, Jack announced the next story, which would take place in a different universe. Izuku inquired about the new adventure, and Jack explained that it involved Deku as a ghostbuster trying to save Bakugo from being trapped in a painting. Deku was sitting on his couch watching TV when he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found a letter on the ground. Excitedly, he read that he had won a mansion. Bakugo questioned how Deku had won such a prize, and Jack mentioned that it had appeared out of nowhere. Aziawa warned that the letter might be a trap. Deku quickly called Bakugo, who answered the phone casually. Bakugo pondered why he was so friendly with Deku, and Jack explained that in this universe, they were both in their 30s. Deku excitedly announced his win, prompting Bakugo to express disbelief. Deku sent him a copy of the map and asked him to meet at the mansion. Bakugo packed a few things, grabbed his coat, and headed to the mansion. Once inside, he began to explore while waiting for Deku. He found the laundry room nearby and, feeling safe, decided to wash his spare clothes. Suddenly, a ghost locked the doors to the foyer, plunging the mansion into darkness. Bakugo, startled, abandoned his clothes and rushed toward the entrance, only to find the door locked. Kirishima asked if Bakugo would be okay, and Jack reassured him that he would be fine, though he would end up stuck in a painting. Bakugo wondered why he couldn't blast the door open, to which Jack simply face-bombed, explaining that not every universe had quirks. Desperate to escape the ghost, Bakugo dashed through the unlit hallway, hearing the ghost's laughter as it chased him. Jack mentioned that the next universe was something unusual. Aziawa inquired about the meaning of something. Jack explained that it was set in an unearthly place, not quite in space, and that Eri and Kota would need to be placed in the children's room. The scene opened with Uraraka's voice softly singing about chasing rainbows, expressing the hope of finding happiness at the end of the rainbow. Mina recognized Uraraka's voice as a human figure fell from the sky, a rainbow bursting upwards through the clouds. Uraraka's song continued, revealing her struggles and feelings of being in a race, a wild goose chase, as she faced disappointment from her father. As the camera panned, it revealed a dark scene where angels circled hell. Uraraka's lyrics reflected her feelings of failure and questioning if the world was to blame for her struggles. The earth rotated, surrounded by many eyes, while the exorcists smiled deviously at the souls they had claimed. The scene shifted to graffiti in hell, expressing defiance against heaven, as Uraraka prepared to signal the end of an extermination with fireworks from a hotel balcony. Deku realized they were in hell as Uraraka sang about how some find sunshine while she only finds rain. An overlord opened the blinds to witness the fireworks, revealing a four-eyed overlord and Lucifer lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the studios, Velvet took a selfie, while Valentino received an unsettling text from an employee. Demons checked on a fallen comrade, only to be interrupted by cannibals. Uraraka's song continued, filled with tears as she looked back at the clock tower, which reset the timer for the next yearly cleanse. A newly transformed demon fell into hell, surprised to find himself alive, only to be run over by a taxi driven by Travis, who shared a playful exchange with Shigaraki. Shigaraki, fixing his hair, reminded Travis to keep things discreet about his services. Bakugo commented on the irony of a villain ending up in hell, while Jack clarified that the villain had died from a drag overdose. Travis, in a defeated tone, drove off as Shigaraki spotted a vending machine for drags. Just as he reached for some, a feathered demon snatched them away, leading to a boulder falling from the sky and crushing both the demon and Shigaraki's drags. Shigaraki expressed his devastation over the loss. A warship passed by, causing destruction, and Mina marveled at its appearance. Kirishima questioned who was piloting such a manly ship. The camera zoomed in on the ship, revealing Twice and his clones inside. Twice declared his intentions for a territorial takeover, boasting about the unmatched power of his machines. His clones cheered him on, expressing their admiration for his actions, while Twice proclaimed his goal to seize control of the entire west side of the pentagram by the end of the day. Serpent manipulated the controls, frustrated that not a single creature in this chaotic realm could reclaim the empire from his tight grip. He tightened his hold on a Twice clone with his tail, asserting his dominance. Suddenly, a Twice clone appeared on the screen, pouring whiskey onto Serpent's face, prompting him to swat the clone away. The clone exclaimed with excitement, while Twice declared his ambition to dominate, but was interrupted by a scream from off-screen. Serpent and the two Twice clones looked surprised as Mina's voice echoed, calling out to him. Mina, ready for a confrontation, prepared another bomb in her hand. She taunted Serpent, challenging him to leave her territory before she smashed his toys. As she juggled the cherry bomb, a large pipe fell, crushing an already defeated Twice clone, which made Mina grin with delight. Twice, his hood flaring open, accepted the challenge with enthusiasm, rallying his henchmen of Twice clones. Around him, the scene shifted to a news broadcast, with Midnight introducing the chaos unfolding in Pentagram City due to a turf war between Twice and Mina. Images flashed on the screen, showcasing Twice's attempts to appear trendy and Mina's rebellious attitude. Midnight reported on the fierce battles for territory, while Aziawa commented on the intensity of the fight, humorously referencing the stakes involved. The broadcast took a comedic turn as Aziawa suffered an unfortunate mishap, prompting laughter and shock from the other boys. Midnight teased him, and the segment transitioned to an upcoming interview with the daughter of Hell's head honcho, who had a new project to discuss. The scene then shifted to Uraraka and her girlfriend, Toga, as they prepared for the interview. Toga reminded Uraraka to stay focused, but Uraraka's excitement led her to suggest singing about their message. Toga, however, insisted on seriousness, urging her not to sing. Uraraka stood on a table, showcasing her ideas, but Toga pointed out that they needed to stick to the talking points. Uraraka playfully agreed, deciding to rely on her improvisational skills as she approached midnight for the interview. Nervously introducing herself, Uraraka extended her hand for a handshake, but Midnight dismissed the gesture, making it clear she had standards. Uraraka attempted to defend herself, but Midnight bluntly stated that she was only there because someone else couldn't make it. As Midnight continued to assert her authority, Uraraka felt the pressure of the situation. The broadcast resumed, and Midnight welcomed Uraraka back, urging her to share more about her passion project, setting the stage for an intriguing discussion. Uraraka tried to hold back her emotions as she gripped her pen tightly. She looked around as Toga encouraged her to continue. With a deep breath, she spoke about her upbringing in Hell, where she always sought the good in those around her. Midnight, distracted, stabbed a slug with her pen, causing its blood to splatter. Uraraka continued, expressing her deep connection to Hell and her people. She lamented the recent extermination, her heart heavy with the loss of so many souls. Frustration bubbled within her as she slammed her fist on the table, waking Midnight from her daze. Uraraka couldn't bear to stand by while her home was subjected to such violence. She proposed a more humane approach to address overpopulation, suggesting a project focused on redemption. With enthusiasm, she announced her plan to open a unique hotel aimed at rehabilitating sinners. Her broadcast reached the Radio Shack, where many demons gathered to watch. Uraraka's confidence began to waver as she acknowledged that hotels were typically for temporary stays. A reptile demon laughed at her, mocking her vision before leaving with his friends. Despite the ridicule, Uraraka believed in her purpose, a place for redemption. The scene shifted back to the demons watching her broadcast, where a mysterious figure joined the crowd. Bakugo commented on a demon in the background, while Jack offered a sinister reply. Bakugo quickly dismissed his curiosity, and the Deku squad exchanged puzzled looks. A cameraman snickered at Uraraka, prompting Toga to retaliate by punching him. Uraraka, feeling disheartened, addressed the audience, reminding them that everyone had something good within them, even if it wasn't apparent. Razzle and Dazzle prepared to support her as she announced her intention to sing. Toga face-bombed, anticipating the outcome. With a snap of her fingers, the room darkened, and a spotlight illuminated a piano where Uraraka, Razzle, and Dazzle began their performance. Back at the Radio Shack, Deku and his shadow watched with curiosity. Uraraka sang about her dream of a fantastic new hotel, showcasing a drawing of the Happy Hotel. She emphasized its uniqueness and its purpose to cater to a specific clientele. Razzle and Dazzle chimed in with harmonies, while Midnight looked on in shock and Aziawa remained confused. Uraraka continued her song, highlighting the potential for every demon to find joy and redemption. She dodged imaginary threats and handed out cupcakes, embodying the spirit of hope. As she sang, she encouraged the audience to embrace change and seek help at the Happy Hotel. With each verse, she painted a picture of a brighter future, filled with love and acceptance. She reassured the audience that their pasts did not define them, and that they could find healing and happiness. Uraraka's passion shone through as she invited all to join her in this journey toward redemption, promising that they would feel better in their new lives at the Happy Hotel. Life took a turn for the bizarre at the Happy Hotel, where a vibrant landscape of candies and sweets unfolded. Uraraka finished her performance, feeling exhausted as the news station audience looked on with disbelief. Jiro commented that it was pretty good, but the cartoon demon, transforming into his demonic form, dismissed it with a scoff. Jiro retorted, telling him to be quiet. Laughter erupted from the audience, including Midnight and Aziawa, while Uraraka felt crushed and slumped back into her seat. A boo section emerged, and the demons appeared uninterested. The blue flame demon simply stated, "Boo." Bakugo remarked that the boo was lackluster. Midnight challenged the notion that anyone from hell would care about becoming a better person, mocking the idea of the experiment's effectiveness. Uraraka defended their cause, mentioning a patron who believed in them and had shown remarkable progress. When pressed about who that patron was, Uraraka tried to appear confident as she revealed it was Shigaraki. Aziawa, surprised, asked if she meant the adult film star. Midnight turned to Aziawa, clearly annoyed, and then back to Uraraka, downplaying the accomplishment and suggesting that anyone could be influenced with the right incentives. Uraraka insisted that Shigaraki had been well-behaved and out of trouble for 2 weeks. Suddenly, breaking news interrupted as the live feed showed Shigaraki stepping on a twice clone and throwing a grenade, laughter echoing in the background. Uraraka's expression fell as she realized the implications. Midnight seized the moment, teasing Uraraka about her failed project while the room erupted in laughter. In a moment of defiance, Uraraka attempted to turn the tables by claiming she had Midnight's pen, but her bravado quickly faded under the weight of their stares. Aziawa left the set, and Midnight's demonic form emerged, looming over Uraraka. The scene shifted to Shigaraki and Mina battling twice clones. Mina thanked Shigaraki for the backup, and he expressed his enjoyment of the chaos. As they fought, Shigaraki handed Mina a bomb, and they both braced for an explosion, grinning at each other as they jumped into the fray. Shigaraki commented on the lack of fun in their fights, mentioning his 2 weeks of being clean, albeit with a hint of mischief. Mina was astonished, and Shigaraki clarified that he was as clean as one could be under the circumstances. The battle continued, with both of them taking down Twice clones. Twice, now enraged, declared that style mattered in war, while Mina countered that survival was more important. Shigaraki, noticing Twice's unusual hat, teased him about it, leading to a humorous exchange. As the battle escalated, Shigaraki found himself tangled in tentacles, prompting Twice to gloat about his predicament. Shigaraki, unfazed, made a quip about the situation, and Mina questioned whether he would face consequences for the chaos. Just then, Uraraka and Midnight were seen grappling with each other amidst the chaos, while Aziawa, covered in flames, called out for help, bewildered by the unfolding events. Mina expressed her relief that Shigaraki hadn't changed. Mina playfully nudged Shigaraki on the arm, expressing that he was her favorite person to party with. Shigaraki, with a grin, acknowledged her sentiment. Mina then pulled out one last bomb, asking if he was ready to finish the fight. Shigaraki confidently replied that he was born ready. As the climax of the battle approached, Shigaraki and Mina launched themselves at Twice and his army, preparing for the clash. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Mina were still arguing, and Aziawa was visibly distressed, struggling with his situation. The scene shifted, showing all the characters present, their voices rising in chaos before the atmosphere turned silent. The royal family limousine drove back to the hotel. Uraraka sat by the window, hugging her knees and reflecting on her ruined jacket from Midnight's earlier attack. Toga sat beside her, glaring at Shigaraki. Uraraka sighed, while Toga's eye twitched with frustration. Shigaraki amused himself by repeatedly playing with the car window roller, which drew Toga's ire. Toga expressed her disbelief at Shigaraki's actions, questioning what he was doing. Shigaraki shrugged, explaining that he owed his friend a favor, which he believed was a redeeming quality. Toga countered that his actions had serious consequences, resulting in chaos. Shigaraki, unfazed, joked about the situation, claiming it wasn't that bad and continued to play with the window roller. In a fit of anger, Toga threw a pocket knife at the window roller, while Shigaraki defended his actions, insisting that he needed to maintain his reputation. Toga argued that his reckless behavior made them all look foolish. Shigaraki, undeterred, continued to joke, even questioning the lack of liquor in the limousine. Toga, frustrated, declared her intent to take revenge, to which Shigaraki responded with humor about the consequences of her actions. Toga's anger flared as she expressed her exasperation with him. Shigaraki dismissed her concerns, claiming that most of the injured were unattractive anyway, which only fueled Toga's annoyance. Uraraka, feeling the weight of the situation, reminded Shigaraki that his actions were unacceptable. Toga echoed her sentiments, emphasizing the damage done to their reputation. Shigaraki, Realizing he might have lost his free room, feigned disappointment. Uraraka encouraged Toga to relax, attempting to reassure her friend. As the limousine arrived at the hotel, Toga threw herself onto the couch in frustration. Shigaraki rummaged through the fridge, joking about the need for food to care for the lost souls around them. He attempted to comfort Uraraka but ultimately decided to give her space. Uraraka stepped outside, trying to reach her mother for advice. She expressed her feelings of inadequacy and uncertainty about her future, wiping away tears as she spoke. After hanging up, she returned to the hotel, leaning against the door in defeat. A sudden knock startled her, prompting her to consider whether to answer. When she opened the door, she found Deku standing there, but she quickly slammed it shut. After a moment, she opened it again, allowing Deku to greet her. The others recognized him, expressing their disbelief at his appearance. Uraraka, frustrated, called out to Toga, informing her that the radio demon was at the door. Toga was shocked, while Shigaraki, curious, asked who it was. Uraraka, unsure of what to do, decided to disregard Toga's warning and open the door for Deku once more. He introduced himself with enthusiasm, complimenting her performance and making a humorous remark about the past. Toga, on high alert, pointed a harpoon at him, demanding he stop. Deku was determined to protect everyone in the room from harm, confronting the pompous figure who had appeared. He moved a harpoon aside with a flick of his finger, transforming into a more intimidating version of himself. The atmosphere shifted as everyone instinctively backed away in their seats, fear evident in their expressions. Snapping back to reality, Deku insisted he was there to help. Uraraka, confused, questioned his intentions. He repeated his desire to assist, testing the microphone he held, which surprisingly responded to him. Bakugo noted the microphone's resemblance to All Might, adding to the surreal situation. Uraraka was skeptical, asking what kind of help he intended to provide. Deku, with a shadowy presence, expressed his interest in the chaotic endeavor they were undertaking with the hotel. Uraraka questioned his motives, to which Deku responded with a laugh, claiming boredom was his driving force. He craved new entertainment after years of monotony. Uraraka pointed out that engaging in a fistfight with a reporter hardly counted as entertainment. Deku insisted that reality was the most thrilling form of passion, viewing the world as a stage filled with opportunities for excitement. When Uraraka asked if he believed in the possibility of rehabilitating a demon, Deku dismissed the idea, claiming that redemption was a fantasy for those who had already lost their way. Despite his lack of faith in her cause, Deku revealed his desire to invest in her efforts purely for his amusement. He envisioned watching the world's misfit struggle to improve, only to fail spectacularly. Uraraka, feeling uncomfortable, pushed him away. But he continued to express his enthusiasm for helping her. Shigaraki, curious about Deku's reputation, asked about the mysterious figure known as the radio demon. Toga, eager to share her knowledge, recounted how Deku had emerged in hell, toppling powerful overlords and showcasing his abilities to all. His unpredictable nature made him a source of danger, and Toga warned that he could not be trusted. Uraraka, however, believed in giving everyone a chance, even someone like Deku. She felt it was essential to maintain her principles and not turn anyone away. Toga urged her to be cautious, warning that Deku was a deal-maker with ulterior motives. Deku, observing a portrait of the royal family, listened as Uraraka expressed her commitment to faith and hope. She insisted that she could handle herself and urged Toga to trust her judgment. Despite Toga's concerns, Uraraka approached Deku, ready to accept his offer of help, but only under the condition that there would be no tricks involved. Deku, amused, presented his hand for a handshake, but Uraraka refused, declaring her authority as the Princess of Hell and ordering him to assist with the hotel. A distant howl echoed as she sought Toga's approval. Deku considered her request and agreed, retracting his microphone staff. As he hummed a tune, he turned his attention to Toga, playfully tickling her chin and commenting on the importance of a smile. He then inquired about the hotel staff, while Toga stared at him intently. Deku approached Shigaraki, asking what he could contribute. Shigaraki's response was unexpected and crude, leaving Deku momentarily stunned. He quickly dismissed the remark, and Shigaraki scoffed, claiming it was Deku's loss. Uraraka, observing the exchange, noted that it wasn't much of a loss after all. Deku, realizing the situation needed to change, prepared to take action. As he took out his microphone staff, he decided to cash in a few favors to liven things up. With a snap of his fingers, a new fireplace appeared, replacing the hotel's worn-down one. He approached it and picked up a mysterious figure covered in soot, which then opened its eye and stared at the trio behind him. Eri poofed off the soot from her body and introduced herself, saying it had been a while since she made new friends. She curiously asked why all of them were women and wondered if there were any men around. After lifting Uraraka and then putting her down, she apologized for her rudeness and looked around, commenting on how filthy the place was. She grabbed a spider and crushed it, expressing her surprise that the ladies hadn't cleaned up. Taking out a feather duster, she exclaimed that the state of the hotel was awful and began speed cleaning, exclaiming her disapproval at every turn. The four stared at Eri as a voice from an unknown demon echoed nearby. Ida laid his cards down on the table, boasting about his hand, but was interrupted by demonic illusions and voices distorting the surroundings. Spotting Deku, he pointed angrily, demanding to know what was happening. Miria wondered who this new figure was, while Mina commented on his cuteness. Kirishima guessed he was a cat. Deku greeted Ida warmly, but Ida was furious, expressing his frustration about being pulled into this situation just as he was about to win a pot. Deku, unfazed, explained that he was doing charity work and had volunteered Ida's services, hoping it would be okay. Ida was incredulous, shoving Deku away and questioning if he thought it would be a big joke to pull him out of nowhere. Deku, with a grin, suggested that perhaps it was. Ida refused to do any charity work, but Deku teleported behind him, insisting that Ida would be the perfect face for the front desk of the hotel. With a charming smile and welcoming energy, he believed the job was made for him. Deku then conjured a bottle of cheap booze, which Ida stared at before deciding it was enough to sway him. Toga interrupted, declaring that there would be no alcohol in a place meant to discourage sin. Shigaraki, appearing from off-screen, insisted that they were keeping the bar and flirted with Ida, who told him to go away. Uraraka welcomed everyone to the happy hotel, excitedly trying to shake hands, but Ida, reaching for his drink, lamented that he had lost the ability to love years ago. Deku asked what they thought of the place, and Uraraka exclaimed it was amazing, while Toga remained indifferent. Deku, thrilled, summoned a fireball and launched it at the ceiling to distract Uraraka, then dressed himself in a tuxedo and top hat. Bakugo wondered if this version of Deku was going to sing. Deku began to sing about dreams and wishes, twirling Uraraka and dressing her up, while Toga watched from the floor. The background changed to neon lights featuring apples and a skull as Deku caught Uraraka midair, and they tap danced together. He dressed up the hotel staff while shadowy figures played instruments around them. Deku continued to sing about redemption and style, playfully interacting with his friends. Suddenly, the hotel door exploded, knocking Eri off-screen as Uraraka, Deku, Shigaraki, and Toga looked outside. Twice Warship had made an appearance. Twice, with a flair for drama, announced his return, claiming he had the element of surprise. With a snap of his fingers, an otherworldly portal opened, unleashing tentacles and shadow demons that destroyed Twice's ship while he was still inside. Deku clenched his fist, a few drops of blood dripping from his hand as he finished off the chaos. Deku grinned menacingly for a moment, while the others looked at him in shock and horror. Everyone in the theater shared the same expression, except for Jack, who mirrored Alastair's look. Breaking the tension, Deku declared that he was starving and asked who wanted some jambalaya. He reminisced about a wonderful recipe his mother had shown him, humorously adding that it nearly killed her. He laughed, saying that the kick was right out of hell and that this was the start of real changes. With a flourish, he used his magic to change the sign atop the hotel from Happy Hotel to Has Been Hotel, suggesting that everyone should stay tuned. Twice was revealed to have survived the beating dealt by Deku, alongside Twice clone number 23, who asked if he would be shot with a ray gun. Exhausted, Twice collapsed. Aziawa commented on the situation, noting that it was quite something. Jack then announced that the next universe would be a bit different, explaining that it took place after Nabu Island, where Deku and Bakugo had defeated. 9. Eri and Kota were amazed by this twist. Jack continued, revealing that in this universe, Uraraka had lost her quirk, which led to Shinso and Uraraka switching places. She had given up on her dream of being a hero to figure out a new dream, which she eventually did. Mina asked what that new dream was, and Jack revealed it was to be a quirkless housewife, surprising everyone. Jack added that she had to find someone first. Uraraka sat in class, wondering which boy would accept a quirkless girl like her. Her thoughts were interrupted when the bell rang, signaling the start of lunch. She went to sit with the real heroes: Deku, Todoroki, Kirishima, Momo, Tsu, Mina, Aoyama, Jiro, and the rest, excluding Bakugo, Ida, Denki, and Mineta. Deku remarked that Bakugo would surely hate her if she were quirkless, to which Jack muttered under his breath about Bakugo's attitude. Deku then asked Uraraka how her class had been, and she replied that it was long and boring. Momo reassured her that even if it was dull, she would help in the long run. Uraraka acknowledged this but expressed her frustration about being bullied by certain people in class. Deku expressed his dislike for the bullying, while Jack contemplated whether to intervene but decided against it. Todoroki pointed out that Deku had beaten up Ida just for talking to Uraraka. Deku defended his actions, stating he knew Ida would say something mean. Jiro noted that she was surprised to learn that Denki disliked quirkless people. Denki remarked that this version of him was very different. Bakugo approached, mocking Uraraka and the group of friends. Mike questioned Bakugo's attitude, and Jack confirmed it. Deku stood up, telling Bakugo to go away and let him and his friends enjoy their lunch in peace. Bakugo scoffed at the idea of Deku's friends being weaklings. Deku crossed his arms, affirming that they were indeed his friends and asking if that was a problem. Ida interjected, reminding Deku that as his friend and class representative, he had a duty. Deku cut him off, stating that Ida had stopped being his friend when he began bullying Uraraka. Denki defended his friends, suggesting that if Deku had any sense, he would listen to them. Deku sighed, pointing out that Denki had lost brain cells when using his quirk, implying that he didn't think clearly at all. Everyone, including Uraraka, laughed at the exchange. Denki expressed his discomfort after a recent encounter, while Bakugo prepared to confront Deku for disrespecting his friends. However, Kirishima intervened, grabbing Bakugo's wrist firmly and advising him to learn about being a hero before attacking someone. Todoroki stood behind Kirishima, supporting his friend's words. Fast forward 3 years into the future, Deku and his classmates had just graduated from UA, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Uraraka was with Inko and her parents, celebrating Deku's achievement. After the festivities, Deku approached Uraraka, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. He wanted to ask her something important about their future together. Uraraka blushed deeply as he suggested they live together in an apartment since they were dating. When he asked if she wanted to, she eagerly agreed. Time passed, and Deku became the #1 hero, unlocking all his quirks. He married Uraraka and adopted Eri, with a transition showing the passage of time. Mina was surprised to learn about their marriage, while Aziawa noted the addition of Eri to their family. When Deku returned home, he was greeted warmly by Uraraka, who looked different now. Eri called out to him affectionately, and Deku praised her for being a good girl for her mother. Mina commented on how adorable they looked as a family, causing them all to blush. Deku stretched and remarked on the challenges of being a hero, relieved that he had a day off coming up. Uraraka inquired about his plans, and he expressed his desire to spend more time with her. Later that evening, Eri was upstairs playing Minecraft and listening to music when Deku entered to remind her it was time for bed. She complied and he tucked her in, wishing her a good night. Descending the stairs, Deku found Uraraka engrossed in a book. He shared his feelings, stating that even if things had been different, he would have still chosen to marry her. Uraraka, slightly skeptical, questioned if there had been another girl he liked, to which Deku reassured her of his unwavering love since their days at UA. They continued to enjoy their time together, watching television until bedtime. As the evening progressed, Inko praised a story shared by Jack, who claimed to have created that universe himself. Eri and Kota were fascinated by the tale. Jack mentioned he had an errand to run but would introduce someone special to them upon his return. Curious, Deku asked who it would be, and Jack revealed it was someone who had defeated Goku and his team. When the visitor arrived in a flash of light, he appeared quite normal, except for a horn protruding from his head. Jakku greeted everyone, and the girls, except Eri, were momentarily speechless, taken aback by his presence. Deku inquired about Jakku's strength, and Jakku explained he could measure his power in percentages, handing Deku a list. Upon seeing that Jakku was part god and part demon, Deku froze in realization of the visitor's immense power. Jakku introduced himself, and the classmates began to share their names. Momo Yaoyorozu caught Jakku's attention, and he politely kissed her hand, which stirred some jealousy in Mineta. All Might complimented Jakku on his kindness, to which Jakku responded that Earth was his home. Bakugo, intrigued by Jakku's reputation, challenged him to demonstrate his strength, despite the warnings from his classmates. Jakku accepted the challenge, suggesting they go all out. As Bakugo charged at him, Jakku stood his ground, ready for the confrontation. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that pushed Bakugo back, but he quickly regained his footing. Bakugo unleashed his explosions to propel himself toward Jakku, who calmly countered with a powerful energy blast. Bakugo took the hit directly, but he quickly got back up, determined to continue. As the battle unfolded, Bakugo threw a fierce attack, but Jakku simply blinked, causing Bakugo to be thrown back unexpectedly. Confused and frustrated, Bakugo demanded to know what had happened. Jakku calmly explained that he had merely blinked, hinting that it was time to end the fight. Bakugo, now bloodied and angry, questioned Jakku's intentions, but Jakku warned him to stop talking if he wanted to avoid serious consequences. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone watched, unsure of what would happen next. Jakku expressed his thoughts about an interesting idea, but Bakugo reminded him that he had ordered him and that he had disobeyed. Bakugo declared that he would become the #1 hero and didn't need to listen to Jakku. Jakku responded with a snap of his fingers, causing Bakugo to be blown back, and he remarked that he had held back. He mused that at this rate, he might have to forfeit, which he couldn't allow. Bakugo returned, his memories intact, and questioned if he had just died. Jakku taunted him, asking how it felt to have experienced death and if he was ready to admit defeat. Bakugo defiantly replied that he would not give up. Jakku snapped his fingers again, using a spell to bring Bakugo back, reassuring him that as long as the source remained, he would never truly die. He explained the concept of the 3-second rule, which allowed him to resurrect Bakugo repeatedly. Jakku then turned to the audience, recalling a joke that had been popular 2,040 years ago. He looked at Bakugo and noted that he had said he would never give up, even if he died. Bakugo retorted with a harsh comment, and Jakku continued to use his spell to bring him back again and again. He mentioned an intriguing philosophy about the spell, pondering whether a resurrected person was the same as before or a completely different being. He grabbed Bakugo by the shirt, expressing his curiosity about Bakugo's thoughts on the matter before dropping him. Bakugo, now on his knees, declared that he gave up. Jakku approached the cast of My Hero Academia and noticed Eri, commenting on her cuteness. Aziawa introduced her, and Jakku crouched to her eye level, saying he had something for her. The group watched in astonishment as Jakku reached into his coat and presented Eri with a stuffed toy. Eri took the toy and hugged it tightly, and Jakku explained that it was Huggy Wuggy, who loved to give hugs. He also revealed that he had brought her a beautiful red dress, which Eri excitedly tried on. When she returned, the girls admired her with starry eyes, exclaiming how cute she looked. Jakku laughed happily, and the boys agreed that the dress suited her well. Aziawa inquired if Jakku had a daughter, to which Jakku replied that he simply had a good sense of fashion. Mina and Momo complimented him on his style, while Uraraka noted that despite being a demon king, he seemed kind. Jakku explained that his home was Earth and that his friends were important to him. He then offered to share how he had become so powerful, and Bakugo eagerly expressed his interest. Jakku revealed that it was related to his title, the Immortal Heroic Demon King Demigod. The revelation shocked everyone, and some bowed in respect. Jakku sighed and told them to stand up. Just then, his phone rang and he answered it, identifying himself. A serious voice on the other end instructed Deku to send Inko and Toshi back to their universe. Deku agreed but asked why. The voice explained that someone else wanted to meet them, someone he had encountered while captured at the Citadel. After ending the call, Deku informed everyone that they would be meeting someone from a different universe on behalf of Jack, and he instructed everyone to return to the theater. He then announced that Jack had asked him to introduce someone he had met in another universe. Izuku inquired about the identity of this new person, and Deku explained that Inko and Toshi would need to step out so they wouldn't see this version of Izuku for reasons dictated by Jack. Mina speculated that this new Izuku must be quite different if his parents had to leave. Deku decided to bring the new Izuku in, and a bright light appeared. Once the light faded, a cooler, taller and better-looking Izuku stood before them. He greeted the class, introducing himself as Izuku Yagi, but inviting them to call him Izuku. Deku confirmed that this Izuku was from another universe and was born quirkless. Izuku Yagi had faced bullying from childhood friends and family, but he had been adopted by a new family. Deku confirmed this, and Izuku continued to check if there were any cousins in this new family. When Deku replied no, Todoroki inquired about the situation. Mina commented on Izuku's appearance, noting he looked even more handsome than before. Todoroki asked if Jack had questioned whether All Might was Deku's father in this universe, to which Todoroki confirmed he had. Izuku Yagi vehemently stated that All Might was not his father, explaining that neglecting a quirkless person was part of the issue. The group was shocked, except for Bakugo, who found humor in the situation. Izuku remarked that some things never change, regardless of the universe. Deku then asked if Tamura Shigaraki was still causing trouble for Izuku, to which he confirmed that he was. Deku expressed his desire to confront Shigaraki, and Izuku agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to interact with the alternate versions of his classmates. Mina asked if they were friends in Izuku's universe, and he affirmed that they were, except for 5 classmates who had bullied him for years. Izuku explained that those 5 had used their quirks illegally to prevent him from becoming a hero, and worse, 3 of them had wanted to date him. Todoroki commented on their foolishness, and Bakugo reminded Izuku that he was one of those 5. Izuku expressed how much the bullying had hurt him, and Momo inquired about the extent of the pain. As Izuku put his shirt back on, he looked around for Eri, who was playing with Kota and Mirio. Mirio, in a playful tone, boasted about his superiority in their game of heroes and villains. Eri heroically called for help, and Kota joined in, declaring himself her sidekick. Izuku found their game adorable and noted how they wanted to be heroes when they grew up. The two Izukus exchanged a handshake, but Izuku Yagi's phone rang. He answered, speaking with Hasegawa Chisato, who asked how he was. Izuku explained that he had just arrived from another universe and was curious about the missing classmates. Hasegawa mentioned that whoever had brought him there wouldn't keep him long. As the call ended, Deku informed Izuku that he had located the League of Villains base and was ready to take action. The screen powered on, revealing Deku in a comically ridiculous hero costume as he teleported in front of the base. Mina laughed at his outfit, while Deku challenged Shigaraki to a fight. Shigaraki emerged from the base, questioning Deku's intentions. Deku declared his challenge, and Dabi attempted to attack him with fire, but Deku stood firm. Shigaraki mocked him, but Deku revealed his understanding of the world and its needs, suggesting it required strong leadership. As Shigaraki charged at Deku, ready to use his decay quirk, Deku effortlessly held his wrist, causing Shigaraki to scream in pain. When released, Shigaraki looked at his hand, now lifeless and gray, filled with fear. The League of Villains watched in shock. Deku taunted Shigaraki, suggesting he should stop talking if he wanted to survive. Shigaraki stubbornly declared his ambition to rule society, but Deku snapped his fingers, causing Shigaraki to be blown back. Deku acknowledged that he had held back, but he was prepared to escalate the situation. Shigaraki, now filled with memories of his past, questioned what had just happened. Deku continued to toy with him, resurrecting him repeatedly while discussing the philosophy behind his powers. The League of Villains, except for Toga, prepared to attack, but Deku shielded Toga from harm. Shigaraki expressed his outrage at Jaku's actions, but Jaku calmly stated that the League of Villains would no longer pose a threat. Shigaraki retaliated with a powerful laser beam, but Jaku remained unscathed, his eyes glowing with intensity. Shigaraki was baffled by Jaku's resilience and attempted to use his decay quirk, only to find it ineffective. Jaku removed Shigaraki's hand from his face, leaving him confused and in pain. Jaku questioned why he could not use his quirk. Aziawa explained that he had scanned Jaku's body for abnormalities and had eliminated one. Jaku had lost his quirk forever. Shigaraki, furious, attempted to attack Jaku, but Jaku swiftly countered with a series of slaps, leaving Shigaraki reeling. Mina observed the situation, noting the pain Shigaraki must have felt. Shigaraki fell to his knees, fear evident in his eyes, and asked Jaku what he was. Jaku looked down at him with a fierce expression and raised his fist, declaring himself the Demon King. He then seized Shigaraki by the neck and with a powerful strike, left Shigaraki's head in ruins, reducing it to nothing but a hollow space where it once was. Izuku and Yagi were taken aback by the brutality of the scene. Jack contacted Izuku Yagi, informing him that he was about to open a portal to his home, as his case was about to be reviewed, though he was unsure of what that entailed. Izuku Yagi thanked him, and as Jack prepared to leave, Izuku bid him farewell. Momo and Eri also exchanged goodbyes, expressing their gratitude to Jaku. Suddenly, Jack appeared, covered in sweat and blood. Bakugo inquired about his condition, and Jack explained that he had fought a villain named Deku and emerged victorious, but now he needed to rest. He suggested they return to the universe where villain Deku had run for president, a safe haven for those whose worlds had been destroyed. Aizawa questioned whether villain Deku intended to harm everyone, but Jack reassured him that he had not done so and that he had even confessed to everything after being arrested, resulting in his release. Deku asked what had happened after villain Deku's victory. Jack revealed that villain Deku had to be stopped. He could not be allowed to win. The campaign manager, who had once worked for villain Deku, insisted that Deku was not what he seemed. Bakugo chimed in, suggesting that the campaign manager should have improved his aim. The campaign manager reiterated that villain Deku had won, and Agent A Bakugo remarked that it had been a blowout, while Agent B Bakugo argued that it had been close enough to warrant a recount. Jack expressed his confusion about why he was still present, having already confessed. Mina reminded him that he had been arrested, to which Jack confirmed. Kirishima noted that, according to the records, the law had changed, granting Jack his freedom. Jack was surprised and questioned the new departmental codes, to which Aizawa explained that new laws meant new codes. Deku reflected on how peaceful everything seemed under a villain's rule, while Jack acknowledged that the villain had an unknown quirk. At a table, various versions of Bakugo sat with villain Deku, who was getting his hair cut. One Bakugo mentioned the previous ruler of the Citadel, prompting villain Deku to ask those who supported him to raise their hands. 6 Bakugo raised theirs, only to be shot and killed. Uraraka gasped in horror, while Ida expressed concern that villain Deku could not be stopped at this rate. Villain Deku then declared that it was time for a drink and a calculated speech about politics, order, brotherhood and power, but now was the time for action. Outside the Citadel, many characters from the MHA universe lay dead, leaving everyone speechless. Jack groaned, clutching his head, lamenting the pain he felt from the situation. Ida asked if he was okay, and Jack replied that while villain Deku was strong, he had managed to win in the end. Mina inquired how he had done it, and Jack promised to show them. On a snowy Christmas afternoon, Jack floated down in front of villain Deku's residence, which was adorned with holiday decorations. Upon entering the house, he paused at the dining room table, noticing another man seated there, holding a cup of cocoa and wearing a Santa hat. The man, known as villain Deku, greeted Jack with a jovial smile. Villain Deku expressed his enthusiasm for the cocoa, inviting Jack to join him. Jack remained silent, his gaze drifting off-screen before returning to villain Deku, who took a sip of cocoa and smacked his lips. Villain Deku continued, sharing his thoughts on his identity as more than just a president, but as a brand that held significance for him. He glanced at a framed picture of Jack's family, where they smiled happily. He pondered the implications of being overshadowed by a god, questioning the point of it all. The camera shifted to reveal that Cammy had been reduced to a charred skeleton, prompting villain Deku to comment on her shyness. He then turned to address Jack, his eyes momentarily glowing with intensity as he issued a warning to leave his citadel. Calmly, Jack took a deep breath before responding to the psychopathic hero. He declared his intention to confront villain Deku, leaving everyone stunned. Villain Deku, taken aback, soon broke into laughter at Jack's words, seemingly unfazed by the threat. However, Jack swiftly interrupted the moment with a powerful punch to villain Deku's jaw, knocking off his Santa hat and sending his mug flying. The force of the blow created a shockwave that shattered the remains of Cammy's skeleton, while Jack followed up with a flurry of punches, preventing villain Deku from retaliating. He then seized villain Deku's face and hurled him onto the dining table, which splintered under the impact, spilling cocoa over the stunned villain. Jack mocked villain Deku's motivations, questioning the significance of his citadel. As villain Deku recovered, he charged at Jack, and they crashed through walls and houses, landing briefly on the street. In a fit of rage, villain Deku grabbed Jack's head and slammed it against the ground, inadvertently crashing into an oil tanker, which erupted in an explosion. Bystanders watched in shock as the two heroes ascended into the sky, with Jack delivering another powerful punch to villain Deku. As Jack pursued him, he stopped just a few feet away from his frustrated opponent. Villain Deku charged again, but Jack deftly dodged and grabbed the back of his head. With a plane approaching, Jack turned to face it head-on, determined to have it collide with them. In a desperate move, villain Deku used his heat vision to shoot down the plane, sending it crashing to the ground. He then struck Jack with an elbow to break free, only to be met with Jack's unwavering defense as he caught the beam of heat vision and retaliated with two more punches, lecturing villain Deku on the art of combat. Villain Deku attempted to interrupt with a punch, but Jack quickly demonstrated his point, delivering a jab that left the villain with a bloodied nose. Jack sarcastically complimented villain Deku's improvement before executing an uppercut that flipped him upside down. Seizing the moment, Jack grabbed villain Deku's leg in hand, stepping on his chin as he prepared to bring him down to the ground. Just before impact, villain Deku shouted for Jack to stop. His supersonic scream overwhelmed Jack, causing him to lose his grip and bleed from his ears, disrupting his balance. Villain Deku seized the opportunity to crash Jack down to the ground at incredible speed, resulting in an explosion that left the unfortunate civilians in peril. As the smoke cleared, villain Deku emerged from the crater, panicking at the sight of blood on himself and realizing his public image was shattered. Jack taunted him, questioning if he was going to cry. Villain Deku, seeing Jack approach through the flames, unleashed another scream, demanding Jack to back off. Jack, briefly stunned and kneeling, was caught off guard as villain Deku rushed forward, grabbing him by the shoulder and blasting him with heat vision. In a furious tirade, villain Deku threatened Jack's family and neighborhood, sealing his fate. Not willing to tolerate threats against his loved ones, Jack retaliated by grabbing villain Deku's face and forcefully pulling it down, leaving him in a state of horror and pain. As villain Deku staggered back, Jack rose, seizing him by the neck and moving his arm through villain Deku's chest, pulling out his heart. As the still-alive villain Deku weakly gurgled and tried to reach for the organ, his dominating opponent raised it just out of his reach and posed a chilling question. Inko quickly covered Eri and Kota's eyes. Jack, with an icy tone, reminded him of his promise. Keeping true to his word, Jack forced the still-beating heart into the mouth of his terrified adversary, bringing him to his knees. He grasped the sides of villain Deku's head, opening his eyes to reveal them as pure black with two white dots. In that cold voice, Jack commanded him to swallow. Villain Deku, overwhelmed by fear and despair, could only manage one last muffled plea for mercy as Jack's immense strength crushed his head, leaving a gruesome scene that horrified the nearby bystanders. Jack, now splattered with blood and stripped of his heroic facade, offered a simple farewell filled with holiday cheer as he wiped the blood from his clothes. He then declared, "Merry Christmas," before flying away, indifferent to the aftermath of his actions, the fallen villain, and the chaos left behind. Jack later returned through a portal, feeling rejuvenated, and greeted everyone with enthusiasm. He noted that he had just given Jack Azikido a sword meant for demons, the legendary insulator, and mentioned that Stella had accompanied him. He wasn't too heartbroken about it, as Jakku was technically still him, being the first official copy. This made Stella girl number 11. Everyone was stunned by his revelation. Jack looked at them, puzzled by their silence. Mineta, trying to bring Jack down to his eye level, asked how he managed such feats. Jack responded that first, he preferred not to be touched, and secondly, he had no secret, he was simply a generally good person. Deku hesitated, trying to find the right words, and finally asked how he was. Well, he trailed off. Jack clarified that the term was chick magnet. Unlike Momo, who was a beautiful lady, a chick was someone like Mina. Denki then asked if they could see him in action as a chick magnet. Jack shrugged and replied that he could give it a try. A thought weighed heavily on Bakugo as he ran. If he got caught, what would stop the ghost from getting to Deku? In a hurry, Bakugo wrote a note that warned about the ghost and folded it up. He reached the end of the hallway, which led to the courtyard, and needed a place to hide the letter. Spotting a birdhouse, he tucked it inside and kept running, not giving the ghost any time to catch up. Momo commented on his smart move, while Inko expressed her hope that Bakugo would be okay. Bakugo dashed up the stairs to the second floor, trying to lose the ghosts. He raced through the astral hall and hid in the observatory. However, this effort seemed futile, as the ghost had total mastery of the mansion. He found himself surrounded by other ghosts, and the leader, King Boo, approached from behind. As Bakugo saw the ghost in full, he began to tremble in fear at the sight of him, while King Boo laughed ominously. Eri and Kota huddled close to Inko, frightened by King Boo's presence. Bakugo found himself trapped in a painting, while Deku, who had been scared by a ghost, was saved by Mineta in a lab coat. Mineta had received some ghost-busting training and was determined to rescue Bakugo. Deku felt alone but sensed the presence of his friends around him. He tried not to dwell on his fears, expressing that this gift felt more like a curse. With his best friend missing, he couldn't shake the feeling that Bakugo was somewhere nearby. He sang about the spooky spirits flying through the air, vowing to find Bakugo no matter what. Deku declared his intent to clean house and rid the mansion of every ghost. With determination, he wielded his vacuum like a weapon, ready to confront the challenges ahead. His friends cheered him on, acknowledging his bravery. Deku knew he had to give his all to save Bakugo, who was in a precarious situation. As he continued his quest, Deku felt a surge of hope, believing they would make it through together. Eri and Kota proudly proclaimed that Deku had saved Bakugo. Mineta suggested that they could use some money to build a new mansion for all the trouble Deku went through to save his friend. Grateful, Deku thanked him. The screen faded to black as Mineta instructed everyone not to peek. When they opened their eyes, they were greeted with the sight of a new mansion that Deku had received for saving Bakugo. Everyone was amazed, including Bakugo, who questioned the value of such a gift. Jack revealed that the cost of the mansion was quite high, leaving everyone speechless. Suddenly, a portal opened, and a ghost puppy jumped out, liking Jack. Eri and Kota were shocked but excited as they ran up to pet the puppy. The playful polter pup sniffed them, wagging its tail and enjoying their attention. Sally emerged from the portal, calling for Polter Pup. She asked Jack if he had seen the puppy, and he pointed to where Kota and Eri were. Sally decided to let them have a little more time with the puppy. Polter Pup ran over to her, giving Eri one last lick before leaving with Sally. Jack announced that it was time to move on to the next universe, laughing mischievously as he teased the audience to stay tuned. Mineta, curious, asked Jack how he managed to attract so many girls. Jack simply replied that he was just being himself. Denki bowed to Jack, calling him their harem king, while Jack rolled his eyes at the compliment. Returning to his notes, Mina asked Jack if he had a backup girl in case Stella left him. Jack confirmed that he did and agreed to show them a video of her. Everyone felt a warm blush at how cute, beautiful, and charming she was all at once. Mina remarked on her cuteness, while Jack mentioned that they had even taken a picture together. Momo expressed interest in seeing it, and Jack agreed. Bakugo, intrigued, questioned how Jack managed to impress someone like her. Jack explained that he had won a rap battle against her father. Todoroki inquired about her father, and Jack revealed that he was an ex-rock star known as Daddy Dearest. Jiro commented on how cool he looked, and Bakugo scoffed at the idea of Jack winning a rap battle against him. Jack challenged Bakugo to give it a try, and Bakugo accepted, eager to prove himself. As they stood on stage, warming up, Bakugo cracked his neck while Jack loosened his muscles. Both grabbed their microphones, and Bakugo taunted Jack, claiming he was ready to lose. Jack replied that he would start off easy. Bakugo began to rap, but Jack interrupted him repeatedly, which only fueled Bakugo's frustration. Jack continued to dominate the stage, singing over Bakugo until his girlfriend intervened. Bakugo finally unleashed a long verse, ending with a dramatic mic drop, believing he had won. However, Jack picked up his microphone again, declaring victory for the first round. Bakugo accused Jack of cheating by interrupting him, to which Jack replied that Bakugo's verses were weak and he didn't want to hear them. Bakugo insisted on a second round, choosing the song Casanova. As Bakugo started to sing, Jack matched his notes, and they engaged in a rapid exchange, with Bakugo growing increasingly furious. Despite Bakugo's anger, Jack kept pace with him, mirroring his notes. As the song concluded, Bakugo was visibly upset and began to shake with rage. Jack suggested a third round, and Bakugo agreed, but with a twist. Bakugo unleashed his anger in his rap, disregarding flow, while Jack maintained his rhythm. They went back and forth, with Bakugo's frustration mounting. Eventually, Bakugo snapped, launching fiery explosions at Jack, who skillfully dodged them. Bakugo, consumed by rage, broke his microphone in two. Jack acknowledged that this would be the final song. As Bakugo began to sing, Jack responded confidently, unfazed by Bakugo's anger. They continued their back and forth, with Bakugo missing his attacks as Jack danced around him. Bakugo's anger only intensified until he was out of breath. Jack declared his victory, but Bakugo insisted he was not finished and demanded one more round. Jack, sensing the challenge, snapped his fingers, causing the venue to erupt with energy. Everyone was lifted into the air as Jack floated, his hair standing on end as the music began. Jack unleashed a relentless barrage of lyrics at Bakugo, who struggled to keep up. As they battled, Jack soared through the air, while Bakugo remained grounded. Jack issued a bold challenge, stating that there were two options. Bakugo could walk away, or he could face the consequences. The audience gasped at Jack's serious demeanor. The song continued, with Jack maintaining his fierce assault on Bakugo, who took the verbal hits without backing down. After a moment, Jack smiled and remarked on how incredible it was to push Bakugo to his limits, declaring that he was the only one worthy of Jack's full power, yet he still lost. Later, Bakugo sat grumbling to himself. Kirishima approached, asking if he was okay, noting that Bakugo seemed distant. Bakugo dismissed him, but Ida chimed in, agreeing with Kirishima. Deku pointed out that Bakugo often acted this way after losing fights. Ida concluded that Bakugo's recent losses, a battle against a Demon King demigod and a rap battle, had left him feeling down. Jack suggested that he should have shown them Bakugo's feats before they met him. Deku inquired about those feats, and Jack explained that they referred to every fight Jakuzikido had won. Mina expressed her curiosity about Jaku's power, especially considering how he dealt with the League in the Izuku Yagi universe. She also wondered when Inko and All Might would return. Jack realized he had forgotten and snapped his fingers, bringing Inko and All Might back. Eri ran to Inko, hugging her tightly, which everyone found adorable. Jack cleared his throat and announced that they were about to witness Jakuzikido's true power. Bakugo smirked, confident that Jaku was weak since he had gone all out against him. Jack shrugged off Bakugo's comment, suggesting they start simple and see how powerful Jaku really was next to his girlfriend. Momo noted that Jaku had the advantage in many areas of combat, while Stella only had 3 points. Jack mentioned that now that was settled, they should see Jaku take on her universe. As many villains began to appear on the screen, they watched Jaku face them all. Ochako remarked on Jaku's strength. The entire league of villains then showed up on screen, prompting Bakugo to express his doubts about Jaku's ability to defeat them all. However, The screen displayed Deku as the victor, leaving everyone stunned. Even when Chimera appeared, Deku still emerged victorious. Ida recalled how he, Todoroki, Kirishima, and Tus had barely managed to defeat Chimera. The screen then showed 9, with Bakugo acknowledging Jaku's victory once more. Kirishima commented that Deku was stronger than Bakugo. When Todoroki appeared on screen, Deku still won, leading Denki to exclaim that even Todoroki couldn't defeat him. The screen displayed 2 of the big 3 alongside the UA symbol, and Zero questioned how Deku could be stronger than the entire UA. The screen confirmed Jaku's victory again, this time showing endnver being taken down. Todoroki simply reacted with a quiet acknowledgement of his father. The screen then revealed 2 more heroes being defeated, including Aziawa, prompting Tus to express concern for Mr. Aziawa. The scene shifted to All for One, who also fell to Deku. Finally, the screen displayed All Might, and everyone expressed disbelief that Deku could be stronger than him. Yet, the screen showed All Might being taken down, leading Deku to declare that Deku was unstoppable. Jack explained that Deku had defeated a race of demons using a sword designed to slay them, summoning the sword to demonstrate. Mike expressed admiration for the katana. Jack continued, revealing that Deku was called the Demon King because he had defeated all 12 of the strongest demons. Kirishima was astonished by this revelation, and Jack promised to show them. Bakugo was incredulous that Deku had defeated the 12 strongest demons with just a sword and acquired a new one in the process. Deku reiterated that Deku was unstoppable and questioned if he could ever be killed at this rate. Jack then announced that it was time for his final challenge. Mina exclaimed in disbelief at what kind of final challenge could exist for someone so powerful. The video displayed Deku in his Demon King mode, preparing to face the gods. Everyone was captivated as they watched him battle against every god. Deku marveled at Deku's incredible power, while Bakugo struggled to comprehend it. Momo blushed, realizing that the gentleman she had met was the most powerful being alive. Jack stated that he would demonstrate Deku's power in a fight to finish it. The audience fell silent, their eyes glued to the screen. They were all stunned by Deku's might. Jack explained that what they had seen was only 20% of Deku's full power. Shocked gasps filled the room, and Inko fainted while All Might coughed up blood. Jack offered everyone a moment to recover before revealing a fight where Deku truly exerted himself. Once everyone had regained their composure, Jack asked if they were ready. They all nodded, and All Might inquired about what was next. Jack informed them that Deku would fight a god whose main weapon was a hammer made from the heart of a dying star encased in diamond. Excitement buzzed through the group. The video began with Deku and the gods staring each other down, both preparing for battle. They rushed at each other, their punches colliding and creating shockwaves that formed a crater. They continued to exchange blows, their speed increasing with each strike, generating more shockwaves. Mina commented on the overwhelming power displayed. The god unleashed laser beams from his eyes, but Deku effortlessly dodged them, transitioning into a more conventional fighting style. Jack landed a right hook to the god's face, but the god countered with a rising uppercut to Deku's stomach. Deku retaliated with a kick that was blocked, followed by a punch that was dodged. The fight escalated, with both combatants exchanging powerful blows. Bakugo observed that the god was mocking Deku. They soared at each other, creating shockwaves in the sky. Deku declared a powerful attack, throwing multiple punches at the god, who struggled to block them all. Suddenly, the god's weapon flew in, hitting Deku multiple times, followed by an elbow to the chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Mina gasped at the impact. The god taunted Deku, but Deku responded with determination, stating he was about to show his true power. The god, growing frustrated, spun his hammer and charged at Deku. In response, Deku unleashed a powerful blast, sending the god staggering back. Everyone was astonished by the sheer force Deku displayed. Kirishima remarked on how impressive it was. Deku hovered in the sky, charging an energy blast and acknowledging the god's strength while preparing to unleash his own. He declared that he would defeat the god and teleported in front of him, delivering a powerful punch and releasing a massive energy blast at point-blank range. The audience watched in awe as the god was overwhelmed, leaving only his hammer and a piece of his cloak behind. Deku stood tall as the victor. The crowd erupted in applause at the thrilling battle. Jack reminded them that Deku was still at his full power. Everyone watched in horror as someone was being beaten without regard for their well-being. Bakugo felt pale, contemplating how much power had been used against him in their previous fight. Jack announced that they would take a break before moving to the next universe. He explained that this next universe was a bit short and sad but assured everyone it would be fine. Aziawa questioned why it was sad, and Jack elaborated that it involved Bakugo after the sports festival, when he was upset about winning because Todoroki hadn't given his all. Jack found Bakugo's reaction unreasonable and suggested they start. Deku entered Bakugo's room with a broken arm, expressing his frustration at Bakugo's behavior. Uraraka noted that Deku didn't seem happy, while Ida pointed out that this must be a different universe where Deku had stopped being friends with Bakugo. Bakugo expressed his desire to win, and Kirishima reminded him that he had indeed won, questioning what the problem was. Deku, clearly angry, confronted Bakugo about always calling on him when he was upset, suggesting Bakugo needed someone to compare himself to in order to feel better. Bakugo struck the wall in frustration, lamenting that he wanted to win and felt insulted by Todoroki's performance. Kirishima tried to reason with Bakugo, stating that he had won and that Todoroki's effort shouldn't be seen as a problem. Deku, his voice filled with anger, questioned why Bakugo always threw tantrums when things didn't go his way. He reminded Bakugo that he had never acted like this when he lacked a quirk, and that Bakugo had been blessed with the one thing Deku had always wanted. Eri requested a notepad and pen, which Jack provided. Eri began writing a list titled, "Things to Remember in the Future When I'm at UA." Bakugo lamented that people only saw him as a quirk, and Jack asked the group who viewed Bakugo solely in that way, prompting everyone to raise their hands. Bakugo continued to express his desperation to win, while Jack insisted that wanting to win didn't mean he had to. Bakugo clung to the curtain in his room, repeating that he had to win. Deku stood up to leave, and Bakugo, feeling vulnerable, expressed his exhaustion and fear of being alone. Deku, reaching the door, stated that he was tired of Bakugo too and advised him to keep his feelings to himself next time. He exited Bakugo's room and closed the door behind him. Bakugo, feeling abandoned, whispered his fear of being alone. Aizawa commented on the intensity of that universe. Jack then introduced a new universe that would be humorous, where Deku and Bakugo were on a mission to acquire a vehicle and needed to seek help. Mina inquired about the humor, and Jack promised they would see. In an elevator, Deku shared his feelings with Bakugo, reflecting on their past and how they had grown apart. Bakugo agreed, suggesting it was probably best they never saw each other again. Deku acknowledged that this was what Bakugo had always wanted and gave him a reassuring pat on the back. Inko remarked on the nice moment between them, while Mina noted their newfound camaraderie. Deku suggested they get help, which Mina questioned. Jack explained it was a distraction. Bakugo was confused, and Deku insisted they should do it. Bakugo resisted, but Deku encouraged him, claiming it worked every time. Bakugo found it humiliating, and when Deku pressed for a better plan, Bakugo admitted he had none. Uraraka expressed her doubts about the plan's success, but Deku was determined. Deku then shouted for help, pretending Bakugo was in distress, and threw him at the guards. The rest of Class 1A erupted in laughter, and Deku joyfully remarked on the classic nature of the moment. Bakugo continued to express his disdain for the tactic, while Ida noted its painfulness. Momo began researching how to create human-like ragdolls, and Deku insisted it wasn't painful for him. All Might commented on the effectiveness of the distraction, and Deku suggested they should try it again in the future. Bakugo vehemently refused to be thrown again. Jack entered through a portal, visibly upset. Deku asked what was wrong, and Jack revealed he had just watched the ending of Pokemon. All Might inquired further, and Jack lamented the end of Ash Ketchum's journey after 25 years of striving to become a champion. Jaku welcomed everyone with deep pride and great pleasure, inviting them to relax as the dining room proudly presented their dinner. The guests were surprised to hear Jaku sing. As everyone ordered their meals, Jaku dusted off his clothes and asked if everyone was enjoying their food. They nodded in response. Bakugo commented that the meal was all right when suddenly, a sword was pressed against his neck from behind. He felt a chilling aura and was too scared to turn around. A voice warned him to say the food was good or face dire consequences. Bakugo quickly nodded and mumbled that the food was good. The sword was then withdrawn, and the figure walked away, leaving everyone in shock as Stella ordered 4 servings of mixed grill and 3 large steaks. As Stella enjoyed her meal, the other girls looked on with envy, amazed that she could maintain her slim figure despite eating so much. Deku expressed his surprise at Stella's appetite, to which she explained that she needed to eat this much to keep her body functioning well. Momo questioned how she managed to stay slim, while Mineta admitted he was unsure of how to feel around her. Toga playfully offered Deku a cup of tea, hoping he would enjoy it, while placing a triple cheeseburger in front of him. Meanwhile, Izuku was feeding Eri, and Inko watched as Deku approached her. He sensed that she was missing her husband, and Inko nodded in agreement. Deku blushed slightly, secretly finding Inko attractive but never voicing it due to her marriage. To Inko's surprise, Deku revealed that in every universe he had visited, there was one where Izuku was never born, and she had become a famous actress. Robok chimed in, telling Deku not to scare Inko, while Masahi teased Robok about scaring children with his giant mech suit. Robok defended his creation, stating it took long days and nights to perfect. Masahi retorted, reminding him of past complaints about it. Deku interrupted, announcing that dessert had arrived. The 4 friends cheered for cake. As everyone enjoyed their slices, Bakugo asked Deku if there were any significant villains in his universe. Deku replied that there had been, but he had dealt with them and had no intention of bringing them back. Bakugo accepted this, concluding that they must have been truly terrible. As everyone entered the theater, they heard Jack mention that someone was on the wrong path. He contemplated intervening but decided against it, believing the fate of one universe wasn't worth the risk to others. Deku, confused, asked what Jack was talking about, but Jack hesitated to explain. Mina shouted for attention as the screen displayed 2 versions of Deku fighting, one looking devilish while the other appeared normal. The devilish Deku won and absorbed the original. Momo questioned what was happening in this universe. It turned out that Deku had taken Uraraka out on a date, but a car crash had led to her death. In his grief, Deku sought to become the Sorcerer Supreme to save her, but each attempt resulted in her demise, as her fate was unchangeable. Deku called out to Uraraka, who responded in confusion, realizing something was terribly wrong. Kirishima noted that this version of Deku was monstrous. Uraraka expressed her disbelief, insisting that this wasn't real and pleading to be left alone. Deku insisted he could fix things, but Uraraka was terrified and pushed him away. Deku's desperation grew as he struggled to understand what was happening. All Might questioned Deku's actions as he tried to stabilize the universe. Deku pleaded with the screen, asking for help to stop the chaos. Jack shocked everyone by responding that it was the same way Deku had tried to fix Uraraka. Deku admitted he had been wrong and begged Jack to punish him instead of the world. Jack explained that he couldn't interfere, emphasizing that meddling with time only led to more destruction. Deku's frustration mounted as he realized he couldn't prevent the catastrophe. He called out to Uraraka, filled with regret, as the universe around him began to crumble. Jack expressed his apologies, acknowledging the weight of their situation. He reflected on the gravity of choices, noting that a single moment could alter the entire universe. As he prepared for the next universe, he glanced at his notes in disbelief, realizing that Inko, Uraraka, Eri, and Kota would not be able to witness what was to come. He snapped his fingers, initiating their teleportation. Mina, puzzled, inquired why they couldn't see this universe. Jack replied that it was not his place to explain. Bakugo, stretching and striking a few poses, hoped he wasn't interrupting. Izuku assured him he wasn't. Mina continued to express her confusion about Inko and Uraraka's absence, to which Jack clarified that it was more complicated in this universe. Bakugo, still stretching, mentioned that he was just keeping limber and asked for confirmation if he was bothering anyone. Izuku nodded, and Bakugo, with a hint of self-deprecation, mused about his yoga skills, acknowledging that he was not the worst in the class, despite the majority being PRGNT women. He then noticed something odd about his ear, prompting Kirishima to ask what had happened. Izuku suggested they had been partying too hard the previous night. Ida chimed in, cautioning against engaging in activities without experience while intoxicated. Bakugo, reflecting on their previous night, mentioned the chaos that had ensued. Izuku, reading a book, revealed it was David Copperfield, a first edition he kept in his safety deposit box. Bakugo commented on its age, and they continued to chat casually. After a few moments, Bakugo asked Izuku about a gun he had. The group fell silent, and Izuku admitted he didn't know why he had it. Bakugo pressed, recalling Izuku's strong stance on gun regulations and his emotional response to past tragedies. Izuku explained that those events were national tragedies, while Bakugo argued they were more regional. Bakugo found it strange that Izuku, who seemed the least likely to own a gun, had one. Izuku defended his choice, stating it was kept safe. Bakugo, confused, questioned the purpose of having a gun if it wasn't going to be used. He jokingly suggested it might be for thrill-seeking, which made Izuku uncomfortable. Shiro chimed in, agreeing that it was a good thing. Izuku expressed his reluctance to discuss the topic with Bakugo. Kirishima noted that it seemed Izuku didn't want Bakugo to know. Bakugo respected that but continued to probe, wanting to understand. Eventually, Izuku sighed and revealed that he kept the gun in case he ever wanted to end his life. The room fell silent, and Bakugo was taken aback, struggling to comprehend Izuku's seriousness. He asked why Izuku felt this way, to which Izuku responded that Bakugo wouldn't understand his feelings of despair. Bakugo, wanting to help, expressed a desire to understand why Izuku felt so unhappy. Izuku admitted that he often felt lost and without purpose, a sentiment that Bakugo found troubling. Izuku explained that while many people instinctively live with purpose, he felt he lacked that drive. Bakugo was concerned about Izuku's thoughts on life and the gun, suggesting that there were better ways to cope with pain. Izuku acknowledged that just having the gun nearby provided a sense of relief, even if it was a troubling thought. Bakugo, trying to reason with him, suggested alternatives that could be less messy. Izuku pondered the nature of existence and purpose, feeling overwhelmed by life. Bakugo, realizing the depth of Izuku's struggles, expressed that he didn't like hearing him talk this way. Izuku shared that he felt he was without purpose, and Bakugo, in a moment of vulnerability, admitted that he relied on Izuku for support. He confessed that Izuku was his only friend and that without him, he would feel lost. Izuku, surprised by Bakugo's admission, tried to downplay his importance. Bakugo insisted that he genuinely cared for Izuku and valued their friendship deeply, hinting at feelings that went beyond mere friendship. "I love you," not in the way that adults express their affection, but in the way one loves someone they cannot imagine living without. Everyone turned to Bakugo, who was looking away. Deku expressed his feelings, acknowledging that he loved Bakugo as well. Bakugo admitted that Deku gave his life purpose, and perhaps that was enough, as it was one of the greatest gifts a friend could offer another. Deku thanked him for that. Jack was reviewing his notes and remarked that he didn't recall this being a universe. Deku inquired about the nature of this universe, to which Jack simply replied with one word: alternates. He then pressed a button, and the screen displayed Izuku and Ida as the first and second victims. After everyone was surprised that someone like that existed, Mina noticed Jack's tears and asked why he was crying. Jack, still tearful, urged everyone to listen to the final part of the video. As they played the rest, everyone found that part bittersweet. Jack sat on a throne of used tissues, holding his chest with both hands, tears streaming down his face. He reflected on the end of a significant chapter in his life, expressing the pain in his heart. Tenya pointed out that despite Jack's tears, he had a note in his hand. Jack wiped his eyes, adjusted his clothes, and explained that the note was addressed to them from someone he didn't recognize. Aziawa encouraged him to read it. Jack then announced that the cast of MHA was invited to a dinner party in the universe of the Demon King. Momo questioned why Jack would invite them, but Jack insisted they should go. With that, Jack opened a portal, and the cast of MHA stepped through, entering a beautiful world that left everyone in awe of the Demon King's residence. Deku remarked on the grandeur that justified the title of king. All Might knocked on the door, and a maid who resembled Toga greeted them, bowing and asking if they were the guests Jaku had requested. Aziawa nodded, and Toga welcomed them inside. As they entered the dining hall, everyone was captivated by its beauty. They took their seats, each marked with labels, while a performance began on stage. The scene shifted to Izuku, who hoped it wasn't too late to reach out. Ida reassured him that it was fine and asked if everything was all right. Izuku revealed that it wasn't about him but rather his mother, who was unconscious for an unknown reason. Uraraka and Bakugo expressed concern for Mrs. Midoriya, prompting Izuku to explain that he was on his way to the ER but needed a favor. He asked Ida to turn on the cameras they had set up after a previous robbery. Inko questioned why they had been robbed when they had nothing of value, and Ida inquired about the incident. Izuku mentioned that his mother had screamed loudly before he found her on the ground. All Might speculated that it might have been an attack by one of the alternates. Ida reminded Izuku to ensure his doors and windows were locked, as advised in the broadcast. Izuku confirmed they were locked but felt something was off, suggesting that perhaps his mother had seen something unusual. Jack commented on the oddity of asking Ida to go to Izuku's house when the broadcast advised staying indoors. Ida agreed to check the cameras but planned to leave quickly, given his discomfort with Izuku's house. Izuku requested that Ida get a good view of the back hallway. Suddenly, the screen glitched, revealing a face that resembled Deku's. Ida noted the glitch, while Aziawa questioned whether it was the screen or the universe that was malfunctioning. Jack clarified that it was the universe. Izuku confirmed he was almost at the hospital and thanked everyone for their help. The scene showed Ida driving to Deku's house, where he used a spare key to unlock the door and began turning on the cameras. The screen displayed a notification for motion detected at 3:31 a.m., indicating recording had started. The first 3 shots appeared normal, but the next 3 caused a wave of fear to ripple through the audience as one of the doors was shown to be opened. The screen then displayed a notification for sound increase detected at 5:34 a.m., followed by Uraraka's terrified voice asking someone to get away from her. The screen glitched again, revealing a pair of eyes. Aziawa expressed frustration over the glitching. The screen then displayed a message claiming that an alternate had followed Izuku home. An alternate version of Izuku appeared, beckoning Ida to let him in, claiming to have a gift. The screen displayed a message expressing a desire to see what was on the other side, followed by a haunting statement about no one coming to help. The atmosphere grew tense as Inko held Kota and Eri close, and everyone huddled together in fear of what might happen next. A creaking door was heard, followed by eerie laughter and Ida's angry shout. The sound of a gunshot echoed, and the screen turned red, displaying a message that it was a bad decision. The screen went black for a few seconds until footsteps were heard, and a close-up of Izuku's face appeared. Uraraka realized that the alternate was Deku, while Jiro questioned what had happened to Ida. The screen showed Ida lying on his back with a gun next to him, his face obscured, with a message stating that nobody came for him. Everyone was shocked by the gravity of the situation, realizing the threat was so immense that it could lead someone to take their own life. Jack, looking through his notes, explained that in this universe, people fought to the death in a tournament called Mortal Kombat. Bakugo questioned the need for Jack to shout it out. Jack apologized, attributing it to habit. Deku then asked if they could see this universe, to which Jack agreed, noting that Eri and Kota would have to sit this one out. Deku announced that it was time, and the screen displayed Kaminari, who appeared somewhat different. Deku continued, stating it was time to wake up. Mina observed that Kaminari looked human. Deku explained that they were entering a new reality, a blank canvas he had painted with warmth and peace in his new era, and the choice was theirs. The screen showed Bakugo wiping his forehead with his arm. Deku elaborated on the choices they faced, to live in quiet serenity or in conflict. The screen shifted to show Ochako sitting in a chair being pulled through a festival. Deku spoke of dwelling in joyous prosperity or bitter rivalry. Kirishima questioned what had happened to Mina's mouth, as the screen displayed Todoroki and Bakugo approaching each other. Deku stated they could face each other as sworn enemies or unite as brothers. The sky turned red as Deku warned that a storm was brewing, And soon they would discover that even in this new era, one constant remained: there was always something worth fighting for. The screen depicted all the characters in a fierce struggle, covering their eyes and mouths in shock. Deku confronted Shigaraki, declaring that by choosing to defy peace, he had chosen war with a god. The tension was palpable as everyone reacted to his words. The screen then showed Deku defeating Shigaraki in a climactic moment, leaving everyone speechless. Jack remarked that this was the end of the universe, which was quite brutal. He then mentioned that the next universe was a strange one. Deku inquired why that was the case, and Jack explained that it was similar to Universe 33, but here, it was just a VR game. Mina added that in this game, one could work a job that caused death without dying unless they had serious heart problems. Jack noted that thankfully, there had been no reports of that in his world, and they were ready to begin. Deku reflected on playing this game, a game of fame that brought a virtual reality to life. He fiddled with animatronics and electronics, pondering what was in the cassette. He felt a sense of curiosity about what was amiss around him. Uraraka asked what Deku meant, and Glitchtrap responded that everything was coming together, erupting in terror, glowing forever, and the fear was growing. Mina questioned what the ugly thing was, and Glitchtrap continued, describing a reality where everything changed rapidly, and he was ready for the never-ending fire, dancing with his deepest desires. Deku expressed his determination to uncover what lay beneath the surface of his mind, seeking a legitimate reason for his actions. Uraraka wondered why Deku seemed scared. Possessed Deku felt a growing curiosity, and Bakugo yelled that Deku's eyes weren't purple. Deku urged everyone not to panic and to listen closely. Possessed Deku warned that when the devil comes, everything would come together, corrupting anyone who arrived. Glitchtrap reiterated that everything was changing rapidly, and he was ready for the never-ending fire, fulfilling his darkest desires. Mina noted that the ugly thing had possessed Midoriya. Glitchtrap expressed feelings of incompleteness and a desire to conquer. He insisted that Deku was the key to his magnificent plan and urged him to look into his eyes so their souls could collide. Deku felt a sense of urgency to discuss their plans, realizing they could take control with friends from YouTube and beyond. Deku acknowledged that Glitchtrap would take their souls to gain power. Uraraka pointed out that Deku's eyes were purple when he was possessed. Deku enthusiastically agreed to help, identifying Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka as his targets. They all expressed surprise at being included. Dako and Glitchtrap rallied everyone, proclaiming they would trap their targets. Deku called out to those listening, inviting them to look into his soul. Uraraka questioned what was happening, while Ida and Todoroki found it fascinating yet concerning. Ida noted that it seemed Midoriya was starting to control people, and they were the first three. Deku reassured them of his friendship, insisting they should give in quickly. With their souls, they could work together to take over the world. Together, they declared their commitment to follow him, ready to embark on this new journey. All four felt a surge of excitement as Glitchtrap expressed his enthusiasm. They were united, ready to take on the world together. Deku sensed an opportunity and urged them to focus on their shared goal, emphasizing the importance of their connections across YouTube and beyond. He envisioned a master plan that would elevate them to victory. Mina revealed that something was using Deku's body as a vessel to blend in with ordinary people, creating a sense of urgency among the group. As they all acknowledged the spreading influence of this entity, they encouraged each other to embrace the colors around them, reveling in the privilege of their newfound power. Deku echoed their sentiments, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Aziawa expressed hope that the heroes of the world could assist them, and a flash-forward revealed Bakugo, weary but determined, walking down the street with a crowbar in hand. It had been 33 days since the control began, and Kirishima noted the passage of time. Bakugo voiced his frustration, wishing for the end of the technological control that plagued people. He felt fortunate to have All Might on their side, a symbol of hope in their struggle. Deku confirmed that All Might remained true to himself, while Aizawa speculated about Bakugo and All Might's efforts to eliminate the technology and rescue those who were still under control. Jack remarked on the sadness of their current universe, prompting Bakugo to question why. Jack explained that Bakugo had been spending every night at Deku's house, forgetting to inform his mother. Kirishima chimed in, suggesting that such behavior was not very manly. Mitsuki, Bakugo's mother, expressed her mortification at discovering her son's secretive sleepovers, realizing he had been at Deku's home all along. Bakugo defended his actions, insisting it didn't matter where he was if his friends were there for him. Ida emphasized the importance of knowing a child's whereabouts, while Mitsuki pointed out that the people Bakugo was with thought of him as their son. Bakugo argued that they were good to him, but Mitsuki insisted they were not his family. Uraraka reminded everyone that kindness was essential when staying over at someone else's home. Mitsuki continued to express her concerns, feeling as though she was being replaced in Bakugo's life. Bakugo countered that his friends cared for him, and Inko, Deku's mother, reminded him that he was a guest in their home. Mitsuki insisted that they were not his parents and that Bakugo should recognize the difference. Bakugo expressed his frustration, feeling misunderstood and burdened by expectations. Mitsuki tried to assure him that she was doing her best as a mother, but Bakugo felt like a burden and believed he had ruined her life. Mitsuki passionately declared that he was the best thing that ever happened to her, despite her struggles. Aziawa recalled a time when they visited students' homes, highlighting the importance of understanding each other's backgrounds. Mitsuki lamented that Bakugo seemed to have found a better life elsewhere, questioning if he was happier with them. Jiro complimented Bakugo's friends, noting that his mother had a lovely singing voice. Mitsuki expressed her hope that Bakugo was proud of his choices and that he had found the happiness she wished for him. Inko questioned whether Bakugo ever felt remorse for leaving, wondering if he realized the impact of his decisions. Deku reflected on the necessity of making choices, even if it meant leaving others behind. Kaminari observed that Izuku was upset with Bakugo, while both Deku and Inko acknowledged that if they were no longer needed, they would step aside. Mitsuki resolved to let Bakugo go, hoping it would be what he truly wanted. She and Inko agreed to take a back seat while Bakugo took charge of his own life. Bakugo, feeling overwhelmed, expressed a need for time to think, realizing that he couldn't change the past. He felt the weight of his choices and the urgency to find a way to stop the chaos surrounding him. Bakugo struggled to reclaim everything he had done, expressing his frustration. Kirishima observed the situation and noted the irony of Bakugo achieving his dreams. Mitsuki, Inko, and Deku echoed sentiments about Bakugo's newfound reality, suggesting he had finally experienced a life he always wanted. Jack announced that the next segment would be short but amusing, featuring Bakugo attempting to sell something. Kirishima questioned how that could be funny, but Jack assured him he would see soon enough. Deku entered his apartment, tossing his keys onto a table, only to discover that everything he owned was missing. Shocked, he exclaimed in disbelief. All Might wondered if young Midoriya had been robbed. Bakugo asked what was happening, while Kirishima questioned why Bakugo was confined in such a way. Deku approached the cabinet, concerned for Bakugo's well-being, who confirmed he was fine. Deku removed a hockey stick and inquired about the situation. Uraraka expressed her curiosity as well. Bakugo emerged from his confinement, frustrated that someone had promised not to take the chairs. Deku demanded to know how Bakugo ended up locked up and where all their belongings had gone. Momo speculated that Deku and Bakugo were now roommates. Bakugo explained that a man had come to inspect the unit and deemed it too small for a grown man. The group struggled to contain their laughter at the absurdity of it all. Deku asked if Bakugo had been involuntarily locked up, to which Bakugo replied that he was trying to make a sale. Angrily, he declared that if he encountered that man again, he would take action. Deku jokingly suggested a rather humorous response, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Jack, observing the scene, contemplated whether to reveal that the next universe was quite similar but decided against it. Mina approached Jack, asking about his first journey in the multiverse. Jack admitted it was something he preferred not to remember. Momo, eavesdropping, inquired why that was the case. Jack explained that it was easier to show than to tell, and then addressed the group, informing them he was setting up the next universe while they watched him navigate the multiverse. Jack found himself in a dark void, spotting a mysterious figure in the distance that quickly vanished, leaving behind a bright red crack. Deku remarked that the cracks gave him a bad feeling. Energy burst from the crack, causing it to spread beneath Jack. He attempted to run, but the cracks ensnared him, leading him through the worlds of Shovel Knight, Hollow Knight, and Untitled Goose Game, before landing in the world of Five Nights at Freddy's, narrowly avoiding an ambush from Foxy before being returned to the void. Kirishima commented on Jack's narrow escape from Foxy, while Mina marveled at the numerous red portals surrounding them. Jack entered a portal and fell into the world of Cuphead, landing headfirst and creating a small crater. Uraraka winced at the sound of his impact. Cuphead, wandering nearby, noticed Jack and remarked that while he wasn't a portal, he had found someone who seemed out of place. Jack got up, shaking off the fall, as Cuphead approached with a microphone in hand. Cuphead confronted Jack, accusing him of messing with their land and suggesting they settle things right there. Jack agreed, while All Might questioned Cuphead's nonchalant attitude. As the tension escalated, Cuphead prepared for battle, realizing it would be tougher than anticipated. Just then, Mugman intervened, offering assistance to Cuphead. Cuphead declined, instructing Mugman to find Ms. Chalice instead. Mugman agreed but urged Cuphead to avoid violence, promising to return quickly. Cuphead, eager to engage, turned back to Jack, ready to escalate the confrontation. Jack braced himself for the challenge. A chaotic battle ensued, with Jack managing to hit Cuphead with a microphone toss. However, as the fight intensified, a storm began, complicating matters further. Cuphead, frustrated, recalled Mugman's advice about avoiding violence unless it involved a specific boy, prompting Kirishima and Kaminari to question the validity of that statement. Cuphead, fueled by his brother's words, decided to unleash his full power against Jack. As the battle raged on, Cuphead fired shots that ignited the surroundings. Jack dodged and retaliated, but Cuphead countered with a powerful move that sent Jack crashing into a tree. Just as Cuphead prepared to finish Jack off, a portal appeared, whisking Jack away and leaving Cuphead in shock. In a new world, the narrator recounted the tale of Cuphead and Jack, who had engaged in a rap battle that had escalated into chaos. As Jack fell through a mysterious portal, he landed next to Sans, who was startled awake. Bakugo questioned Jack's condition, wondering if he was okay. Sans welcomed the human to the underground, casually mentioning how he was initially hired to defeat them in a rather dramatic fashion, but now seemed to find the situation amusing. The human entered the last corridor, gripping a knife, and caught sight of Sans and Jack. Aziawa observed the scene, noting the presence of a child with a weapon. Sans chuckled, finding the human's approach surprisingly entertaining. As the scene shifted, Jack explained that the next universe featured Izuku and Bakugo as close friends, forming a team called the Mighty Men, which also served as a podcast. Mina clarified that they were essentially heroes with a radio show, to which Jack agreed. Kirishima expressed excitement about the upcoming adventure. Deku approached Bakugo, eager to share something from earlier that day. He mentioned sending a text in the morning about needing to go out of town for a weekend and asked for Bakugo's preference on which weekend to choose. Bakugo's response was a humorous rant filled with exclamations about a movie, leaving Deku confused. Kirishima and Mina burst into laughter, while others tried to contain their amusement. Bakugo's laughter was infectious, and he continued to joke about the situation. Deku recounted how he had to respond to Bakugo's chaotic messages, which only escalated in intensity and confusion. As the laughter in the theater grew, Deku mentioned he would handle most of the talking during their Mighty Men session, but Bakugo insisted he would dominate the conversation with his thoughts on the Facebook movie. The banter continued, with Bakugo expressing frustration over not remembering who invented Facebook, culminating in a dramatic revelation of the name Mark Zuckerberg. The laughter continued, and Deku admitted he found the messages amusing, which made Bakugo happy. They both acknowledged the absurdity of the situation, with Deku opting to keep responding calmly to Bakugo's chaotic thoughts. As the laughter subsided, Jack announced he needed to attend to some matters with Deku but would leave the screen on for everyone to see. A large portal opened, and Jack and Deku stepped through. They found themselves at a table where Jack began shuffling cards. He reassured Deku that someone else would be joining them, but there was no need for concern, as he was the only one with power in this space. Suddenly, Shigaraki fell through the portal, and upon seeing Deku, the latter instinctively took it. Defensive stance but quickly settled down when Jack intervened. Jack requested that there be no fighting, expressing his desire to talk. Shigaraki inquired how long the conversation would take, to which Jack replied it would be brief, provided Shigaraki could handle the truth. Deku, intrigued, asked about the nature of this truth, leading Jack to hint at the direction of their stories. Jack looked at Deku and mentioned that he had the right to try to change his mind. He could give it a go, but it was all pretend. He was the design, and Deku was welcome to the show. Jack welcomed him to paradise and asked if he was ready to pay the price to go where he wanted to go. He warned that the mind could falter and become blind, advising him to relax and enjoy, reminding him that it was the dealer's choice. Jack suggested sitting back and watching as the roof caved in, waiting for the game to begin. He posed a question about how one could stop an idea, offering a hint that one would walk the endless halls forever until forced to admit that some worlds could not be saved, while others needed to burn. Jack noted that Deku could be standing there, and it was about time for his turn. He cautioned Deku not to look to him, as he was just passing through. He did not want worship, having been there when it all started and would be there when it ended. However, the strings of fate remained, and they could not be stopped. Jack glanced at Shigaraki and warned him not to try to cheat. He expressed his discomfort with playing this role, sitting on the edge of his seat, and found it almost silly how little Shigaraki understood. Jack was willing to do anything to keep breaking free. He proposed a bet, stating that he was quite lucky, and when Shigaraki lost, he should not be upset. Jack acknowledged that Shigaraki thought he was a friend, and perhaps he was, but in the face of fear, Shigaraki had no power. Jack reiterated that he was just having fun and did not want worship. He had been there from the beginning and could bring it all to an end. He was sure Shigaraki would love the show because he had written the script. Jack pointed out that one could not count their cards if the numbers were wrong, and the hunger for power could not be quelled. He advised against complaining as he knew what was best. That was how one played the game with the hand they were dealt. He insisted that Shigaraki should not call him a god, as he did not know what Jack truly was. He did not want worship, having been there at the start and not wanting it to end. Jack had made them think he had a heart, but he had forgotten it. He then revealed his cards to Deku and Shigaraki, encouraging them to rip them up and let the universe write their names misspelled. He explained that if they sat in the waves, the ocean would be their god. This was how one played the game with the hand they were dealt. The audience in the theater was shocked to realize that Jack had controlled their lives, writing the script in a way that ensured they would win no matter what happened. He had placed Shigaraki in a losing scenario as a form of torture. Mina expressed that it was a lot to take in. Jack announced that the next universe was set in the future. Deku responded that it sounded fine, but Jack warned that it was not the happiest universe. All Might asked why, and Jack explained that a war had broken out between heroes and villains, spiraling out of control as heroes began fighting each other. It only stopped when one of the heroes died, prompting a realization that things had gone too far. A law was passed requiring all heroes to hang up their capes while all villains had to turn themselves in or face death for their crimes. Mina reacted in shock. Jack confirmed that was the gist of it. endnver expressed relief that it had never gotten that bad in their universe. Jack then prepared to start the universe. All Might was sitting at a desk, setting up a webcam, and when it was on, he was shown to have a few gray hairs. He declared that he was the symbol of peace and was sure he could do this. Present Might commented on All Might looking old, while Aziawa estimated he was in his mid-60s based on the gray hairs. All Might faced the webcam and began addressing the students of UA, but the webcam fell. He corrected himself to say he was addressing the former students of UA, humorously acknowledging the mistake. Bakugo remarked on how All Might was handling the situation. Clearing his throat, All Might recounted that 30 years ago, villains declared war, and the nations of the world had no answer until they called upon a small group of heroes. UA was created to rescue humanity from the villains and become the greatest champions of peace and progress. The students had been chosen for their powers and abilities, but the people decided they were better off without heroes, even labeling them as criminals. This tore their family apart. Momo noted that All Might seemed to be struggling to retell the sad story. All Might then presented pictures, emphasizing that someone had to do something and they could make a difference again. He declared that the world needed heroes now more than ever and asked if they were with him, finishing in his muscular form. The heroes applauded at this universe. Deku speculated that all the heroes must have taken off their hero costumes and began helping people again, slowly restoring belief in heroes. Jack confirmed that was essentially the long and short of it. Ochako expressed relief at the good news. Jack introduced the next universe as a bit strange. All Might inquired how so, and Jack explained that in this universe, Deku was a mercenary for hire. While Deku saw himself as a good guy, he was hired to deal with very bad people, such as robbers and murderers. However, everything changed when he was diagnosed with cancer and sought help from someone who claimed they could assist him. Ida asked if they cured the cancer, to which Jack replied that they did not, but they provided a healing factor that allowed his cells to regenerate faster than the cancer could kill him. Inko wondered if that was Deku's origin in this universe, and Jack confirmed it. However, the cancer mixed with the healing factor had disfigured Deku's face, and now he sought revenge on the one who had done it. Todoroki suggested that all Deku needed now was a suit and a nickname, like Wade the Wisecracker or Scared Evil. Todoroki realized something and expressed his concern. Deku, focused on his mission, was busy creating a suit when he glanced at a board, displaying his targets, particularly one named Francis. He looked at the camera, hinting at the chaos to come. In a moment of action, Deku confronted a group of adversaries, throwing one into a pinball machine while demanding to know Francis's whereabouts. Despite being attacked, he remained unfazed, showcasing his resilience. Bakugo questioned how Deku could still be standing after taking hits, to which Jack explained that Deku's healing factor made him nearly invincible. Deku, now frustrated, demanded to know where Francis was as he charged forward. He threw a knife into a picture of Francis, his suit stained with blood. Kirishima suggested that Deku might need to address the mess on his outfit. A scene unfolded in a dry cleaners, where an elderly woman advised him on how to handle the bloodstains. Determined, Deku worked on a new costume and pushed through a crowded gym where a boxing match was taking place. He was relentless, not caring who he bumped into. When he finally reached his target, he firmly stuck a knife into the man's hand, insisting on answers about Francis. The scene shifted to Deku showing the man a picture of Francis, emphasizing his frustration. He then upgraded his suit and prepared his weapons, ready to take on a small army while continuing his search for Francis. Ojiro commented that Deku might need to refine his approach. In a library, Deku threw someone over a desk, demanding to know where Francis was. The action intensified as he fought multiple opponents, showcasing his skills. The scene transitioned to an ice rink, where he drove a Zamboni, playfully threatening his enemies. In a moment of unexpected compassion, Deku apologized to a woman he had inadvertently harmed. Ochako questioned why this was happening in that location, while Jack explained that Deku had 4 passions in life: his job, guns, swords, and women. Suddenly, a little girl jumped at Deku, catching him off guard. The scene shifted again, showing Deku exiting a restroom stall, leaving behind an unconscious man in a suit. The story continued with him confronting another foe, pressing a door against a man's head while demanding to know where Francis was, all while an onlooker watched in disbelief. Mina laughed, commenting on the absurdity of the situation. Deku focused intently as he prepared for the next challenge, contemplating the blurred lines of his actions. He was engaged in a fierce battle, demanding to know the whereabouts of a certain Francesca. Momo noticed his shift in language and wondered aloud if Deku had spoken Spanish, while Jack simply nodded in response. The scene shifted to an ice rink where Deku confronted his opponents, insisting they reveal the location of their leader or face dire consequences. The others laughed off his threats, but Aziawa remarked on the unusual nature of the situation. Jack announced that for the upcoming scenario, Eri and Kota would need to sit out. All Might inquired about the premise, and Jack explained that Deku and Bakugo were working as officers under Momo's father. Momo questioned why Eri and Kota had to be excluded, and Jack hinted at an incident involving Deku that Bakugo found particularly amusing. Kirishima expressed his eagerness to witness the unfolding events. Bakugo addressed the captain, indicating they had something crucial to discuss. Deku was busy adjusting a Kevlar vest when Bakugo pointed out the unusual choice of gear. Aizawa noted that while Deku was prepared for protection, the reason behind it was unclear. Momo's father placed his gun on the desk, emphasizing that they couldn't ignore the significant issue at hand. Bakugo, confused, questioned the situation, and Momo's father revealed a picture of Momo, making it clear that this was the matter they needed to address. Bakugo's realization hit him hard, and he exclaimed in disbelief that Deku was involved with the captain's daughter. Denki and Shiro reacted with surprise, while Kirishima commented on Deku's unexpected charm. Momo's father expressed his frustration at the situation, and Bakugo continued to react dramatically, emphasizing the absurdity of Deku's relationship with Momo. Momo's father, maintaining his composure, warned Bakugo about the consequences of his words. As the tension eased, Bakugo attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting a humorous exchange, but Momo's father had other plans. In a surprising turn, he used a taser, eliciting a collective protective response from the men in the room. Jack remarked on the unfortunate fate of Deku. The next segment was set to be longer, inspired by Jack's favorite Disney film. He explained that Kirishima and Jiro would play supporting roles alongside Izuku, who would embark on an adventure to the mythical city of Atlantis. The group was taken aback by the revelation, and Jack elaborated that Izuku would be a linguist, capable of deciphering ancient dialects that seemed like gibberish. Inko appreciated Jack's explanation for the younger audience, and anticipation built for the upcoming story. The scene displayed an island in ruins, accompanied by the sounds of punches in the background. As the view zoomed out, Todoroki was seen throwing someone to the ground and striking him with a sword. Panting, Todoroki stepped back, but the other person, Kaminari, rose with a menacing expression and charged at Todoroki, igniting a fierce battle that left everyone in shock. The two exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks. Kaminari picked up a staff with a blade at the tip and aimed it at Todoroki, causing the onlookers to cover their eyes at the intensity of the moment. They continued to trade blows, and Kaminari unleashed a powerful strike, summoning his staff to hit Todoroki hard. As Todoroki struggled to regain his footing, he was thrown against a wall. Kaminari teleported in front of him, lifting him off the ground. Todoroki attempted to strike back, but Kaminari caught his fist and twisted it, causing a painful break. He then unleashed a relentless assault on Todoroki, culminating in a devastating blow that left everyone gasping in disbelief. As Kaminari stood over his fallen opponent, another Todoroki appeared behind him. This Todoroki transformed into a demon and charged through Kaminari, leaving only his spine intact. Drawing his katana, he swiftly decapitated Kaminari, sending the head flying and declaring, "Get over here," as a spear emerged from the mouth of the severed head. All Might expressed his astonishment, while Ida remarked on the brutality of the battle, noting that the combatants seemed to be villainous versions of their classmates. He questioned whether they were fighting due to some past conflict. Jack explained that the story unfolded across two different timelines. Everyone looked at Jack, who began to recount the tale. He spoke of 6 realms, each living independently, until a former elder god named Shinnok turned against the other gods and attacked Earth Realm. After being imprisoned in the Nether Realm, a ruler of Outworld attempted a similar assault years later. The elder gods decided to hold a tournament, with the rule that a realm must win 10 tournaments to merge with another. In the 10th tournament, Earth Realm had a chosen one, Izuku. Bakugo questioned how Deku had been chosen, and Jack elaborated that a series of battles ensued, leading to the defeat of Shao Kahn and the return of Shinnok, who was ultimately vanquished. This resulted in a colossal battle between good and evil, where many perished. Kaminari sent a vague message indicating he must win, which complicated matters. A Keeper of Time then brought past versions of themselves into the future, which ultimately resolved the chaos. Deku expressed that it was a lot to process. Jack explained that, fortunately, Deku was granted godlike powers by Kaminari, allowing him to defeat the Keeper of Time and restart the timeline, creating a new reality. Bakugo questioned why Deku received such powers, to which Jack responded that it was better than having a soulless future version of Deku steal his past self's soul, leading to destruction. Bakugo struggled to find words but ultimately fell silent. Jack then asked if everyone was ready to see what the new Deku timeline looked like. He paused, stating he would stop for now and hoped everyone enjoyed the chapter when it was completed. Jack emerged from a portal, beaming with happiness. Deku inquired about Jack's cheerful demeanor, and Jack explained that the franchise of Five Nights at Freddy's had just turned 10 years old. As a fan, he planned to sing the FNAF song with some special guests. Jack opened the portal, and Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy stepped out. Freddy tipped his top hat at the group while the other band members waved, and everyone reciprocated the gesture. Jack asked if they were ready, and the band took their positions, preparing for the performance as Freddy handed Jack the microphone. Jack thanked Mr. Fazbear, and Freddy chuckled in response. Jack sang about waiting every night, hoping to invite newcomers to play with them. For many years, they had been alone, forced to remain still and play the same songs since the day an imposter took their lives away, leaving them stuck in decay. They pleaded to be let in, assuring that they were not what others thought, but rather poor little souls who had lost all control and were forced to take on their roles. They had been alone, trapped in their little zone since 1987, inviting others to join them or face the consequences of being stuck. Kirishima remarked on Foxy's impressive trumpet skills, expressing surprise at seeing someone again for another night. He suggested that perhaps the newcomer should have looked for another job and said goodbye to this place. It seemed like there was so much more to this place as familiar faces appeared, hinting at a connection with the Doors. All Might commented on how good the song was, while Jack prepared to send everyone back. He opened a portal, exchanging high fives with Foxy and pats on the back with others. He hugged Freddy, feeling a twinge of jealousy for not being able to visit the FNAF movie set. Jack then focused on the next universe, encouraging himself as he prepared to reveal one of his favorites. Kirishima asked why it was his favorite, and Jack explained that they would follow Izuku and a team in search of the city of Atlantis. Everyone was astonished, and Jack added that Izuku was a linguist. Eri inquired about what a linguist was, and Jack explained that a linguist could read dialects that no longer existed, essentially languages that seemed like gibberish. Inko thanked Jack for explaining it to the younger ones. Jack then described what Izuku would look like in this universe, noting that quirks did not exist, and Izuku worked in a museum's boiler room. He aspired to present a lecture to the board to gain a chance to find Atlantis. Eri climbed into Inko's lap and walked over to Jack, who leaned down to her eye level and asked if she wanted something. Eri requested school desks, and Jack conjured 2 desks for her and Kota, who joined her. Jack thought about how this version of Izuku already had 2 students. Izuku addressed the board, thanking them for their time and introducing the legend of Atlantis. Ojiro questioned if Atlantis was just a legend, and Jack confirmed it, referencing a book that claimed it existed during the time of King Henry VIII. Ojiro wondered how that aligned with history, and Jack expressed his curiosity about the world forgetting Atlantis and its fate. Izuku explained that Atlantis was a continent in the mid-Atlantic, home to an advanced civilization with technology far beyond their own. According to Plato, it was struck by a cataclysmic event that sank it beneath the sea. Kirishima remarked on the unfortunate fate of such a place. Izuku continued, emphasizing that Atlantis had electricity, advanced medicine, and even the power of flight long before the Egyptians built the pyramids. Ida and Momo expressed their admiration for the impressive nature of this civilization. Izuku proposed that they find Atlantis and its powerful source, presenting a page from an illuminated text called the Shepherd's Journal, believed to contain a first-hand account of Atlantis and its location. He directed attention to a chalkboard with runes and their supposed translation, indicating the coast of Ireland. However, after comparing the text to a Viking shield, he discovered a mistranslated letter. By correcting it, he concluded that the Shepherd's Journal, the key to Atlantis, was actually in Iceland. After his proposal was rejected by the board, Izuku met a mysterious man named Mr. Preston B. Whitmore, who financed his expedition to find the lost continent of Atlantis. Eri and Kota listened attentively as good students. Jack explained that Izuku had prepared everything and embarked on a submarine journey to Atlantis, guided by the Shepherd's Journal given to him by his grandfather, which had been explained to him in his childhood. Deku explained that they didn't need to dig. According to the journal, the path to Atlantis would lead them down a tunnel at the bottom of the ocean, where they would emerge into an air pocket. There, they would find the remnants of an ancient highway that would guide them to Atlantis, similar to a grease trap in a sink. Helga Sinclair, a cartographer, linguist, and plumber, found it hard to believe that he was still single, while all the girls, except for Eri, seemed to agree that he had good taste. Mole expressed his confusion, mentioning that he thought there would be digging involved, but Helga dismissed him. Jack summarized that a lot had happened. Izuku had met his team, started his journey, faced an attack from a Leviathan, managed to escape, and encountered more danger, resulting in injuries. As the video played, Deku began to hear voices. When he opened his eyes, he saw people speaking a different language, one that felt familiar. They wore giant masks, and one approached him. Suddenly, he felt a sting in his right shoulder and noticed blood seeping from the wound. When he turned his attention to the masked figures, one of them removed her mask to inspect his injury. She placed what appeared to be a crystal close to his wound and pressed her hand to his chest, making his injury vanish. However, when she put her mask back on, he heard a sound as something pushed through the rocks, causing the group to flee. Deku called out, asking who they were and where they were going, but they disappeared. He stopped at the cliff, mesmerized by the sight before him as the vehicle finally ceased drilling. His companions approached, shock evident on their faces. Cookie exclaimed in awe, while Audrey remarked on its beauty. Sweet praised Deku for his efforts, and they all gazed upon Atlantis itself. Kirishima commented on its beauty, and Jiro agreed. Jack then recounted how Izuku and Kida had spent time together until a particular moment arose. Deku, noticing Kida removing her clothing, blushed as she transformed into a two-piece bathing suit. The others shared in his embarrassment. Kida asked if he could swim, prompting Deku to nervously affirm that he could swim quite well, stumbling over his words. Inko laughed, while Bakugo noted that this was typical of Deku. Kida informed him that their destination was a fair distance away. Mina inquired about what happened next, and Jack explained that Kida discovered the truth about the crystal around her neck. After being betrayed, Kida retreated to an underground cave, realizing she had been chosen, just like her mother before her. Aziawa questioned what being chosen meant, and Jack elaborated that in times of danger, the crystal would select a host of royal blood to protect itself and its people, accepting no other. Kirishima was taken aback, realizing that the crystal was alive in a sense. Jack clarified that the crystal thrived on the collective emotions of those who came before, granting power, longevity, and protection in return. However, the king's arrogance led him to attempt to use it as a weapon of war, which ultimately overwhelmed him and resulted in destruction. All might recognize that hiding the crystal beneath the city was a smart move to prevent history from repeating itself. Jack warned that if Kida remained bonded to the crystal, she could be lost to it forever. Kida expressed that Atlantis would honor their names forever and wished there was more they could do for them. Vinny acknowledged the sentiment but felt they were fine as they were. Deku informed them that they would take them as far as the surface. Audrey mentioned how much they would miss Deku, while Uraraka inquired if he was staying in Atlantis. Jack confirmed it, and Vinny shared his plans to reopen a flower shop, promising to think of them every day. Zero expressed his desire to meet Vinny, and Cookie, though not great at speeches, handed over a token from their journey, which was the bacon grease from their trip. Deku started to respond, but Cookie muttered something unintelligible. Audrey playfully kissed Deku's cheek, missing his face, and teased him about flinching before giving his arm a light punch. Mole greeted Deku with a laugh, and Deku returned the farewell. Sweet asked Deku if he was sure about staying, mentioning the hero's welcome that awaited the man who discovered Atlantis. Deku replied that he didn't think the world needed another hero and joked about a job opening for an expert in gibberish. All Might agreed that it sounded like a good choice based on Deku's line of work. Sweet advised Deku to take care of himself, and they shared a warm hug. Before Sweet left, Deku asked him to adjust his neck, which Sweet did, chuckling and teasing that Deku would receive a bill for it. Packard then asked if they could go home, prompting Sweet to rally everyone for one last photo in front of the fish. Kirishima remarked on the good story, while Jack admitted he had left a lot out but highlighted what was most important. Jiro thought it was cool, and Jack noted that this universe was done for him as he prepared to move on to the next one. As Jack sifted through his notes for another universe to explore, Mina asked him about the worst person he had fought. Jack recalled an encounter with the rickiest Bakugo, who traveled through space with the mortiest Deku. Mina expressed her interest in seeing that fight. The scene shifted to space around a ringed gas giant, where the rickiest Bakugo and the mortiest Deku were inside their space cruiser, positioned next to the TARDIS, which bore signs of a recent collision. They discussed their current predicament. All Might questioned if they had crashed into the TARDIS, to which the mortiest Deku admitted it was his fault. The rickiest Bakugo angrily retorted, expressing frustration over the lack of rearview mirrors in the TARDIS. Kirishima noted that while the Bakugo sounded familiar, he didn't look like the Bakugo they knew. Zero suggested it could be a multiverse reason. The TARDIS doors opened, and Jack, specifically the 14th, peeked out to assess the situation, pointing out that Bakugo was the one who had hit him. Aziawa observed that it seemed Bakugo was forced into the fight. Forgiving the minor accident, Jack returned inside the TARDIS and closed the door, but the rickiest Bakugo was not pleased. He yelled in frustration, feeling ignored. Kirishima commented on Bakugo's colorful language. Taking control of the space cruiser, the rickiest Bakugo pursued the TARDIS, firing laser shots at it. Just as the TARDIS prepared to jump, Bakugo activated a tow cable, pulling both ships into the time vortex. The rickiest Bakugo commanded his ship to keep Deku safe and, after pulling out his portal gun, jumped out of his vehicle, determined to pursue Jack on his own. The mortiest Deku, realizing he had accidentally pressed a button that caused the space cruiser to fire lasers at the TARDIS, watched in alarm as Bakugo grabbed onto the tow cable. The space cruiser then shot and severed the tow cable, sending them all flying through the time vortex. The TARDIS materialized on a planet resembling Earth, with lush green plains and mountains in the background. Jack stepped out, dismayed at the damage to his TARDIS from the tow cable. His frustration was interrupted by loud screaming, and he turned to see a screaming sun rising on the horizon. Amused by the bizarre sight, Jack couldn't help but smile, while everyone else looked on in confusion. Ida remarked that it was an unusual way to wake up. Suddenly, another scream echoed as the rickiest Bakugo emerged through one of his portals, tackling Jack and sending them both through another portal into the Blips and Chits arcade. Jack prepared for combat as they faced off. He suggested they follow some rules, but the rickiest Bakugo, unimpressed, brandished his crow sword and threatened Jack. In response, Jack pulled out a spoon, prompting Kaminari to comment on the absurdity of the situation. Jack challenged Bakugo to a duel, and they exchanged blows, with Jack defending himself against Bakugo's relentless attacks. Eventually, Bakugo pinned Jack against a railing, and despite the precarious position, Jack maintained his confidence, noting the lively plaza below filled with familiar faces. Jiro turned to Kaminari, reminding him of his earlier comments about the fight. Jack expressed excitement about the place and wondered if there was a little shop nearby. Mina expressed her agreement, noting how fun the play looked. After skillfully dodging 2 more swings, Jack swiftly disarmed the rickiest Bakugo of his sword. However, he was suddenly caught by the rickiest Bakugo's newly revealed cyborg implants, which made the scientist laugh arrogantly. Ojiro remarked on the absurdity of Jack disarming Bakugo with a spoon. The rickiest Bakugo laughed triumphantly. He then tossed Jack into an arcade machine and against the railing. As he lifted Jack again, Jack pulled out his sonic screwdriver and used it to make the rickiest Bakugo's cyborg implants malfunction, causing both of them to tumble over the railing. Jack grabbed the rickiest Bakugo's portal gun in an attempt to break their fall. They first fell through a sunny plain where the TARDIS and a screaming sun were located, momentarily distracted by the sight. Jack fired another portal, and they fell into a dark basement, realizing they were surrounded by weeping angels. Jack, with his eyes red from not blinking, seized the moment to offer the rickiest Bakugo some questionable advice. Mina inquired about the statues, and Jack informed her they were weeping angels. He suggested that the rickiest Bakugo blink as much as possible, claiming the angels were afraid of rapid movement. The rickiest Bakugo blinked 3 times, but with each blink, an angel drew closer. Jack took the opportunity to escape, leaving the rickiest Bakugo to realize he had been tricked. With a sigh, the rickiest Bakugo muttered in frustration, but his words were interrupted by a sudden scene transition as Jack returned outside the TARDIS and entered, only to find the interior in chaos, filled with multiple versions of the rickiest Bakugo, including one running in circles around the console, leaving Jack in disbelief. Everyone expressed their confusion, and Jack reacted with surprise. The naked duplicate of the rickiest Bakugo taunted him, adding to the chaos. After the duplicate ran past, Jack noticed the grinning version of the rickiest Bakugo emerging from beneath the console. The other duplicates then rushed Jack, reclaiming the portal gun and forcing him to flee, with the rickiest Bakugo in hot pursuit. Jack led them around a corner, but when the rickiest Bakugo tried to follow, they found themselves at a dead end, confronted by an under-construction sign from the TARDIS. Jack stumbled back into the console room, complimenting the TARDIS for its cleverness. Mina asked if it was bigger on the inside, to which Jack confirmed. Deku remarked on how cool that was. Jack pressed some buttons on the console, and a storage mechanism lowered his DMAT gun. However, he hesitated to use it against his opponent. Suddenly, the rickiest Bakugo emerged from a portal behind him and shot Jack, causing him to collapse against the TARDIS console. The rickiest Bakugo then pulled out a flask and began to monologue. Mina asked what the gun did, but Jack remained silent. The rickiest Bakugo continued, enjoying his role as the class clown, before urging Jack to start his regeneration process so he could finish him off. As Jack's body began to glow with regenerative energy, he slowly rose to his feet, delivering his own monologue in response. Eri asked what was happening to him, and Jack explained he was regenerating. He recognized the rickiest Bakugo's type as a nihilist know-it-all and declared that he didn't want to go. All Might expressed confusion over the term, timey-wimey. In that moment, Jack pulled out his sonic screwdriver again, using it to disable the rickiest Bakugo's ray gun and activate the portal gun. His regeneration surged, knocking the rickiest Bakugo back and causing chaos within the TARDIS. Caught off guard, the rickiest Bakugo tried to escape, but falling debris blocked his path. Just before a piece of rubble could crush him, he injected himself with a serum and aimed it at the regenerating Jack, injecting his genetic material. A new version of the rickiest Bakugo burst forth from Jack's chest, causing him to groan in pain. The newly spawned naked the rickiest Bakugo quickly seized Jack's DMAT gun and fired it at him. However, Jack, heavily wounded yet still regenerating, spun around and exclaimed a rallying cry. The beam from the DMAT gun shot through the portal on Jack's back and out of the portal created by the sonic screwdriver's interference. The rickiest Bakugo, realizing Jack's plan too late, could only shout as the DMAT beam struck him, erasing him and all his duplicates from existence as the scene faded to white. Deku asked what had happened, and Jack explained that the DMAT gun erased people from existence, and since the rickiest Bakugo had shot himself, he was gone forever. Bakugo expressed disbelief, questioning if Deku would remember him. When the scene cleared, showed the beginning of the fight when the Mortius Deku had rear-ended the TARDIS in the space cruiser. Jack stepped out, but without the rickiest Bakugo to escalate the situation, he complimented the vehicle and the Mortius Deku, offering him some sage advice. Jack remarked on the impressive craft, and the Mortius Deku hesitantly acknowledged his contribution. Bakugo groaned, wondering if there was any world where he could win against Jack. Jack simply replied that there was not, encouraging Bakugo to look forward to a bright future. Looking directly into the camera, Jack delivered a final message to the Mortius Deku and the audience as he stepped back inside the TARDIS, urging them not to be cynics. The TARDIS then vanished, leaving the Mortius Deku in confusion. Soon after, a ghostly hologram of the rickiest Bakugo appeared, scolding the Mortius Deku. The hologram warned him that if he forgot about him, he would haunt him. The Mortius Deku screamed at the hologram, unable to remember his best friend who had been erased from existence. Mina was taken aback and demanded to know who he was. She then inquired about what had happened after he left. Jack responded that he had celebrated with a victory dance. Curious, Mina asked if she could see it, to which Jack agreed. Kirishima admired Jack's impressive moves, expressing his admiration. Aoyama was equally impressed, eager to learn Jack's dance style. Mina chimed in, acknowledging that Jack danced better than she did. Jack felt a rush of warmth from their compliments. Jack announced that the next universe they would visit was a humorous one. Deku's curiosity was piqued, and Jack explained that the twist was that he and All Might would be terrible hostages for the League of Villains. Both Deku and All Might were taken aback by this revelation. As they began their new adventure, Deku found himself tied to a chair, with All Might secured behind him. Toga greeted them, noting that they had been waiting for a while. All Might, maintaining his composure, asserted that it took a lot to keep him down, recalling past experiences that had been far worse. Deku agreed, acknowledging the truth in All Might's words. Dabi raised his fist in frustration, causing All Might to momentarily falter in his speech. Shigaraki pressed for answers, demanding to know what All Might wanted. Toga inquired about their goals, while Dabi questioned why they wanted to arrest him. Endnver was surprised by Dabi's question, and twice wondered if anyone had any plans. All Might interrupted, requesting coffee before they continued, humorously pointing out that everyone in similar situations in movies always got coffee. He asked for iced coffee, turning to Deku for his order. Bakugo observed the situation, noting that they were terrible hostages and wishing he had tried that approach. Deku proceeded to give an elaborate order for a Neapolitan cappuccino, detailing the exact specifications, including the correct spelling of his name on the cup. Momo was impressed by the complexity of his order, while Uraraka remarked that it sounded like something Deku would say. Dabi cut in, insisting they weren't getting coffee, to which All Might responded with a teasing remark about Deku's order. Shigaraki ominously mentioned their willingness to resort to extreme measures to extract information from them, causing concern among the group. Deku questioned the meaning of torture, pondering whether it would be physical or psychological, pointing out the potential futility of physical pain. All Might added that they might even enjoy it, leaving everyone shocked by his unexpected comment. Twice, confused, asked for clarification, and All Might jokingly responded, indicating he could handle the situation. Deku laughed, appreciating All Might's humor. Toga warned them to stop laughing, while Twice echoed her sentiment. Shigaraki reminded them that they were at the mercy of the League of Villains. Deku, unable to resist, apologized for his laughter, noting that they had been tied up for hours without confirming their identities. Everyone echoed the sentiment of being held for hours, and Twice asked what they were. Deku humorously declared himself a Virgo, prompting laughter from the group. All Might joined in, enjoying the moment. Dabi acknowledged Deku's cleverness, while Toga threatened to silence him if he made another quip. All Might teased the situation further, leading to a collective drop in morale among the League of Villains. Shigaraki was incredulous, insisting they weren't going to indulge in any hero-related KNKS. All Might, unfazed, suggested that it sounded like that was the case, prompting a sarcastic warning from Deku not to give them any ideas. All Might playfully questioned why not, keeping the atmosphere light despite the tension. Kurogyri informed everyone that pro-heroes were approaching, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they realized they might be saved. Shigaraki urged everyone to flee quickly. All Might greeted Aziawa, signaling the end of the chapter. Jack shared that the next universe was a favorite of his, inspired by a somewhat realistic fighting game. Kirishima expressed his excitement and asked what it was called, eager to get a copy. Jack tossed a copy of Tekken 8 to Kirishima, who caught it with enthusiasm. Jack explained that it was the latest installment in the series. Deku inquired about the universe's premise, and Jack elaborated that it took place in the future. Many years prior, Deku's mother had gone missing while searching for his grandfather, Heihachi Mishima. Jack reminisced about how happy he was when Heihachi became downloadable content. He continued, explaining that a series of events led to fighting escalating into wars, resulting in many casualties. Ultimately, it culminated in an epic final battle to the death between Deku and Bakugo. The group fell silent as the universe unfolded before them. Deku remarked that people like them shouldn't exist in this world, to which Bakugo responded with disdain, calling Deku's words pathetic. Kirishima noted that a fight was about to break out. Deku and Bakugo exchanged powerful blows, and as they clashed, sparks flew around them. Mina questioned the source of the lightning, and Jack clarified that it was due to their training under the same mentor. Deku executed a 3-hit combo, which Bakugo blocked. In retaliation, Bakugo attempted a downward axe kick, but Deku countered with a leg sweep. Bakugo leaped into the air and struck Deku in the chest, sending him flying backward. Kirishima observed the intensity of the fight, while Bakugo launched another kick that Deku managed to block. They exchanged blows, with Deku landing a hit to Bakugo's stomach and chin before Bakugo dodged an uppercut and retaliated with a punch to Deku's face, followed by another to his stomach. Bakugo delivered a powerful punch to Deku's chest, causing him to fly back. Deku quickly recovered, running at Bakugo and delivering a strong kick that sent him soaring. Deku followed up with a roundhouse kick while Bakugo was airborne. Aziawa remarked on the intensity of the battle. As Deku approached Bakugo, Bakugo's eyes glowed red, and they both swung punches at each other. Bakugo managed to regain his footing first, delivering 2 uppercuts to Deku and a roundhouse kick while Deku was in the air. The force sent Deku crashing to the ground. Ochako commented on the brutality of the fight. Deku stood up, and Bakugo looked pleased as Deku charged at him, landing a powerful uppercut that sent Bakugo into the air. Mirio praised the strength of the blow. Deku's face transformed, and wings sprouted from his back, prompting All Might to question what was happening. Jack explained that Deku possessed something called the Devil Gene, allowing him to transform into a devil-like creature. Deku then delivered a powerful punch to Bakugo's chest, knocking him down. A black feather landed in Deku's hand, revealing a logo. Jack asked how everyone felt about the fight, and Kirishima expressed his eagerness to try the game when he got home. Jack introduced the next universe, describing it as a bit creepy but interesting. Deku asked why, and Jack explained that in this universe, he and Bakugo were best friends, and their bond was so strong that they fused into a new entity known as Dekugo. Eri exclaimed how cool that sounded, and Jack added that as a combination of Deku and Bakugo, Dekugo was tasked with being Eri's caretaker. Aizawa noted that if the two were fused, they would likely be more trustworthy than anyone else. Jack continued, mentioning that the group of heroes was in pursuit of Toga. Eri wondered if Toga was hurt and called out to her. Toga emerged from the rubble and fled once more. Kirishima laughed, denying any concern. He attempted to capture Toga with his whip, but she generated an electrical current, electrifying it. Uraraka pointed out that this wasn't Toga's usual quirk, and Jack confirmed that in this universe, it was. Kirishima quickly dropped his whip, surprised by its heat, while Toga insulted the heroes and fled, claiming she had already obtained what she needed. All Might commented on the situation, and Ida chased after Toga, demanding she return. Toga activated a mini helicopter, lifting herself off the ground and laughing maniacally as she flew away. Siro remarked on how annoyingly useful that was for her, and Kirishima vowed to catch her. Ida offered to help, and together they pursued Toga deep into the kindergarten. Eri urged Dekugo to hurry, but he held her back gently, lifting her off the ground. Everyone, including Eri, laughed at the scene. Dekugo explained that if Toga's mission was to reactivate the kindergarten, the injectors would be on, but they weren't. Ida agreed with Dekugo's assessment based on Toga's words. Eri exclaimed in realization, and Dekugo suggested they investigate what Toga was really doing. He lifted a collapsed injector, revealing the elevator Toga had ascended, indicating they should go down. Eri praised Dekugo for being both strong and smart, giving him a high five. Nijire commented on the cute relationship between Dekugo and Eri, to which Dekugo thanked her. Eri asked if Dekugo's strength came from Bakugo and his wisdom from Deku. Inko noted that Eri had asked a good question. Dekugo explained that he embodied both heroes, creating something greater than the sum of their parts, which is why he was so impressive. Mina joked that this meant Dekugo had a bit of Bakugo's ego, prompting Bakugo to question her. Eri was curious about what it was like to stay fused, but their arrival at the kindergarten prime control room interrupted her. It was dark and empty, with several dirt pillars hanging from the ceiling and a few cracked open on the floor. Dekugo set Eri down, and she remarked on how much creepier the place felt compared to their last visit. Aziawa noted that this indicated they had been there before. Dekugo confirmed that something was amiss, and Eri wondered what Toga had been doing. Kirishima questioned why Eri and Dekugo made such a good hero duo in this universe, expressing his enjoyment of their partnership. Dekugo explained that it appeared Toga had pulled the injectors out of the walls. Something felt off. A noise echoed from a dirt pillar, prompting Dekugo to approach it for a closer look. Momo noticed that Dekugo's expression seemed unusual, and Eri rushed up to him, calling his name. As Dekugo touched the pillar, it began to tremble, causing both Eri and Dekugo to step back cautiously. Eri wondered if something was trapped inside. Suddenly, a peculiar creature tumbled from the ceiling behind them, startling Eri. They turned to see it was a bizarre combination of a blue hand and a red foot. Dekugo picked up the creature, and Kaminari exclaimed in confusion about its appearance. Eri was equally surprised. As they looked up, several more similar creatures, all made of mismatched limbs, fell from above. Menata expressed his alarm at the growing number of these strange beings. Eri screamed in fear, questioning what they were. The creature in Dekugo's hand leaped onto Eri's face, but Dekugo quickly made it disappear, leaving Eri holding a pair of gem shards fused together. Eri examined the shards, noting their unusual appearance. Dekugo, feeling disgusted, tossed the shards to the ground near the cluster of creatures. Endnver questioned why the gems resembled the symbols of two ancient heroes. Eri pondered if these creatures were indeed heroes fused together, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Tokoyami shared his unease, and Dekugo gasped in horror as the dirt pillar began to crack. Eri asked what was happening, and the pillar burst open to reveal a cluster gem inside. Four silhouettes, fused at the waists and silently screaming, struggled to break free from their fusion. With a final glitch, they transformed into a monstrous hand made of other hands, shrieking as it crawled toward Eri and Dekugo. Dekugo stood frozen in fear, breathing heavily. Mike commented on the unsettling scene, while Eri urged Dekugo to take action. A limb cluster grabbed Eri, and the monstrous hand reached for Dekugo. Eri kicked the limb away, pleading for Dekugo to respond. Summoning her shield, Eri fought off the advancing creatures. The monstrous hand knocked off Dekugo's visor, revealing her terrified expression. Toru speculated that this might be Eri's quirk. Tears welled in Dekugo's eyes as she realized these were heroes, shattered and buried together. Eri questioned why Dekugo wasn't moving, and All Might suggested that Dekugo might be having a breakdown. Dekugo lamented the forced fusion of the heroes, expressing her sorrow and frustration. As Dekugo began to lose her form, Eri grew increasingly anxious. Uraraka noted that they were defusing, and Eri desperately called out to Dekugo, urging her to hold on. Aziawa questioned why Eri was left to handle the situation alone. Hearing Eri's cries, Dekugo found her resolve and pushed back against the monstrous hand. Gradually regaining her form, she seized the hand with her gauntlets and forcefully tore it apart, causing the cluster gem to drop to the floor, which she promptly bubbled. Aziawa remarked that Eri's plea for help had helped Dekugo stay focused. Mike agreed that it was a positive outcome. Eri celebrated their success, but Dekugo remained silent. Inko asked if Dekugo was alright, and Eri called out to her. Dekugo, still shaken, reflected on what Homeworld thought of fusion. Kirishima recognized Bakugo's voice, while Todoroki noted that it sounded like Midoriya's as well. Dekugo realized that this was where the missing heroes had been all along. All Might speculated that the presence of two minds indicated a split personality. Dekugo expressed that this was punishment for the rebellion, while Dekugo, overwhelmed with emotion, sobbed that it wasn't their fault. Eri called out to Dekugo, who sent the cluster gem into the burning room before turning to Eri, stuttering her name. Kirishima and Ida entered the control room, announcing their return. Dekugo quickly summoned her visor again. Ida explained that they had lost Toga, and as a limb cluster climbed up Kirishima, he questioned what these creatures were. Dekugo instructed him to put them down, and Eri echoed his concern. Ida threw the cluster away, and Dekugo insisted they needed to poof and bubble all of them to prevent any from escaping. Jack commented on the bizarre situation, while Midnight noted how strange and unsettling the universe was. As the chapter ended, Jack announced the next universe, hinting at something troubling. Todoroki asked for clarification, and Jack explained that it involved a trend where main characters were betrayed by their friends and loved ones. Aziawa expressed confusion, and Jack noted that while some weren't all bad, this particular one was concerning. The screen turned on, revealing Deku entering the dorm, visibly angry with most of the class, except for Ochako, Todoroki, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Momo, All Might, Aizawa, and Eri, who remained on his side. Deku expressed gratitude for those who stood by him. All Might felt relieved to be among those supporting Deku. Deku confronted Bakugo, questioning why he hadn't finished the job when he had the chance. He expressed his feelings of betrayal, emphasizing the pain caused by Bakugo's actions. The room fell silent, with some too shocked to respond. Bakugo apologized, but Deku dismissed his words, stating that apologies couldn't undo the past. Endnver acknowledged Deku's point about the consequences of false accusations and near-death experiences. Bakugo pleaded for understanding, but Deku insisted there was nothing to understand except the hurt he had endured. Bakugo tried to explain, but Deku cut him off, declaring he was done with Bakugo's excuses. Uraraka noted how upset Deku was, indicating he didn't want to hear anything from Bakugo. Deku walked to his room, followed by those who believed in him. He lamented that Bakugo had to take things this far. Momo inquired about Deku's meaning, and Todoroki asked if he was referring to Bakugo. Deku angrily expressed his frustration with Nizu for overlooking Bakugo's actions and not considering expulsion. Aizawa questioned the importance of expulsion, but Deku insisted it mattered to him. Because nothing bad happens when you expel bad heroes, Deku expressed his frustration. Uraraka agreed, acknowledging his point. Aizawa explained that Nizu had been insisting they hire heroes at UA, while all the pros were out there risking their lives. Deku, filled with anger, revealed his concern about what Nizu would do if he found out Deku knew the truth. All Might, puzzled, asked what he meant by knowing. Deku's anger flared as he spoke about how Nizu had disregarded everything Bakugo had done, and how he had foolishly given Bakugo chances to change. Uraraka inquired if Deku wanted to stop Bakugo, to which he replied vehemently that he wanted to see Bakugo suffer. The room fell silent, everyone taken aback by Deku's words. He continued, expressing a desire to chain Bakugo and parade him through the halls for everyone to see him as the false hero he believed him to be. He wanted Bakugo to experience suffering and ultimately fade into darkness. Jack, observing the tension, commented on the intensity of the situation. Jack then shared a piece of his childhood, recalling how he spent much of his time on a site called Newgrounds. All Might asked why he was bringing this up, and Jack explained that it was inspired by an animation featuring a red plumber named Mario, known for his impulsive nature and preference for fighting through problems rather than strategizing. Despite the challenges he faced, Mario, Italy's greatest hero, could overcome anything. Bakugo listened in silence as Jack described an animation called Power Star, which depicted Mario being corrupted and turning evil. He clarified that it was non-canonical and merely an animation. The scene shifted to show individuals with glowing red eyes marching, then cut to Deku gripping Bakugo's neck. In a display of power, Deku began to inflict pain on Bakugo, ultimately forcing a power star from Bakugo's body and absorbing it. Ida questioned what the power star was, and Jack explained that it granted the user superhuman abilities, including strength, speed, reflexes, agility, durability, enhanced combat skills, teleportation, and swordsmanship. As low-level heroes prepared for battle, Deku swiftly defeated them without breaking a sweat. He declared that their struggles were futile, as their country's vulnerable state invited attacks. Expressed discomfort at Deku's words, while he continued, revealing that while they were focused on saving their friend, his army had already attacked and acquired every power star in Japan. He warned that once they arrived, the combined power of all the stars would be unleashed, fulfilling his ultimate purpose. All Might realize the implications, understanding that if one power star could grant such abilities, all of them together would make Deku an unstoppable force. Deku ominously spoke of destruction, and Bakugo, slowly regaining consciousness, broke free from Deku's grasp with the little power he had left. He declared his willingness to risk everything to stop Deku. Deku challenged him to face him one last time, and Kirishima sensed that the upcoming fight would be epic. As Deku and Bakugo clashed, exchanging powerful blows, the intensity of their battle caused the very walls around them to crack. Everyone watched in awe at the strength displayed by their friends. After a fierce exchange, both drew katanas. Momo noted that they were now engaged in a sword fight. The two were evenly matched until Bakugo landed a decisive slash on Deku's chest, causing him to lose his sword. Despite the pain, Bakugo struggled to rise as Deku countered and comboed him into a wall. As Bakugo lay in pain, the power stars from Deku's army soared into the air, forming a massive power star that Deku absorbed. With a glowing aura, he proclaimed that they never stood a chance, asserting that all attempts to escape his grasp had failed. He ominously declared that they would meet their end. Mina and Toru hugged each other tightly, while Kota and Eri clung to Inko, sensing the gravity of the situation. Deku summoned a katana from the energy, unleashing a shockwave as he moved the sword forward, striking Bakugo. In his final moments, Bakugo uttered Deku's name. Bakugo's lifeless body was flung toward Uraraka, who stepped back in fear as Deku laughed darkly. He then turned his attention to Uraraka, inflicting harm upon her. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence and fear. Deku questioned if there was anything more painful than witnessing the death of loved ones. With his friends gone, the spirit within Deku's body allowed him to see the consequences of their actions. In that fleeting moment, he made a difficult decision. He realized that living without those he loved held no meaning, and he refused to let the spirit continue using his body for destruction. Deku made a significant decision, putting an end to the turmoil that surrounded him. Jack took the stage and addressed the audience, sharing that this unique tale had reached its conclusion. The invaders had been formidable but ultimately blind to the true threat that lay before them. Their fatal mistake led to the demise of both the host and the invaders, sinking into the depths of oblivion where they could finally find peace. Reflecting on the universe they had just witnessed, Jack noted the creativity it contained. Mina, however, expressed her concern about Jack's mindset. He defended himself, reminding her that he was quite young when the story was created. As the next segment began, Jack sifted through his notes, announcing that the audience could use a break and enjoy something amusing. Aziawa expressed his gratitude for the distraction, and Jack assured him it was no trouble at all. The screen lit up, revealing Deku at a desk, announcing that Christmas would be celebrated at his house this year. Mina pointed out that it was a bit late for that. Deku explained that 3 months prior, his cousin had called to discuss her son. He paused, then bluntly stated that he didn't care much about the child. Uraraka found it odd that Deku would say such a thing. Deku continued, recalling how his cousin had called and immediately stated that Brayden couldn't have blue foods. Ida was confused, prompting Deku to elaborate that if Brayden consumed anything with a blue food preservative, he would react dramatically. Deku found this absurd, questioning the logic behind naming a child Brayden and pointing out that blue is a rare color in nature. Someone chimed in with, "blueberries," to which Deku responded emphatically that blueberries were actually purple. All Might agreed with him, and Deku further explained that he was referring to artificial blue foods, like those found in slushies, questioning what flavor that even was. He humorously noted that if mint were to grow blue, it would be a cause for alarm. Inko acknowledged Deku's reasoning, and he continued to express that water is clear, only appearing blue in large quantities due to various elements. He jokingly declared that blue signifies the presence of sharks, prompting laughter from everyone. Jack teased that there was an even funnier story to come, and Mina urged him to play it immediately. In the next story, Jack introduced the premise of Deku purchasing a bookshelf. Bakugo skeptically asked if it was going to be funny, to which Jack confirmed it would be. Momo reminded Bakugo that they had been together long enough to know that stories rarely followed a normal path. Deku began recounting his experience of buying a bookshelf on Gumtree, reflecting on how communication methods had evolved over time. He reminisced about the days when one would simply visit the local bookshelf maker, Gareth, who was known for his craftsmanship. Now, anyone could sell their items online, which he found strange. As Deku spoke, his classmates nodded in understanding, some giggling at his observations. He explained that humans can typically manage relationships with around 100 to 150 people, and beyond that, things become complicated. This complexity led to the creation of abstract concepts like territories and deities to unify larger groups. However, he believed social media was disrupting this balance. Mina questioned whether that was truly the case, and Deku elaborated that while people connect with thousands online, they often neglect their immediate circle. He humorously lamented not being invited to parties anymore, attributing it to his absence from social media. Deku criticized smartphones, arguing that they weren't as beneficial as people believed. He questioned the need for constant internet access, especially for those not in high-stakes jobs. He expressed frustration over the vanity of social media, where people sought validation for their appearances rather than meaningful connections. The audience erupted in laughter at his candid remarks. Deku continued, sharing his thoughts as he browsed. Gumtree for a bookshelf. He humorously noted the odd search results that often appeared, contrasting them with his original query and expressing disbelief at the randomness of the suggestions. That was actually a pretty good price, and everyone laughed. Deku explained that on this particular day, he found 2 bookshelves that were affordable and conveniently located, as driving to Broadmeadows for a bookshelf would be quite the hassle. The adults nodded in agreement. Deku continued, mentioning that he typed in bookshelf and found 2 options. One seller was Kathy, and the other was Morgan. He sent both a text message asking if their bookshelves were still available. Kathy responded right away, apologizing that her bookshelf had already sold that morning. Deku humorously noted that he regretted giving her an annoying voice in his retelling, prompting more laughter. Morgan's response came a few minutes later, stating that it was his wife's bookshelf. Deku found this response puzzling, especially the use of past tense, which made him slightly uneasy. He thought about finding another bookshelf but noticed that Morgan lived in the suburb next to him, so he asked if it was still available. Morgan replied with just the letter Y. Deku wondered if it was a question or simply a confirmation. Assuming it was a yes, he replied that he would take it and asked when he could pick it up. After 15 minutes of silence, he thought Morgan had forgotten about him and considered searching for another bookshelf. However, when Morgan finally replied, it was a lengthy message that seemed to be an overcompensation for his previous brief response. Everyone chuckled at the absurdity of Morgan's long, unpunctuated message, which conveyed urgency and a need for cash. Deku found himself intrigued by Morgan and decided to drive over to his house. Before leaving, he sent a message saying he would arrive in 10 minutes. Morgan replied with okay, which amused Deku even more. As he drove, Deku imagined what Morgan might be like. He considered various possibilities but secretly hoped that Morgan would be eccentric. Upon arriving at Morgan's house, Deku followed the directions from Morgan's message and prepared himself for an unusual encounter. He envisioned an old man in a smoking jacket, but when the door opened, he was met by an average-looking man in his mid-30s, dressed casually yet stylishly. Deku wondered if this was really Morgan, as the man introduced himself. Morgan invited Deku inside, shook his hand, and closed the door. Little did Deku know that in just 20 minutes, he would witness some unexpected chaos. Upon entering, Deku noticed 2 things immediately. First, the house was undergoing renovation, with drop sheets covering the furniture and a bathtub wrapped in plastic in the hallway. Second, on the way up the stairs, he spotted a wedding photograph of a clean-shaven Morgan with a beautiful bride, now lying on the floor with a shattered frame. It was clear that she had left him, adding another layer to Morgan's story. As Morgan carelessly kicked the photo aside while ascending the stairs, Deku felt a strong urge to ask about his life but sensed the sadness surrounding him. Fortunately, Morgan began to share his story without prompting, revealing that he was a talented graphic designer who worked on major rebranding campaigns for large corporations and traveled the world for his work. About 4 years ago, a woman hired Morgan to rebrand her florist business, and he did such a great job that she married him. He thought everything was just fine until about 3 months ago. Deku explained that Morgan had to do a presentation in Sydney. However, on his way home from overseas, he got stuck in Dubai due to a flight cancellation. Rather than cancel the meeting, Morgan suggested to the businessmen in Sydney that they do a Skype chat because he was quite technologically savvy, just like his unusual text message style. Morgan checked into a hotel, opened his laptop, and started the Skype call with a room full of businessmen in Sydney, who were all watching him on a massive screen in their boardroom. Everything was going great. Morgan was nailing it until he realized that a file he wanted to show was on the desktop of his home computer back in Melbourne. He decided to share the desktop of his home computer on the Skype chat. He knew how to do that and could control his computer remotely from anywhere in the world. It wasn't particularly new technology, but Morgan made it sound impressive. The businessmen were watching keenly, intrigued by the technology. As Morgan clicked a few buttons and brought up the desktop of his home computer, he was unaware that his wife had been using the photo booth app on that computer to take pictures of herself. Deku paused and everyone reacted with surprise. He continued that these pictures were quite revealing and involved some embarrassing scenarios. Just as Margaret returned with biscuits, the situation took a turn for the awkward. Those familiar with the photo booth app knew that it accessed the built-in camera on the computer, and if left open, it would capture anything happening in front of the screen in real time. This included Morgan's wife in their home office, engaging in a compromising situation with his best friend. The group expressed their sympathy for Morgan, who later shared that his wife was keeping the house, and his former best friend was moving in. While they were out shopping for fittings, Morgan had to endure the humiliation of moving his belongings out and selling the items they didn't want to this guy. At this point in the story, Morgan began to cry, and Deku felt for him. It was a terrible situation, and he wished he could comfort Morgan and assure him that everything would be all right. All Might agreed with Deku's sentiment. However, Deku was in a precarious situation, holding the weight of a bookshelf halfway down a set of stairs, with Morgan being the only thing preventing it from collapsing on him. He called out to Morgan, who managed to pull himself together for a moment but then let go of the bookshelf. As the bookshelf rolled over Deku, it took out the light hanging above the staircase. He found himself lying on his back, showered in broken glass, as the bookshelf crashed through a freshly painted wall at the bottom of the stairs. He noted that he had a small cut on his forehead that was bleeding, but aside from that he was fine. Morgan, however, was not fine. When the bookshelf lodged itself in the wall, his sadness vanished. And he burst into laughter, sounding almost manic. Deku described how Morgan's laughter was unsettling, resembling a possessed creature. He stood there, bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. They managed to extract the bookshelf from the wall, which showed no signs of its recent adventure. They carried it out to Deku's car, stopping several times because Morgan was caught up in his laughter. In a surprising twist, Morgan was in such a good mood that he let Deku have the bookshelf for free. Deku felt that was where the story should end, but there was more. Something about the bookshelf crashing through the wall triggered a change in Morgan. As Deku began tying the bookshelf down to his trailer, Morgan wandered over to an upright mailbox on the front lawn and started trying to pull it out of the ground with great effort. Deku asked if he was okay, and Morgan cheerfully replied that he was. When Morgan successfully pulled the mailbox out, he wielded it like a weapon and began to wreak havoc in the front garden, uprooting flowers and plants. Deku suggested that Morgan should reconsider his actions, but Morgan shot him a fierce look and told him to mind his own business. Deku, who was skilled at tying knots, took his time to secure the bookshelf, but as Morgan casually strolled up the driveway and rolled up the garage door, he smashed the mailbox through the windshield of an Audi. Deku admitted that he rushed his knot-tying job. As he got into the car and prepared to drive off, he glanced at the house, reassuring himself that everything would be fine. Just then, an armchair flew out of an upstairs window, landing with a thud on the front lawn. Deku pondered his duty of care in the situation. Todoroki remarked that if he were in Deku's position, he would have left. Deku felt conflicted about calling the authorities, worried that it might lead to chaos in the house. He thought to himself that he would have to talk to Morgan. As he stepped outside, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The memory of someone acting violently made him uneasy, and he stood in the garage, glancing through the adjoining door into the house. He could see the wooden staircase leading up. In the garage, Deku called out for Morgan, almost like he was summoning a pet for dinner. As he did, he noticed a small trickle of water coming from the top of the stairs, which quickly turned into a steady stream, cascading down like a malfunctioning water feature. Concerned, he thought that something was definitely wrong. Suddenly, Morgan appeared at the top step, brandishing a hammer and laughing in a way that sent chills down Deku's spine. Startled, Deku exclaimed internally that he only wanted to buy a bookshelf. Morgan dashed past him, heading straight for Deku's car. Deku shouted for him to stop, but Morgan was too caught up in his excitement. He spun around, claiming he had just received a text saying someone would arrive shortly, and jumped into the car. Deku, bewildered, rushed down the lawn and into the driver's seat, questioning the water situation. Morgan casually explained that he had plugged all the sinks and turned on the taps, which left Deku incredulous. He felt overwhelmed but complied, urging Morgan to just drive. As they sped away, Deku recalled how the bookshelf had met its fate, crashing against the guardrail and bursting apart in a chaotic display of broken wood and shattered dreams. They left the scene behind like a breadcrumb for Morgan's ex-wife to discover on her way home. After dropping Morgan off at a train station, Deku realized he had never seen him again. He concluded that this was why he no longer shopped on Gumtree. Aziawa commented on the story, noting its intrigue. Deku then revealed that the entire tale was fabricated, leaving everyone in disbelief. He explained that although Morgan was a figment of his imagination, he could vividly picture him. This led Deku to ponder why people felt so disappointed when a story turned out to be untrue, yet found satisfaction in the conclusion of a fictional novel. Mike suggested that it might be about the way the story is told, to which Aziawa agreed. Jack chimed in, expressing his agreement and suggesting they move on to the next universe. In this universe, Izuku was never part of Class 1. Jack explained that Izuku had been kidnapped and turned into a weapon. Ino was shocked by this revelation. Jack continued, stating that as soon as Izuku was freed, the part of him that was still human took over. He used the powers he acquired during his time as a weapon to escape. Meanwhile, Uraraka, Ida, and Tokoyami were in a room when they heard growling from a nearby cell. Ida noted that there was some kind of animal inside. Uraraka corrected him, saying it was no animal, it was a man. Todoroki guessed that the growling creature was Midoriya. Tokoyami asked who he was, and Uraraka explained that a part of him had been taken away. Ida sought clarification, asking what she meant. Jack elaborated that they had to wipe his memory to prevent him from harming anyone. Uraraka added that they had turned him into some kind of weapon. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, searching for Uraraka, Ida, and Tokoyami. The sergeant demanded a report, asking if they had been found. Tokoyami questioned why they were being pursued. Jack explained that in this universe, quirks were as common as in their world, and people viewed them as mutants. Uraraka used her powers to open Izuku's cell, noting that her ability was a more powerful version of her zero-gravity quirk. Jack clarified that in this universe, her power was telekinesis, allowing her to move objects at a distance through mental power. As the cell door opened, alarms blared, and Kirishima exclaimed that they were in trouble. The sergeant ordered the alarms to be shut down as Izuku emerged, wearing only torn shorts and a device that seemed to restrain him. His face was filled with a fierce bloodlust, causing all the girls to blush at the sight of a shirtless Deku. Guards shouted to fire as they shot bullets at him, only fueling his anger. As he grew claws from his hands, he retaliated against the guards. Uraraka was astonished that Deku had survived being shot. Kirishima speculated that he might possess powers similar to a version of Deadpool in this universe. Jack explained that the weapon they had created was using blood to grant him multiple powers or quirks. The sergeant announced that Weapon D was loose, and Eri asked if the D stood for Deku. Jack confirmed it. Ida questioned if Deku was truly not an animal, given the number of fallen guards around them. The sergeant reported that Deku was heading into the central halls, and guards prepared to engage him. Aizawa remarked that he hadn't expected the transformation into a weapon to be so literal. As Deku continued his rampage, Kendo asked what was happening, while Jirota Shishida and Ojiro noted that some members of Class 1B had already been captured. The sergeant reported a loss of feed, and guards were confused about the situation. Kyudai Garaki mentioned he would be right back. Deku was still on the offensive when a guard attempted to shoot him in the head but missed, causing a scream to echo off-screen. Blood splattered the walls as the scene faded to black. Ida asked what happened next, and Jack explained that Deku found an escape route. Before he left, Uraraka used her telekinesis to restore some of his memories. Afterward, he removed all the mechanical restraints and fled. In the next universe, which was much shorter, both Deku and Bakugo were pro-heroes and married. Deku was with Uraraka, while Bakugo was with Kami. This took place in the future on Bakugo's day off. Jack noted that Deku was not present since he was out being a hero. Bakugo was in the bathroom, applying shaving cream, and the mirror revealed he had grown a mustache. Kirishima joked about it, causing Denki and Siro to laugh. The scene shifted to the living room, where Uraraka was listening to her teenage son, Izuku Midoriya, talking to a girl on the phone. She expressed her disbelief that he couldn't pursue a girl who hadn't had any boyfriends, recalling how she married her first boyfriend. Face-palming, she lamented the lack of humility in the current generation. Izuku left for a date, bidding farewell to his mother and Kami. Uraraka explained that in this universe, she and Kami were friends, and Izuku was her son. Kami encouraged him, telling him to go get her. Uraraka cautioned Izuku to be careful around city girls, to which Mina remarked how Uraraka was in full mom mode. Izuku asked for a break from his mother's advice. As Izuku prepared to leave, Bakugo called out to him, asking if he noticed anything different. Izuku replied that Bakugo had shaved. Aziawa noted the change, while Izuku hurriedly insisted he had to go, not wanting to keep a girl waiting. Aziawa commented on Izuku's obliviousness, and both Deku and Uraraka covered their faces in embarrassment at their child's naivety. Bakugo, not looking pleased, was in the kitchen with Kami, who complimented his appearance. Bakugo thanked her, and Ojiro remarked that he seemed to have mellowed out. Kami asked Uraraka if she noticed anything different about Bakugo, but Uraraka was momentarily confused. Ida pointed out that Izuku's obliviousness must have come from her. Bakugo, blushing, clarified that he had simply shaved his mustache. Kami joked that he thought it was front-page news. Uraraka inquired if there was a special reason for the shave, to which Kami replied that there was indeed a reason. Toru asked what that reason was, and Katsumi chimed in, teasing Bakugo about his mustache making him look like a geek. Bakugo looked away, knowing this was how he would act, even if he would never admit it. Kami and Uraraka laughed, and Kami added that she wished she could have seen the look on his face. Bakugo grumbled about annoying women. Inko remarked that it was a nice and peaceful universe. As Jack reviewed his notes, Kirishima wondered what the League of Villains was up to. Jack informed him that they were frozen. Deku asked how that was possible, and Jack explained that only 5 seconds had passed in their world due to time magic. Bakugo questioned how that worked, and Jack suggested they could discuss it further. Mina asked if he hated them or something. Jack expressed his strong opinion about Shigaraki, calling him a ridiculous and immature individual, someone he had never encountered before. He found Shigaraki to be attention-seeking and irritating. All Might listened intently as Jack continued, describing All for One as a megalomaniacal figure who he had little respect for. Jack's disdain was palpable, and he made it clear that he would not be satisfied until he had taken drastic measures against his adversaries. Mineta, taken aback by Jack's intensity, remarked on his craziness. Jack affirmed his feelings, stating that he wouldn't be content until he had made a bold statement against those he despised. Mina was impressed by Jack's fervor, and Aizawa noted it down. Jack then introduced a peculiar scenario where a group would be facing zombies. Todoroki pointed out that they had already encountered zombies in their universe, to which Jack responded neutrally, clarifying that those had been fake. The revelation stunned everyone, and Jack explained that if they were real, they would be much more terrifying. Deku woke up to a grim reality, finding the city in ruins. As he stepped outside, he witnessed the undead feasting on people. Jack pointed out the obvious, confirming that what they were seeing was indeed a zombie. All Might recalled a previous experience and realized how dire the situation was. Deku was overwhelmed by the chaos around him, exclaiming his confusion and urgency. Mina and the others quickly prepared for action, gathering supplies and weapons to defend themselves against the impending threat. Kirishima expressed his determination to fight back, while Mineta lamented the loss of everyone around him. Aziawa questioned the normalcy of their reactions, and Bakugo, with a smirk, relished the challenge ahead. As the group strategized, they acknowledged the rising threat of zombies and the need to act swiftly. Kirishima and Kaminari found excitement in the chaos, while Todoroki prepared to use his father's car for their escape. The urgency of the situation heightened as they all recognized the need to survive. Deku took charge, ready to face the undead with fierce determination. He recalled his past experiences and the skills he had acquired. Mina added her own flair to the situation, and the group rallied together, ready to confront the challenges ahead. Mineta, ever the jokester, made light of the situation, while Kaminari cautioned against reckless decisions. Uraraka and Bakugo voiced their frustrations and strategies, emphasizing the importance of survival. The group united in their resolve, ready to face the apocalypse together, knowing that they would do whatever it took to survive. That is absurd. To the front and the back, Deku ducked and weaved, leaving behind the remnants of the zombie's broken teeth scattered on the ground. The zombie, in a playful tone, challenged him, suggesting a rap battle. Deku laughed, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Mina joined in, mimicking the zombie's sounds, which only made everyone laugh harder. The zombie, undeterred, tried again, but the group found it difficult to understand. Bakugo chimed in with a witty remark about the zombie's breath, while Kirishima added to the humor with his own playful jab. The laughter continued, and Ida made a comment about the zombie's appearance, which only fueled the banter. Jack, observing the scene, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he prepared to share a significant message with everyone. He announced that it was the one-year anniversary of someone important's passing. The group turned their attention to him, curious about the reason behind his somber tone. Jack explained that he was still trying to move on from the loss of a legendary figure in the world of manga. Mina expressed her surprise at the news, while Bakugo urged Jack to let go of the past. Jack, with a hint of determination, revealed that the person he was honoring had created a character that inspired many, including All Might. The group listened intently, and Eri asked who this person was. Jack shared that it was Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball Z, whose impact on storytelling was profound. In a heartfelt moment, Jack decided to sing a song dedicated to Toriyama, expressing gratitude for the joy and lessons his work had brought to countless fans. The lyrics spoke of childhood memories, the strength gained from Goku's adventures, and the lasting legacy left behind. As he sang, the atmosphere shifted, filled with a sense of unity and remembrance. After finishing the song, Jack reflected on Goku's countless adventures, explaining to Deku and Bakugo that Goku was the strongest warrior and greatest hero. When asked about Goku's most dangerous fight, Jack recounted the tale of Hirudegarn and the complexities of time travel involving future Trunks, androids, and alternate timelines. The group listened, captivated by the intricate storylines that had shaped Goku's journey. As Jack transitioned to discussing another universe, Deku inquired about its premise. Jack explained that in this universe, they had developed contingency plans to prevent any of their classmates from turning evil or succumbing to mind control. Ida acknowledged the importance of such plans, while Momo agreed, emphasizing the need to understand their powers fully. The camaraderie among the group grew stronger as they shared stories and ideas, united by their love for adventure and the lessons learned from their favorite characters. They could turn evil or succumb to mind control, using their powers to their full potential and ultimately causing harm to others. Jack mentioned that this was why Deku had made plans to address the situation. Deku introduced himself as Izuku. Security Level Omega. Password: Delta Charlie 27-5. Enable new protocol. Title: Agamemnon Contingency. Should any core members of the League turn rogue, plans must be in place to handle each member if they become a threat. The members of the League are teammates, but preparation for the worst is essential. Deku began detailing the Agamemnon contingency file, codename, Symbol of Peace. If All Might ever posed a threat to the planet, specific protocols would need to be enacted for survival. A sample of green kryptonite in Vault 7B, provided by All Might himself, would incapacitate him with brief exposure, while prolonged exposure could be fatal. Portions of this kryptonite, when exposed to radiation, created a variation that is red in color. The side effects of this type of kryptonite remain unknown, requiring further testing. Uraraka expressed concern about an out-of-control All Might being a serious issue. Deku continued with the Agamemnon contingency file, codename Ingenium. Tenya Ida is the heart and soul of Class 1A, however, his strength and speed could make him a formidable opponent if he ever turned against them. His vulnerability to fire would be challenging to exploit defensively, but research suggested that a nanite virus spiked with magnesium could cause his jet engines to combust upon contact with air, neutralizing him as a threat. Further investigation was necessary. Ida acknowledged that he might need to consider upgrades if that situation ever arose. Deku moved on to the Agamemnon contingency file, codename Uravity. Uraraka is a good friend, making it difficult to face her in combat should she turn against the League. Although it was an unpleasant thought, if it became necessary, a potential strategy could involve convincing her that she was fighting an equal, theoretically trapping her in an endless cycle of combat against a phantom opponent. The feasibility of neural virtual reality technology needed to be investigated. Mina questioned why Deku seemed to care more in this instance. Jack playfully remarked on Mina's interest in shipping. Mina then understood the situation, causing both Deku and Uraraka to blush. Deku noted in the Agamemnon contingency that basic counters to other UA members required further research. For Bakugo, immobilizing both arms was a potential strategy, which made Bakugo shudder at the thought of losing the ability to use them. For Kaminari, an EMP would suffice. Kaminari agreed that it would be effective. For Todoroki, the Phantom Zone could nullify his powers due to a lack of raw materials. Todoroki questioned if his powers worked in that manner. Jiro suggested using tear gas, which, if administered quickly enough, could cut off her ability to use her quirk. Alternatively, recordings of her scream played back at equal intensity could cancel out the sound waves. Deku emphasized that if these contingency plans were discovered while he was incapacitated, it was essential to understand that they had to be made for everyone's safety, which led to the next point. Mina wondered what else could be included. Deku revealed the Agamemnon contingency, codename Deku. Everyone went pale at the revelation. Tenya pointed out that he had a plan that could take down all of them, including himself. Deku explained that while Izuku is a master strategist and combatant, he is still human. The best way to disable his strategic abilities would be to distract him. His parents and his endless crusade to protect the innocent create excellent blind spots. Taking hostages could serve as a significant distraction, especially if they were friends or family. Deku looked at the screen, urging careful consideration before proceeding. In the city, Kita was being sealed inside a metal crate as Audrey secured it. Milo glared at her in anger, and she turned away, equally frustrated. The crew and mercenaries prepared to load the crate onto the truck, while Kita pressed her hands against the glass. The sergeant instructed everyone to step back, while the squad leader emphasized the need to keep the crowd at a distance. Another sergeant warned Izuku to back off, pushing him away when he protested. Kirishima expressed his newfound disdain for guns. Mole maneuvered the crate onto the truck, and as the crew prepared to leave with the heart of Atlantis, Deku reflected on the situation. He acknowledged the grim reality of their actions, expressing his anger at the destruction of an entire civilization for the sake of wealth. He coldly congratulated Audrey, suggesting that she and her father could expand their business, while Vinny could start a chain of flower shops, emphasizing the emptiness of their motivations. Uraraka noted that Deku's anger had become expected. Commander Rourke dismissed him, citing Darwin's theory of natural selection as justification for their actions. Helga Sinclair confirmed their readiness, but Rourke seemed to forget something important. In a moment of aggression, he struck Izuku, knocking him to the ground and causing shock among the Atlanteans. Rourke taunted Izuku, reminding him that he was now part of the exhibit, while Izuku wiped blood from his lip, trembling with rage. Helga reiterated the urgency of their orders. Audrey, who had been about to start the engine, turned to see Izuku looking sorrowful as he removed a picture from its frame. Taking a deep breath, she made a decision and walked over to stand by his side. Vinny, Mole, and Cookie joined them, showing their solidarity. Packard sighed, expressing his belief that they were all doomed. All Might observed that the group seemed to have a change of heart. Rourke, outraged, questioned their newfound conscience at such a critical moment. Vinny admitted that they had done many things they weren't proud of, but insisted that no one had been seriously harmed. Ciro remarked that he was beginning to like Vinny. Rourke, frustrated, declared that he would proceed without them, referencing P.T. Barnum's famous saying. Mina noted that Deku was going after Rourke, and Jack confirmed it, but not before explaining that Deku had discovered that the crystal around Kita's neck was the heart of Atlantis, which had healed him. He lamented that his crew had betrayed him for money, and the king had died in his arms, pushing Deku to his breaking point. Izuku reflected on his decisions, recognizing their disastrous consequences. He recounted how he had led a group of plundering vandals to the greatest archaeological find in history, enabling the kidnapping and potential murder of the royal family, and delivering immense power into the hands of a mercenary likely to sell it to the Kaiser. He questioned if he had overlooked anything significant. Jack hinted at what would happen next, and Aziawa noted that they pursued Rourke and engaged in a confrontation. Jack confirmed that this was the aftermath of the fight. Jack announced that the next universe was about to be explored when suddenly an alarm blared. He expressed his frustration, realizing that this was not the right time for interruptions. Jack began to sweat and called for Deku to join him. Eri, concerned, asked if Deku would return. Jack reassured her, promising that Deku would be just fine, and he would ensure it. The screen flickered to life, displaying 3 different universes, each with a common sight, a green portal opening up. Bakugo questioned what was happening. In an unknown universe, at a single moment in time and space, another Deku appeared, confused about the situation. Suddenly, a mechanical version of Deku arrived, turning to face the newcomer. Just then, a red-haired Deku appeared, stating in a low voice that he would handle the situation. Without warning, the battle commenced, with all 3 Dekus evenly matched. The mechanical Deku decided to use a time stop and cloning technique against the red-haired Deku. As the red-haired Deku shouted, "Smash," at point-blank range, he unleashed a powerful attack. 2 more portals opened, revealing a shadowy Deku and a rainbow-colored Deku, and the fighting intensified. Kirishima remarked on the manliness of the scene, calling it possibly the most impressive thing in the entire dekuverse. The red-haired Deku powered up and defeated the other Deku. Just as All Might was about to speak, a note appeared before everyone, stating that this was not their Deku, which helped to calm the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jack explained to Deku that he had intended to send him home, but something had gone wrong. A version of Deku with red hair had crossed dimensions and disrupted the balance, pulling every Deku from every universe into this fixed moment in time and space. Deku realized the trouble they were in and understood that it was only a matter of time before he would be pulled into this chaos. Jack offered to take him there immediately. Jack warned Deku that the destination was a bizarre, chibi-like universe where he would appear smaller and more basic, but assured him it wouldn't be a problem once he adjusted. Back on the battlefield, the chaos continued as every Deku from every universe fought against each other, resulting in powerful clashes, energy blasts, and explosions. Mike pointed out a giant monkey Deku amidst the chaos. As 2 Dekus fought, a third powered up, surrounded by blue energy. Jack and the Prime Deku arrived, with Jack explaining that Deku would return to his universe and create a portal that was red instead of green. This portal would be used to send the red-haired Deku through, and when that happened, everyone would return to their own universes. Deku began to power up his quirk, ready for the challenge ahead. The red-haired Deku sensed the surge of power and prepared for battle. The mechanical Deku locked onto the Prime Deku, who was at full strength. The red-haired Deku declared that he had found his opponent and was ready to finish the fight. A golden Deku stood still, eyes closed, before opening them and obliterating the shadow Deku. The scene shifted back to the ongoing battles, with countless Dekus still clashing. Uraraka noted the overwhelming number of Dekus present, while Bakugo was too shocked to respond. The Prime Deku and the red-haired Deku faced off, each determined to defeat the other. They exchanged blows, with the red-haired Deku managing to blast the Prime Deku away. The mechanical Deku then attacked, but the red-haired Deku destroyed it with a single punch, leaving Mina in awe of the display. As Deku stood back up, 2 more Dekus flew toward him but were intercepted by 2 others. The red-haired Deku and the Prime Deku resumed their battle. Mikumo Akatani landed a few solid hits on the Prime Deku, only to be blasted away in return. The red-haired Deku urged the Prime Deku to fight back, but the Prime Deku insisted he could handle it from there. Suddenly, another Deku appeared, radiating an intense aura that caught everyone's attention. Kirishima commented on the overwhelming presence, while Mina admitted she could feel it too. Jack identified the newcomer as Savage Deku. Savage Deku proclaimed his unmatched power and began to power up into his most formidable form, while many Dekus attempted to stop him. The red-haired Deku was the first to attack Savage Deku but was quickly blasted away. Prime Deku called out to his ally, urging him to rise. Savage Deku boasted about his unrivaled strength. Jack quietly encouraged Deku to use his newfound technique. Deku gathered his energy and shouted, summoning a powerful attack. All the other Dekus joined in, aiming their combined strength at Savage Deku. Finally, the red-haired Deku joined the effort, and together they defeated Savage Deku. A red portal opened, and as Deku replayed the moment in his mind, the Prime Deku delivered a punch to the red-haired Deku, pushing him into the portal. One by one, the red-haired Deku and all the other Dekus returned to their respective universes. Jack concluded that, having shown them various universes, it was time to send everyone home. Jack expressed his hope that everyone was okay with him sending them home. Deku reassured him that it was fine and that they had fun. Mina added that it was exciting to learn about different universes. All Might remarked on how interesting it was to discover the many different lives they had lived. Jack then mentioned that it had been quite a ride and that he would see them off with a song. He began to sing about their incredible journey, reflecting on the unexpected twists and turns they had experienced. The lyrics conveyed a sense of energy and excitement, celebrating their adventures together. He encouraged everyone to embrace the music and enjoy the moment, emphasizing the joy of their shared experiences. As Jack continued, everyone joined in, singing about their thrilling ride and the surprises along the way. They expressed their disbelief at how far they had come, playfully acknowledging the ups and downs of their journey. Just as Jack was about to open a portal, he was unexpectedly pulled into one, and the screen transitioned to show him standing in front of Class 1A. Deku informed Jack that he was under arrest by the Time Variance Authority for illegally showing people other universes. Aziawa questioned the legality of the situation, while Jack argued that other gods had done the same without consequence. Deku issued a final warning for Jack to surrender his weapons and come out peacefully. Jack refused, insisting he wouldn't use them, but he was ready to fight. As he prepared, Kirishima wondered what Jack was planning. In a surprising move, Jack tore a bone from a skeleton and launched it, hitting a TVA Class 1A Minuteman in the head, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The Minuteman fell, and more time doors opened, unleashing more Class 1A Minutemen. Jack swiftly dispatched one with the bone, sending another flying with a powerful kick that lodged the bone deeper. He swung the spine of the skeleton, taking down a third Minuteman in slow motion, leaving Bakugo astonished at Jack's effortless skill against their counterparts. The scene shifted to Jack performing a dance, showcasing his confidence. He turned and struck a Class 1A Minuteman with the skeleton's legs, quickly eliminating him. Jack continued to dance, executing a backflip and catching a falling bone, which he threw at another Minuteman. He sent one airborne with a swing of the skeleton, and as the Minuteman landed, Jack delivered a humorous blow to the Minuteman's lower body, causing the girls to stifle their laughter. Later, Jack continued his impressive display by using the skeleton's head to strike another Class 1A Minuteman, leaving All Might both impressed and concerned by Jack's fighting prowess. Jack exclaimed with excitement as he sent the skeleton's head flying, all while maintaining his dance moves. He engaged another Minuteman, who cried out as Jack struck again. Jack plucked off more bones, taking down 3 more Minutemen in quick succession. He decapitated one and jabbed 4 bones into another, finishing with a powerful kick that sent the Minuteman crashing to the ground. Kirishima was left speechless by the display. Jack encouraged his opponents, ripping off a leg bone that took down another Minuteman. He skillfully swung the leg bone, knocking down several more Minutemen in a flurry of movement. As he concluded his dance, the lead Class 1A Minuteman exchanged a bewildered glance with his companion. Jack then strapped on Wolverine's claws, the music reaching its climax as he prepared for one final strike, eliminating the last Minuteman with a dramatic flourish. Returning to his friends, Jack acknowledged their astonished expressions and mentioned that he would open a portal home without any lines. He offered advice to each of them, encouraging them to keep up the good work, and shared a heartfelt hug with Eri. With a sigh, he reflected on how much he would miss them, hinting at a final showdown in Street Fighter VI.